Goal, but if and not so this one. Oh, he's done well to save the bounce. Oh, he's put it down. Bowling. I got my eyes on you. You heard that song, right? So, I mean, it's pretty much that's what's going to be the key in this evening's watch along. My name's Avnish Hegde. I'm literally nervous and excited, and that's why you can see it on my face, ladies and gentlemen. RCB LSG, Monday night. It's a new week, but will it be the same old storylines? This has plagued RCB, especially every time they've taken on a team with stars KL Rahul. So, Mesh, how are we this evening? We'll just check my heart.
All right.
Just check it. It's quite toxic right now. We've just got ourselves into the comfort of the studio in the nick of time, but we'll be here taking all your questions, comments, insights. So keep plaguing us, and of course, we'll show you some sumptuous stats along the way. The big breaking news from the middle is that RCB have not won the toss. It's KL Rahul who won the toss and decided to bowl first. And we can have a quick look at the team's reports. 7 seconds for the first ball being bowled. Big changes, of course, Maipal Amror, and not to forget Wayne Parnell. Yes, do not rub your eyes. He is, of course, playing for RCB, making his debut for them tonight. And, of course, LSG, they've brought back Mark Wood and Avesh Khan. Right, so we're all set to go. We'll come back to the teams. Jaydev Radka to Virat Kohli, first ball. And it's a little gentle loosener to proceed and start proceedings, I should say. Now, Som, before this game was, of course, underway, because it just got underway, you were saying that, look, it's going to be who has the worst batting lineup tonight.
I mean, we're talking about a team which probably has one of the most strongest batting lineup in the league.
Who's that?
Lucknow.
I can't believe it. He meant Bangalore.
Going up against a team, I'm actually struggling. Where is the batting today for Bangalore?
There it is. Kohli's come down the track and he'll get away with it. I love it. The intent of the second ball as well. Oh, come on. I mean, at the end of the day, I want to see some Kohli runs. Chinnaswamy's back to the rafters. We're going to be doing the CDC fan cams. We're going to do all kind of things today. There is, of course, a doctor package which is being manufactured from the back end as well.
Package.
Injuries 101 from cricket.com. We've done something very different as well. And
can you spot the difference?
Of?
Kyle March is not bowling the first over.
Oh, yeah, well spotted. The first time out of 4 games.
KL Rahul.
Oh, God.
यहाँ पर मत कराते हुए विराट कोहली ने खेल दिया है और ये पॉइंट पे रोका रवि बिश्नोई ने.
Rvi Bishnoi point. Weird.
Hello, people.
Hello, Gaming Singh, good old friend Gurkirat might be joining us, might not be joining us, but look, good to have you. I guess sorry to bore you guys.
You should check out our reactions live if you haven't seen it already. Avnish, क्या लगता है आपको इस मैच के बारे में?
I mean, सही है RCB का batting.
I think if you talk in Hindi today, RCB might win.
What are they? Kohli का नाम आज की शाम. I mean, all these little chutkulias that.
खेल दिया है इस बार. पॉइंट को पीछे धकेल दिया है रवि बिश्नोई. डीप पॉइंट पे
धकेल दिया है. What is धकेल?
I'm channeling my inner Hindi comment.
So धकेल दिया is what, like prodded on the offside.
धकेल दिया is like pushed
away on the offside. They've already got a sweeper on the offside for Virat because look, at the end of the day, he was using his feet in the second ball, but Faf is the aggressor here, and I'm going to be really keen to see how Faf goes about it. We'll talk about me doing the Hindi gigs in a bit. Chitad saying, I've listened to Rashid's interview after the match. The way he conducted himself, he's definitely a very good captain. Hope he lends his support to Dal. I think they all, as a family, will definitely not be throwing daggers at him. It could be happening to anyone.
So, by the way, Rashid could have been a full-time captain in SRH.
Correct. And if you guys didn't check out the cricket.com stats, especially in Instagram, we'll tell you that Rashid Khan featured in about 6 other bowlers who've had a hat-trick in the IPL but in a losing toss. So tell us who the other 5 are. If my memory serves me right.
Samuel Badri comes to mind.
Yuvraj Singh, Shane Watson. So there are others as well. And there were 3 captains there, Yuvraj, Shane, and of course Rashid last night. Right, RCB 3 for none, 4 balls up. I'm kind of nervous because it's just that.
Back of length और सीधा खेला backward point की तरफ. अवनीश, क्या लग रहा है आपको? बहुत ही sedate start 69 के खिलाफ. ये ओवर थोड़ा अटैकिंग होना चाहिए था या आपको लग रहा है कि थोड़ा सा टाइम देना चाहते हैं?
वो अंग्रेजी वर्ड तो माइंड में आता है circumspect. थोड़ा circumspect रहना चाहिए इस pitch पे क्योंकि देखिए तो मदद मिलता है पेसर्स को तो
और
अभी
ये चिन्ना स्वामी की पिच है अवनीश,
हाँ बिल्कुल तो
छोटा सा ग्राउंड है, चुन्नू सा ग्राउंड.
हाँ
So I mean before this game,
I was trying to say like sentence construct in my mind like
I
6-7 साल पहले like pitch drop in किया है green pitch cricket wicket जो है but yeah
yeah. So the RCB presenter was asking Karan Sharma that what different would you do on this wicket, on this ground because it's a small ground.
yeah
Karan Sharma says ये तो T20 cricket है, यहाँ पे तो सारे ground small हैं. It's spoken like a man. He's like he's
and it's
felt it
crazy
all.
because it makes you think
Hello,
about
Tanmay.
it makes you
Tanmay,
think about
KKR.
yeah KKR fan hello Tanmay he always has that one thing to set us running if you go back to a little yeah 10 minute
10 minute हिंदी गेमिंग सिंह तू बोल पूरा Watchalong आज हिंदी में करेंगे.
that'll be fun
I'm game. As you can see, I'm already into it. I'm मन बना के आया हूँ.
so if there's a boundary from Virat or a 6 I can say Ben Stokes
you can.
yeah of course
I've already recorded a show today in Hindi, तो इसलिए आज मैं हिंदी के मूड में
Correct.
हूँ.
And Shubhis taught me some real few clever ones saying Maki Chudia.
What are you? For a second,
No, like-
I was like, what are you
No,
doing?
like all those role plays. Like
मत कर भाई, please. No,
that's why I'm thinking to
Don't.
myself, yeah, that's a little dodgy.
ये great cricketer नहीं है.
It isn't. But look, coming back to the serious business before we get in the jokes and all of that, and most appreciate your comments, gaming scheme. We'll definitely do that skit in a bit.
We are doing it. Oh, यहाँ से आवेश आते हुए दूसरी तरफ से. So Kyle Mayers आज bowling नहीं करेंगे.
Yeah. And
ऐसा लगता है क्योंकि हर मैच में वो सिर्फ एक ही ओवर डालते हैं, वो है पहला.
I think he might slip in and over in the power play. Only time will tell.
देखते हैं, समय बताएगा.
Yeah. But two new faces, not new faces, but like one obviously Wayne Parnell and then Anuj Raut. I don't like him batting at 7. There's no chance he should be batting there. Like, what is he trying to do? Like, are they trying to do a Rinku Singh?
Anuj Rawat, Mahipal Lomror, शहबाज अहमद अगेंस्ट स्पिन, दिनेश कार्तिक अगेंस्ट स्पिन. मतलब अगर मेरे को सोचते हुए भी डर लग रहा है आरसीबी फैंस के लिए कि इस बैटिंग लाइनअप पे क्या होगा, स्पेशली ऑन अ विकेट ऑन अ ग्राउंड वेयर एवरीवन लाइक्स टू चेज. Lucknow are already chasing and they have Markwood back.
But you mentioned it, they have like a long tail.
They have a long tail today because only one of Badoni and who's that offie? Krishnappa Gautam can be subbed in. So एक better shot रहेगा आज.
Correct. I mean, they might pick Krishnappa Gautam given the fact that he hails from Bangalore.
No, I'm saying like we stop before you just strike stop.
Yeah,
for
sure. I mean, sometimes like, I say certain things and then I'll look at it and be like, I should have said that. Come back. It's a brain fade. It's basically me doing a Steve Smith in 2017. But look, I'm kind of nervous because of my fantasy points as well, because yesterday I got kind of lucky in that GT game. I captained Narayan, vice captain Rinku, so I got those two rights. So top edge, please carry for 6. Yes, it's carry for 6.
ये तो छक्का है अवनीश.
Loving it. Virat Kohli getting us up and running. Again, it's one of those moments where you have your balls in your mouth, but you're thinking, okay, fine, short boundaries, Bangalore, and even the fans love it. I've taken an interview with a fan as well, Sugumar, who's a Bangalore fan, who always dressed in a red Indian outfit.
Let me channel my inner Akash Chopra.
It's great. Channel it.
Short ball की बोली पे विराट कोहली ने खेली होली.
I think you sent me that meme, right? Of that kid doing it.
Yeah,
oh my God, he's spot on. He is amazing. Spot on. I wish we can play that right now, honestly.
Oh,
that's brilliant
bad
from
ball,
Virat.
bad ball. Easy pickings for Virat.
Give me.
Aja.
Where is Markande? Why didn't teams play him in 2021, 2022? In fact, Sarvaran, if you were listening to our GTKKR Watchalong, me and So were talking about the SRHPV case, which was a night game, and we were asking each other, like, if Rashid is struggling, then they have to get a local spinner. And we named Markande, and it was brilliant yesterday.
It delivered right away.
But so
and it's
sad.
so surprising.
Yeah.
Mumbai don't have a spinner.
Exactly.
And they did not even bid for Markande in the auction. Mumbai think tank has just gone for a vacation for the past 2-3 years.
Chutti.
Lambi chutti, Akash.
Yeah. 15 for down, 1.4.
Oh,
I hate that shot from Virat Kohli. If there's any shot I hate from Virat Kohli, it's that little poke down third man. I just can't stand it. What's the dividends in that shot? Just a single? Come on.
CAGR 5%?
I can't, really can't. But yeah, Kohli getting the double the green so far. Let's not jinx it. Keep the comments coming through. Of course, all you guys 17, if you're watching this right now, there's more people coming into the show. There's going to be lots of stats. There were a couple of fun and games as well, where you guys can win big back home in terms of Amazon gift vouchers and all of that. So we'll plug it in. So here it is to watch the particular RPL in 2023.
Oh, काफी leg stump पे गेंद.
It's an okay
Leg
over
by
for
होगा.
Bhavesh. They'll come back for 2. Yep. So decent start this, 17 for none. I know, basically, I'll tell you why I'm nervous, so and the viewers. I want Bangalore to out-bat LSG. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
I'm not confident with Siraj. I'm not confident with Harshal. I'm not confident with Shahbaz. That leaves us with whom? Parnell?
Batting है नहीं. Bowling पे तो
Billy.
confident
No,
नहीं.
we had the batting. I think that KKR thing was just a one-off. We have the batting for sure. Maxwell will come to the party today. DK will come to the party today. I think that there's a question we're asking, even in our branding, saying, will Chinnaswamy be a fortress this season? I think it will.
So
And
what
Greg goes on to say-
counts as a fortress? 80% victories?
I would take like literally out of the 7 games you play there, if we win 5 out of them as well, there is fine. And the off 2, whatever, sure. Everyone can lose everywhere. Your Avnish, if possible to do, try to do of Kohli, RCB fans who interview with the native Indian cosplay. Yeah, for sure. I think I'll be going to the stadium. I think, I don't know, in the nick of time. If it's a close game, God bless me and my Wi-Fi and the digital stream. I'm going to watch it on
I thought for a moment you're going to say, God bless me and my wife. And I'm like,
Wi-Fi.
शादी कब किया तू?
Not Wi-Fi. But yeah, okay. Krunal into the attack because I can read Hindi over there.
Expected.
Cheeky. What, expected that I can read Hindi?
No, expected Krunal will bowl in the power play to the 2 righties.
Maybe both. I can't read Hindi and power play. Krunal. But yeah, I hate how Krunal kind of has had a history against Bangalore batters in the past, especially AB de Villiers. And I think Virat Kohli is, I want to see the matchups between Krunal and Kohli here. Because I think, if my memory serves me right, I just don't get a good feeling about this. I just don't. Oh, what a shot that is.
Oh,
But they've got mid-off slightly wider. The diving Ravi Bishnoi.
So it was a long off कहते हैं मेरे दोस्त.
Oh, sorry, long off, beg your pardon. But yeah, 19 for none, 2.2. What do you think is the average? Not what do you think is the average? What do you think is the best first inning score here?
Best?
Yes.
All-time best?
Depending on tonight.
What is a good score for today?
Yeah, maybe.
260?
I would say 230. 260 to be safe, yeah.
260 to be safe.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because, dude, KL Rahul against Bangalore, the record speaks for itself. And then they have that whole element of Gautam Gambhir not losing to Virat Kohli. That's another fascinating subplot.
If I'm being honest,
Chasing.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, RCB need around 210, 220 at least.
Yeah, minimum. No, I mean 260. I thought you were not joking.
नहीं, वो थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया, but ठीक है.
Quite ridiculous, honestly. I think at the end of the day, you look at it.
Talking about KL Rahul feasting on RCB, so there you have the stats.
And
oh my God, look at that average. He's averaged 144 against RCB in the past 3 years.
And it's one of our favorite words, right? Basra. How do you measure a good batsman in T20 cricket? You add his average, you add his strike rate, that's the Basra. And if you do the math, and if my math serves me right, it's 292. You're joking, Ken.
Wow,
take that off, please. It's going to make me cry.
Maths.
If you guys want to watch, check out more of that stat. Go check out our data digest on our app and Instagram and everywhere. I don't want to look at it personally because it just makes me afraid as a Bangalore fan. By the way, it's been a quiet over. There was a release shot coming, and I think that will be a boundary. We'll take it. We will take it. Yeah. And if you guys are wondering why you guys trying to enact a Ranji cricket match where you Vivek Rasdan and I'm Anmol Mazumdar, like, Hindi one ball, in the same sort of sentence, like, don't they do that?
Yeah, they do.
That's crazy. If Avnish wants to interview Virat, he should Mr. Nags. Originality.
He can be Mr. Heggs.
I've shared a vanity van with Virat, if you guys are really curious, because when we worked with Virat for his brand Wrong, when I was a PR boy, way back in 2014, this was pre-Australia series. Man, that was like the best 3 minutes. I was just asking, I was like, good luck defending, Peter Siddle and Ryan Harris and whoever he was facing in that tour. 2010 tour, I think. 2010 tour. But yeah, keep your comments coming through and subscribe if you're new. Tell a friend, share this video as much as possible. You're going to see me absolutely animated every RCB match day, if not every watch along, because I kind of wear my heart on my sleeve like this batter here, Virat Kohli, who drives and probably should get 4.
Short.
There's nothing better than Virat Kohli in his
This is not even an over-pitch ball. This is a shot.
That is just,
this is a shot of an emperor.
Yeah, quality. Short of an emperor. Akashwani commentary flashbacks. Yep. So will be trying to channelize his inner Hindi commentator. I think he comes out with some beauty nuggets generally when he's off cam, but now it's just told to him that he has to do this on cam as well, which I think he's so far doing well.
कौन बुलाएगा भाई? कौन बताएगा आपने?
Basta.
Producer साहब.
And Basa also optimistic about the years to come in the IPL. In maybe 3 to 4 years, he might have his Kathak franchise. Might be part of that as well. You never know. Good old Basa. But look, coming back to this game, I want Bangalore to get like 70 for none. I know that's me being greedy. 29 for no loss right now at Reeds, 3.2. By the way, if you guys are just wondering, right, if you're on traffic or, for example, going for a walk, you want the best, fastest live update scores, it's cricket.com. I'll tell you why. Because we're not even we don't have ads. So literally, in terms of speed, check it out. Check it out. It's a fact. You can really kind of compare to the rest, and then you'll let me know if I'm right in the comments. I'm not even joking. That's something to really take note of. I mean, I don't know why we shouldn't sell ourselves like that, but we should. Ambled away.
Oh my God.
That is just like makhan, bhai. Makhan. Honest to God, even the producer is smiling at me right now for that.
Bowler dhakkan, batter makhan.
Ridiculous. 33 for none, 3.3, all the threes going off. Yesterday, by the way, Shikhar Dhawan, how sad was it? 99 of 66.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was ironic in a way.
Yeah.
Because that last wicket stand ensured that they got to a total which was worth defending. And
it was just
Dhawan
so
played,
sad.
I mean, actually, Dhawan played the knock of the season.
For sure.
Although it came on a day when Rinku hit 5 sixes in an over. And no one is talking about Shikhar Dhawan.
Anyway, without 23 or 15 so far, and keeps looking for these little dodgy singles in the offside. Please do not, because we're anyway kind of having our heart rate hit the roof right now. So just take it easy.
Length ball पे back foot पे क्या खेला और ये अगला shot तो कुछ भी था यार. Just weight transfer. That's it.
I remember that IPL 2020 season, Avesh did get Kohli out, so I have that memory at the back of my mind. As an RCB fan, it's crazy. Like sometimes you're watching a game and you're just going through the motions and you're like, shit, you're already calculating and you're already like the fellow RCB fan who Akshay Kumar Swami is will come on in a bit. The first thing he told me when I came to office today, one second, just another dog ball. When he came to office today, guys, is like, hey, Avnish, I know we can win today, but you know, the fun fact is, or not such a fun fact, is that even if we win today, we'll still stay 7th, which is quite sad, right? I mean, if you look at it in the grander scheme of things, because our net run rate is already...
Calculator already.
I had to mute myself there if you guys didn't realize. But yeah, we're also going to see our good old friend Bishan Jeswant come into proceedings at some point in time for... I think this week we'll see him a couple of times later in the week as well when I deserve a well-deserved rest. I think sometimes I'm just like, how the hell have I just been going on?
आवेश भी सोच रहा होगा यार पिछले मैच में मुझे नहीं खिलाया आज कहाँ खिला लिया कहाँ भंग गया मैं.
It's crazy. Okay, good end to the over for LSG because even though Virat got 2 boundaries, 33 for none, 4 overs.
Can we actually say that Avesh's situation right now is like Razia Gunda mein phas gayi?
Please tell the people the reference.
I mean, most people will know it. Not everyone is as elite as you are.
I mean, actually, we're underestimating the IQ of our
I'm pretty sure a lot of people watching will know what is Razia Gunda mein phas gayi.
Yeah,
our Earth is best. This is the slowest partnership RCB so far, but RCB won't mind at all.
In terms of
4 overs 33. Yeah, even against Kolkata, they got off to a flyer.
4 overs 42 for none. I think in the other game.
That's it.
Mumbai game
mein to why Faf du Plessis himself scored 47 in the power play. It pretty much ended the game in power play.
Oh, I love how he spanked Mumbai that night. I didn't know I have Mumbai in my top 4. So Mumbai, Indian fans, I'm still back you to make the top 4. Krunal continuing. Interesting move this because Krunal wants to literally throw it through. It was not sad, honestly, that 99 knock was bigger than a lot of hundreds. Absolute champion player.
Yeah.
Indeed. Sad in the sense that he didn't get 100. That's what I meant, I think, when I said that. Of course. Because he went for the cheeky reverse sweeps as well. And I know it's a new ball, but did you see a slight little bit of turnover there from Krunal Pandya? Because normally you don't associate Krunal Pandya the tweaker more than the Pattar Peker, is what Hardik calls him. 34 for none, 4.2. I just feel like there's a release shot coming here, guys. And Virat Kohli facing off to Krunal Pandya. Please don't do something stupid, Virat. Please. Oh, do that instead, baby. Woo! In the RCB dugout for 6. Don't we love that? Just a little bit of sprinklage of King Kohli. Dude. Wow, brilliant. I mean, Ajay Devgan take that. I mean, Krunal Pandya. I like making that Krunal Pandya Ajay Devgan memes because, like, essentially Golmaal 3 vibes and then Pan advertisements. Not Pan advertisements. Saffron advertisements.
This is the one saffron.
Yeah, saffron advertisements. And we can actually hear the Chinnaswamy from here. Remember the last time we did the RCB? We got a ball. I don't know. It just smashed through our CDC studio windows and entered our studios. It was quite crazy. So Kohli's got that release shot going. Now just a single boy or a drop ball. No problem. Just no problem.
But what a shot. I mean, just stand and deliver.
Which shot do you like?
अलग ही mood में चल रहा है यार ये.
Which shot of Kohli do you like the most? Cover drive, flick, or the pull?
You asked me that in the last game as well, and of course, cover drive.
100%?
Yep.
I think the shot that he plays, the faster ball as a flick as well, is just quite great. It's mad. It's mad. What a shot by Wiki, absolute champion player. This man as well. Like, I know Dhawan as well stood up last night. I want some of the oldies to just, like, of course.
Talking about oldies, we have observed that the uncapped players have so far have had a better season than the capped players, and we've just put out an article like an hour ago, wherein we have sort of highlighted the trends of the first week. So do check that out.
Yeah, that's a good read. We'll probably get a screenshot of that at some point in time to just plug it in further, and it tells you about Venkatesh Iyer and his 40 ball 83. And another fun fact of all the KKR batsmen in the history of IPL have got 80 plus scores, none have come quicker than Venkatesh Iyer. So things like that which might fascinate you, cricket geeks, nerds and geeks. This is a slow start will hurt RCB. Calm down, Chad. There's still another 35 overs in this match. I know, like, the beautiful evidence of hindsight later could help us, but let's not, of course, count our chickens before they hatch. Let's just take it easy. RCB will do well in pace-friendly pitches. How they'll handle Chepauk, Lucknow will be. I don't think we play Chennai and Chepauk. We don't play Chennai. We play them once in Chinnaswamy. And I think, yeah, the Ekana Stadium will be something to consider for sure. So let's see how that goes. Indeed.
They need at least 18 of this over.
Yeah. At least.
Faf has to kind of move on now.
Yeah.
So, but it's Mark Wood.
It's Mark Wood. And
on the pads,
they have two men on the leg side.
Deep fine and square leg.
Yeah. Deep fine and deep square, actually. I think everyone's up on the offside, so let's see how they go about it.
Length ball.
When they lose badly, so needs to win big to compensate their big losses. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the problem, right? I don't mind Bangalore losing games, but it's about how we lose and the amount of margins we lose by. That's the real fundamental problem. We'll take that stat, but before that, Wood versus Kohli will be a really interesting battle. Kohli has a strike rate of 92 against Pacers when bowled in the back of the length area of the pitch. However, against all the other lengths, he strikes about 140. So that's something to really take into consideration, especially in the power play. 5 balls remaining. Wood to Kohli. Nervous here. Oh, he's pumped him down the ground. 1 bounce 4. Why am I nervous when Kohli's looking pretty good?
Oh my God, look at his numbers against Mark Wood.
Yeah, spot on in terms of the producer's job. Battle to look forward to, Virat Kohli versus Mark Wood. And as the numbers suggest, do not even worry if you're a Virat Kohli fan tonight. Flan fan. And also let us know in the comments, will Chinnaswamy be the RCB fortress this year? Because it's very rarely been, to be fair. But something's giving us a vibe that it could. And so far, so good. I mean, I know the 50 hasn't come up, and I know we're already in the 5th over, but they're looking to cash in here. So Virat has got a boundary. Let's see what Wood has in response.
Bouncer.
Oh, my that is brilliant. Oh, and his reaction as well. This is why we love Virat Kohli in those reactions, right? Because he's not just managed to pull the fastest bowler in IPL right now for 6 nonchalantly over mid-wicket, but also that reaction, which is like, which is just mad.
Like,
Youngistan, this is the youth, this is the exuberance of youth. This is why people love him. Honestly, why people like me literally still love RCB. Because even though we don't win games, it's moments like these, bro. And I like the sport that it is, right? Cricket gives us a lot of great moments, like Rinku Singh yesterday, take a bow. Like, I've never seen Som that animated, but those moments get the best out of people. I.e.
What
Soam.
a shot.
What a shot
Oh,
that is.
look at
What a shot that is, Soam. Oof.
Oh, quick single.
And now he's played it well. So, Fafi, please take on the mantle. 2 balls remaining. Do what Soam said, which is make it a big over and make it
They need
60.
just 4 more to make it 18 run over.
Yeah. No, they need 6 more, I think. Or was it? How much was it?
They need 6 more.
They need 6 more. So, what a shot this is.
Yeah, man, a balance perfect.
Yeah. I mean, Virat Kohli, since that 122 that he got against Afghanistan, he's been in a different form in T20s, let alone all formats. But look, let's not jinx it. 41 of 24 so far. Duplessis has been actually role reversal tonight, funnily enough. 10 balls for his 11. And 2 balls remaining, more importantly, in this power play. So what's your prediction? 2 balls. How much can they get? I think 62 for no loss. 2 boundaries.
I would say 59 for no loss.
59. So a boundary in a single or a single in a boundary. Wood to Duplessis. A single it is.
And boundary the next one.
And nearly overthrows as well, but Kyle Mayers does well to back up. So 55 for none, 5.5. There's something about scorecards happening here. I think RCB were 33 for none after 3.3, 55 for none after 5.5. As long as they get to 220 plus, that's all that matters.
But by that logic, they should be 200.
See, I wouldn't mind 200, even 25, if, say, Siraj and Harshal actually found their feet already.
By that logic, they should be 220. Yeah, you're right.
But like,
220 would work. Yeah.
It's damn worrying, yeah. It's damn worrying. From a Bangalore perspective, their bowlers just have not really stepped up. And that's not been the case in the last 2 years. Actually, Bangalore's bowlers have been pretty decent.
Kohli and... guided away. Will it be 4? No.
Just
will be cut off. Will be 2.
Will he take on the fielder? He won't.
It will be 1. Small boundaries.
Okay, so anyway, 56 for none, 6 overs gone. Not the over that we expected to, but nonetheless.
But Lucknow definitely won the timeout.
Yeah, and Gambhir will probably come on and be like, what are you guys doing? So lots to consider. We'll also make a quick substitution in terms of the CDC mixer right now and the Watchalong. And Somesh will probably depart for a cup of tea, maybe more. I think he's already had his pesto fish, but please, for the love of God, I haven't said this, Saurabh. I'm a huge RCB fan, so please. How's Mumbai going? How's Mumbai? Can you look outside the window? Are they burning buses? I'm sick and tired of this whole promotion. All these stadium fans are clapping.
Oof, what a ball.
And they dropped it. So they've taken it over.
Siraj is like, तेरे पास keeping gloves है, मेरे पास मेरा खुद का हाथ है. Oh, Chira. Oh, this is literally peak Siraj.
Oh, God.
Strategic drop.
God, Yeah, cool socks on for everyone today. As you can see in that little space over there, it's look at that. Yeah, he's got the red, and that's all that matters. Because, of course, Bishan, good to see you. And it was a Bangalore match day traffic, which, of course, delayed Bish to the studio. So far, I think you've been catching in the digital streams and, of course, running to our office here. What have you made of the first 6 overs? 56 for none. More importantly, Kohli is just showing us why Kohli is Kohli.
Yeah, I almost didn't pick Kohli in my fantasy team today.
Blasphemy.
I'm glad I eventually did and made him vice captain. So,
okay,
good start for Kohli, good start for me. And a great start for Bangalore. That could have easily been a wicket first up with that 6 that Kohli hit. And after that, he seemed to get his confidence going and he scored a few runs. Great shots.
Yeah.
Seems to be really, really good touch.
Shot of the tournament so far?
The flick over mid wicket?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, just whippage and the reaction to match it. But yeah, keep your comments coming through. Of course, we'll give you all the stats which matter. And of course, take your comments as ever. But right now, I'm just nervous because I was telling Somesh this. How much is good enough for this LSG team? Because invariably, right, all the focus will be on KL Rahul around 9:40. No one will be moving in Bangalore. The city will be kind of silent because every time Bangalore play a KL Rahul team in the IPL, everyone has their heart in their mouth.
I don't know if anybody cares, but KL Rahul was my captain.
Oh my God, Vish, not today, man, not today. You're having a laugh.
And how much is good enough? There is no doubt they need 200 plus.
Yeah.
And based on how it's going, they could get there.
Correct.
And didn't LSG almost chase down 200 plus against Chennai?
Yep.
So there's no saying that will be good enough. But I think on this ground, considering how flat the wicket is, it doesn't look like it's going to a bit dry, but doesn't look like it'll really spin or seam at all.
Yeah.
And with the small boundaries, if you don't get 200 plus, and considering RCB's kind of thin bowling attack,
it is.
It's
thin and out of form.
Yeah,
Now, I mean, I'm looking at these strategic timeouts and they're showing the highlights of it. It's pretty much the whole team. It's like literally RCB's whole team was there and LSG's whole team was there. So there was, of course, something to really talk about from both teams' perspective. Now, from an RCB perspective, here's a stat which I will enlighten your day. I hope to enlighten your day, I should say, because RCB has taken on LSG twice so far because they played them twice last year. Once in the knockouts, once in the league phase. Both those games, RCB batted first. That's why I'm more worried the fact that KL Rahul, knowing that it's his hometown, knowing that he has, the exact run rate to get, he'll pace himself and it just could amble through for an LSG chase. But if RCB outbat LSG, it could be a different story.
Yeah, no, see, but KL can't play the way KL wants if you're chasing 215, right? So RCB have to make sure that the score is in the range of 210, 215, so that KL is forced to play a little bit outside of his comfort zone in the first 6 overs.
Correct.
And that's the only way that RCB get early wickets as well. Because if you let KL and Kyle Mayers in the form that he's in settle in, then a 180 kind of score is going to get chased possibly in 17 overs, right? Especially with the weak RCB bowling attack. So
that's worrying. I mean, the way you just say it is also so like, nonchalantly it's going to just happen. But 58 for none, 6.3, you can take solace out of this start, especially Virat's looking as well. Now, it's a short ball. Oh my God, he's absolutely livid with himself for not dispatching away that for the shorter boundary as well. Keep those comments coming through. Sorry, me and Bishop were just talking about random things right now just to get him started. But those comments will be most appreciated whenever you guys can keep dishing them out. We'll keep taking them. What's your prediction today in terms of Virat's score? Because I'm thinking it could be 50 plus.
50 plus is great, but we keep coming back to my fantasy team. It's important to me.
Oh, yeah. Same. Right, fair. So let's have a fantasy cricket chat for the next 2-3 minutes. I'll tell you my picks and who my captain and vice captain is. My captain is Virat and my vice captain is Faf.
Yeah, I kind of hate doing that.
I know.
Because you know that it's likely one of them will go early. It hasn't happened today. But
and that strategy is normally like feast or famine. Either you're really milking it or you're just like, what's the point of even playing tonight?
So I don't have Faf in my team today because I'm playing the season-long fantasy, unlike the daily fantasy, right? So I can't have 6 guys from one match.
Cool. So you have KL?
I have KL, I have Kyle Mayers, I have Virat, and I have my Paul Longroad.
Okay.
Those are my 4 players today, and KL is my captain, Virat my vice captain. So
interesting. Kyle Mayers, because he's the first time he's not bowled the opening over for Lucknow today in this competition. They went in with Unatkar.
I was hoping for that actually with the Kyle Mayers pick.
Correct.
But in fantasy with players like Virat, even if you have them as vice captain, there'll be a bunch of people who have them as captain, and then you almost want them to fail.
Yeah.
Even though you have them as vice captain because of the.
So that's my thinking with KL Rahul tonight. Right? I didn't pick him because sometimes, right? And tell me if I'm wrong, guys, in the comments. When you're picking a fantasy cricket team, especially if you're an ardent fan like me, like I am with RCB tonight, I picked 7 RCB players and 4 LSG players. And those 4 LSG players aren't the ones that I want to do well. Like if KL gets a big score, I know I'm conflicting myself in reality compared to my fantasy thinking, right? That's where I'm just like, no. Or you can approach it in a way, be like, you know what, KL's anyway getting you the points, so pick him, and it's a win-win situation for you.
Avnish, fantasy is a brutal game.
It's a brutal game.
There's no place for emotion in fantasy sport.
There's no place for emotion, but there is a place to make your ideal fantasy 11 in terms of the Fantasy Research Center out there. I just simply had to plug that in and check out our fantasy preview in terms of the Delhi-Mumbai picks, which is also key for sure. Sorry, go on, Bish.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that in fantasy sport, there is no place for emotion because. But you know what? In the daily fantasy game, unlike what I'm playing, in the daily fantasy game, there is a chance to win even with a couple of lucky picks.
Correct.
Right. So you can take some chances in the daily fantasy because a couple of picks go your way, and so you could have a day when your team wins and your fantasy team wins, and that's a win-win.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what you're hoping for today. That's what you've gone with.
But those are rare days in the office. Honestly, rare days. I remember it was one evening in IPL 2021 where everything went to plan legit for me. But there was still one guy who managed to captain some Ajinkya Rahane and someone else, and they pipped me. And I was just like, wow, I can't believe these guys got it right. So sometimes fantasy bites you in the backside, but look, cricket.com is a space to be. Speaking of stats in cricket.com, we love giving you so many. Right now, the most runs scored by Virat Kohli in the first 6 overs of an innings is tonight. Surprise, surprise, 42 not out against LHC in 2023, 36 not out versus DC in 2018, and 36 not out versus RR in 2018. Now, this is, of course, excluding DLS matches. We do have some star power to bring on to you in this watch along. I'm talking about a man who hasn't been part of the last 3 watch alongs, my memory serves me right, maybe 4. Talking about the fantasy cricket expert. Given the fact that we were talking about fantasy cricket right now, it is time to say hello to Nikhil Popa, Crick Crazy Nicks, and other names. Nicks, how are we? And are you a Bangalore fan tonight or a Lucknow fan? Please say the former.
I'm a cricket fan, as I always was, and as my name says, Crick Crazy Nicks. Thank you.
Okay, fine, fair enough. So look, me and Bish were just discussing our captains and vice captain selections. He's gone for Kate as a captain. I've gone for Virat and Faf. I don't know if that's a possible route, but tell me and tell the viewers who you've gone with, please.
KL Rahul and Mark Wood. Very obvious options there. Very, very tempted with Virat, but I felt there were quite a few matchups and Ave's top edge could have easily gone anywhere. So again, I'm someone who sometimes likes to back data, and it's okay. Everybody has Virat. Most of them having captain, vice captain, so it's not going to. I'm not going to lose out on much. We have a few differential players. If they click, I'm all cool as well.
Yeah, the biggest Virat matchup was going on right now. Like Nick mentioned, the Avish matchup earlier, sure. But this phase of play with the 2 bowlers taking the ball away from him, Krunal as well as Bishnoi, this is a phase that they have to really see out without big damage.
Correct.
So I really want Virat to play a little bit deeper into the innings from RCB's perspective. Little bit not caring about my fantasy team anymore. Let's stick to RCB. But this phase of play, like this period of 4 overs, I think is very important for RCB to, not lose wickets and also score at maybe 7 runs.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how they've kind of had their innings progress so far, right? The first 4 overs was 34, and now we're in the 8th over and 68. So they're literally kind of going symmetrically. I think the whole chat at that strategic timeout, and generally even preceding this game, after that Kolkata wake-up call, reality check, aberration, call it what you want, was just the fact that Kohli, Faf, you bat 7-8 overs. Try to get that under your belt. The next 12 overs, whatever, you rely on the so-called weakness of the RCB batting lineup. Because apart from Virat and Faf and Maxi to a certain extent, everyone doesn't have conviction in this batting lineup. Me as a fan as well, sometimes I question it. I look at Anuj Rawat, what is he doing at 7? Can we optimize him better? I mean, it's a word that Nix often uses, usage, right? Nix, if you were Mike Hesson, right, and I'd like to really kind of pick your mind about this, how to get the best about this RCB batting lineup, because we know Faf and Virat going to be opening. Essentially, how do you want to kind of bring in the youngsters and throw in Maxwell, DK, and stuff like that? So talk to me about your batting lineup, please.
Yeah, sure. While hoping Virat gets to 50 because there is a wicket coming soon, it feels. But yeah, not jinxing that. Hopefully, he gets his 50 first. Yes, usage I feel is something that RCB have always struggled with. They tried backing Anuj up top, did not work out, which is why they pushed him out of the side. Again, Rajat Patidar, what he did, I felt Suresh Prabhu Desai could do it. Now again, they've seen something that they want to back Anuj Rawat, which is fine and fair, but I feel again, as you said, wasted down the order. And see, I am someone who doesn't always believe that your best batters need to bat a lot of balls. Your best batter has to bat in the best possible phase for him. So that is how I look at it. Faf opens, Virat opens, because that's the only place that they can play. So they will definitely open there. And it is what it is. You'll have to do with Suresh Prabhu Desai, Mahipal Lomro, Glenn Maxwell. It makes it again the core RCB problem that again it's top heavy. So I actually thought they could go very left field and open with Anuj Rawat again if they want to, because otherwise you're always still relying heavily on these two to bat 10-11 overs every game. So it's a very fundamental problem that you've built the system such a way that there is no other option. And today they've dropped they've dropped Bracewell, who I felt was a very good pick to have at 3 and bowl overs for Wayne Parnell. In Chinnaswamy bowling second. I don't know. Maybe there will be something to it, which I'm sure. But with regards to batting, I don't think they have any other option. They don't have anybody else who they can try at 3, 4, 5 to hold that innings together. So it's either going to be boom or bust, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, that's what worries me as an RCB fan, and he's made some good points there. Would you like to add on to that? Because, oh, by the way, sorry, we'll just get to Virat's 50, another 50. I think this is 51st 50 plus score in the IPL, which is quite ridiculous. Yeah, 51 scores of 50 plus. Brilliant from Virat Kohli. Hope he continues and makes it a big one. Just coming back to the chat of Bangalore right now and how to get the best of the resources. I know Hasaranga comes back, potentially Hazelwood comes back. Maybe it's just a surprise pick for our partner tonight, right? But going back to the batting problems first, we're all kind of accepting in this room and maybe even the comments let us know that Virat and Faf will open and they'll open all the 14 games. But then what happens in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
See, in all this chat, we haven't mentioned DK.
Yeah.
Right. And sure, he hasn't looked like he's in the greatest of form, and maybe he's moving on to his second career already. But the fact is, there's still some ability left there, right? And not so long ago, we were talking about DK as his second coming. The way he was batting, he got picked for the Indian T20 team as well. So let's not discount him. He hasn't started off as well as you want him to, but
I agree. But the fascinating subplot there is that last year DK, people were saying, did well because he had something to play for, which was to get into the World Cup side.
Yeah.
But this time around, will he just purely be driven by the fact that, RCB haven't won a title and he's one of the leaders in the pack? So can he really step up and deliver, right?
See, you would hope so. And I don't think that players will suddenly lose motivation because maybe the India call-up is not so close, right? Because you still play for pride, right? This is DK, someone who's been in the circuit for so long. You don't want to fade away with a whimper. That's and DK is also the kind of guy who he's played for Tamil Nadu in the Ranji Trophy circuit for years, and knowing that there is almost no chance for an India call-up, but his heart and soul has been in it, and you've seen the guy perform even when no one is watching. So I don't think DK is the kind of guy for whom we should have doubts about his commitment to the team. So I have strong hopes for DK in this IPL for him to come good, right? And with Maxi and DK as part of the 3-4-5, there's only one real missing link, and for today that's Mahipal Lomrod.
Oh, 1 second. Kohli's gone big, and Kohli's gone maximum for 6. That's quite brilliant. That is quite brilliant. Apologies because we were throwing some stats out there, but all of this kind of really stopped when Virat Kohli bats, because at the end of the day, all these chats can be had, but once the king is in this groove and he's seemingly in the groove tonight, it's something to really talk about. Just to finish up this RCB chat before we go into all the specifics of other things, we take a look at essentially, they're saying poetry in motion, but how to you said DK in the 3-4-5. I beg to differ, Bish, because
no, I'm saying there's only one real weak link left.
Okay,
but yeah,
fair. Because I think they have to throw in the youngsters at some point. I generally feel like I agree with Nix. Once they lost Rajat Patidar, they should have given that entire role and responsibility to Suyash Prabhadesai, saying just go and replicate Rajat, what he did for us. Don't worry, we'll give you a long rope. But now they want to match it with left-handers. Mahipal Lomrod is also a good player, but hopefully they get a long rope. I don't want, again, RCB to do the cardinal sin that they do every year, is that give a youngster 2 games, doesn't work for him, throw him out, then never play him again. I don't want them to do that. So, look, hopefully it's not the case, and hopefully the case is something to smile about from an RCB perspective tonight. Speaking about smiles, we'll be there at Chinnaswamy Stadium right after to capture all your smiles and all of that, if you guys are watching this from Bangalore. If not, do not worry, because there's plenty of content. Now, this is seemingly the big over that they want to target. Krunal's last over, there's already got a 6 and Faf has got a 4. What are they looking at next? Because Somesh jokingly said 230, but in reality, I'm actually looking at it. 220, 225 is actually good, right?
Yeah, but then RCB's bowling isn't that always been it doesn't have the teeth that you usually want it to. And again, it's just saying it.
If they don't, even if they can't defend 230, then they should just give up, guys. What is
the thing is, firstly, they'll have to bat 3 overs of Mark Wood to get there, because they've seemingly kept him for that role in the last 10. Bishnoi will bowl 2. So that is 5 overs of proper bank. Even if you get 50 from there, you still need to go 70, 80 of the other. So that is where I feel they will be challenged. And I think Faf hasn't taken off at all. This is probably his second 4 that he hit. So they will need to start moving on, because Lucknow also bat very deep. And
Yeah.
this is a venue where, once you start leaking runs, it's very hard to stop the batting side. So they will obviously aim for 220 first, and then you take it whatever you comes as a cushion, because the key bowlers for Bangalore, they haven't been in the best of the form. Siraj has been good as always in patches, but Harshal has gone for a few, and the rest as well. It's Akashdeep has done well in patches, so they will need that cushion to come back. And yeah, I mean, for now, very keen to see how Rahul loses Mark Wood, because I feel it's very weird to have just one over of your strike ball in the first 10. You are setting up the entire game for the last five, which any which ways are going to travel. So unless Mark Wood can come on here and take 3 wickets, take Kohli, Maxwell, and Virat. Now he can do that earlier as well, right? So again,
Yeah.
that is very something usage again. Kunal Pandya has bowled out, which is different teams are working differently now. Harry Brook
Yes.
opened yesterday. His third time only in his career. No clue.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's food for thought, those points, because look, those 5 overs, like you mentioned, Woods anyway going to probably bowl in the end. And Bishnoi is bowling his one out of those 5 overs that Nick's was talking about right now to Virat. 87 for none after 10. And RCB, like I keep saying, have to get about 200 plus. I think they need also like a Vijay Shankar sort of knock that he played against KKR, that's 63 of 24. One of those bursts from Maxwell or the batters to come, right? Because essentially, even if these two take you to like what, 140 after 15 overs.
Yeah, the point now is you have Lomro slotted to come in at 3, I
Yeah.
think. But in this stage of the game, when RCB's got off to a really
Yeah,
good
I think now it doesn't
Yeah.
make sense because
Yeah.
now Maxwell.
Correct. Now Maxwell and DK have to come.
Yeah.
Which the problem there again is now if they lose 2 more wickets there, then you are forced to it will happen. Lomror and Anuj Rawat batting at the end in the last 5 overs. And at the stage of the game where they won't be able to capitalize in the way that you may have expected DK or Maxwell to do.
Correct.
So while there's a decision to be made on whether whether Maipal Lomror should come in now, I don't think it's the answer is an easy no. My answer is no. Clearly, your answer is no as well. But it could create problems at the end, which could mean that RCB finished below 200. As
No,
well.
that's not happening. That's not happening. Even though Bish says that confidently, that's not happening. Because at the end of the day, I like the promotion of Maxwell. It makes sense right now because look, it's the 10th over mark already, and I'm guessing these two will still take their time out there. Virat 59 of 40, Faf 30 of 23, but they need to really go for it. And I don't think Mark Wood, even though Mark Wood's being held back by KL, Nick makes a good point. But on this ground, sometimes when the batters are anyway going to go for it, more pace of the ball is going to carry, right? So I think Mark Wood could be expensive, even though I might be completely wrong.
No, so more pace on the ball is easier, but I think we have to recognize that what you're talking about is the move up from 130 to 140. When you're touching 150, then there is always the advantage of pace, I think, right? At least that's my view.
And plus, obviously, I'm not discounting Mark Wood's skill to like just bowl Yorkers because ultimately he's just one of those great pacers in T20 right now. So I can't rule out Wood, but where are they going to target? Who are they going to target? Because I know they have like literally 9 bowlers. The only people who can't bowl is like KL and Puran. So they can eke it over here and there. They can throw it Mayors. That's not a problem. But RCB just need to target a certain period of play, or they just make up their mind saying bat 15 overs, Faf and Virat, and then the last 5 overs just go boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the way RCB's batting is set up, I don't think they can afford to go very hard in the 10 to 15 over period.
Fair.
Because that leaves them vulnerable at the end.
Correct.
And that's the period of the game when the bowlers are under pressure, when the batsmen have the upper hand. You want to be able to use the upper hand over there and not have batsmen who are new or you've lost too many wickets. So, see, the players they have are the players they have. You have to make the most of it at this point.
Yeah.
And I think the 11 to 15 overs period, RCB have to be a little conservative. And in T20, conservative means 7 to 8 runs and over, right?
That is true.
Yeah, that's I think what their strategy has to be so that they can really go at the end without being stuck with Lomror and Anuj Rawat right at the end.
Yeah, fascinating. I mean, just talk about those numbers as well, which was just featured on the CDC Watchalong. Apologies for not reading out the stats, but you must have read it already. Virat Kohli, joint most 50 plus scores, 24 with Alex Hales at Trent Bridge, second most runs in terms of the stats at the Chinnaswamy. Now, interesting. Amit Mishra has been thrown the ball. Next, what's going to happen here? It's either going to be a wicket or it's going to be absolute carnage. What's your gut feel?
2 boundaries or a wicket. Let's go. Let's start the prediction table with that because there have been issues. We saw in the KKR game as well. So they will look to take Amit Mishra on, and that could result in wickets or boundaries, whichever way they hit it. That's the first one. And that's fallen in no man's land.
He got him out. Don't say wicket, yeah. Please, not this innings. Next innings, how many ever times you want to say wicket? No, I'll echo those thoughts.
Yeah, but you see, now, suddenly the lineup for Lucknow feels much more stronger.
Yeah.
Because they get these 2 out, then there is a line of domestic batters or batters who haven't had the great run. They will be up against Mark Wood, Ravi Bishnoi, Amit Mishra. What that does is those are 2 toughest kind of matchups to counter when you're starting your innings, leg spin and raw pace. So this innings could easily derail down to 160, 170, or if one of these 2 bat deep, then they could still get 200, 220. So this faced, as he said, Bishan right, he said, they have to be conservative by force and not by nature here, because that is the way the lineup is shaped up.
There's something going to give here. I'm getting a gut feel, Bish. I don't know about you, but Kohli's on strike.
Yeah, could get out.
Oh, is he held out? He's held out, Amit Mishra. And Nix was spot on. And Amit Mishra, I mean, who says age, of course, is anything in any sport? Because if you're just playing, you're always in the game. And Amit Mishra has just got rid of the great man.
That was a terrible ball, Avnish.
It should have entered the CDC headquarters, to be fair.
His age showed in that ball.
Yeah.
He dragged it down, but Virat got too excited there. And
his
but
eyes
rightly
lit
so.
up.
I mean, he had to go for it. It was a terrible, terrible ball, and he had to play the shot, just execute it badly.
Oh, Gambhir held back. Gambhir held back his curses. And he knows it. Virat's gone for a 61, a 44. I don't know. In the grandest scheme of things, I can imagine fans on Twitter pointing out saying match losing 61 and all of that. But look, let's, of course, not get ahead of ourselves. 95 for 1. Now it begs the question, Maxwell, or do you throw someone in like Shahbaz Ahmed who can just come in and talk the ball? Keep Maxi there.
Next one to go.
Next go.
Maxwell has terrible numbers against Amit Mishra. Continue.
Oh, do not say it. Just the things I do not want to hear as an RCB fan. But anyway, I'm going to be subbed out in another 3 balls. So you guys can take all the RCB jokes as much as possible. I think there'll be Akshay Kumar Swamy or Som, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, do, of course, subscribe if you're new. And it is Maxi. It is Maxi. Unbelievable. And Nix has just rightly mentioned, and Greg, if I may add, going on to say Maxwell is the biggest flop in all IPL teams. It'll be surprising if he gets going. Maxi, ooh, come on. Maxi and DK have had horrible records, beg your pardon, against Mishra. He can be more dangerous than Wood. No.
I'm very happy with the call, if you ask me. Because we can sit on the outside looking in and say that you don't want to have certain players batting at the death, etc. But being RCB, you can't afford to be defensive, right? They have to think.
Oh, he's looped it up. Oh my God, he might get a wicket here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy hell. It was literally dangling the carrot, Bish.
Avnish, he wasn't dangling a carrot.
What is this?
It was...
Whatever it was, maybe it was just an Australian beer that he was just hanging at a rope for Maxwell to drink. And
He
oh
was
my
just an
God.
old man bowling
And
back.
Gambhir knows it. Gambhir knows it. And this is brilliant from Mishra. He's bowling it so slow. I mean, he's 40, all right, but talk about just being street smart. The wealth of experience is coming to the fore. Because even what I've seen so far with Bishnoi, Krunal, and now Mishra on this pitch, there's a little bit of resistance to the spinners,
Yeah, no, when the pitch report happened as well, you could see that the pitch is slightly dry.
Correct.
Right? And so there was always a chance. Faf mentioned it at the toss as well. So there's always a chance it would turn slightly. But there was also a nice covering of grass on the pitch, which made it seem like maybe there's going to be no seam or spin.
Yeah.
Right? And it's going to be a nice flat track. And it is a nice flat track, let's be honest. It's a little bit dry maybe, turning a little bit. And apparently at Bangalore, there's been no dew in the last game that was played as well. So Bangalore spinners could still come into the picture here. It could still, if it remains dry, I mean, it is dry. and the dew doesn't come in, Bangalore could make the most of this.
But look at their spinners. They're not like really threatening, right? Bangalore spinners. They don't have Hasaranga obviously tonight. They have Shabazz and they have Karan Sharma, who's probably going to be the impact sub.
Siraj is in the 11 or on the bench?
Siraj is in the 11.
Okay, so then he doesn't have to be the impact. Yeah.
Afaf said that he wanted to see attack, which is why I said it was very surprising to see that they played. Again, I think they've just gone way too heavy on wanting to get KL out to left arm seam.
Correct.
I don't see any other stronger reason for them to back two left arm pacers in their 11 who potentially again only bowl very well in the power play. So they could possibly bowl 6 overs of left arm seam in the power play. And I just hope for RCB's sake, Mayes doesn't take off. Because if he takes off, then KL doesn't even have to face left arm seam.
I know what you mean. Look, Mark Wood back into the attack against Maxwell and Faf. 99 for 112.1. We'll make a quick substitution like I was indicating before. Bishop will stay on. Nix will stay on. I will kind of have a super sub impact. A fellow RCB fan for RCB fans. So we'll just be back in 10 seconds after this small little sting. Much more. Stay tuned. Please, for the love of God. I said this, Saurabh. I'm a huge RCB fan. So, please. How's Mumbai going? How's Mumbai? Can you look outside the window? Are they burning buses? Sick and tired of this whole promotion, all these stadium fans are clapping.
Oof, what a ball.
And they dropped it. No, they've taken it over.
Siraj is like, तेरे पास keeping gloves है, मेरे पास मेरा खुद का हाथ है. Oh, Chira, oh, this is literally peak Siraj.
Oh, God.
Strategic drop.
God,
I'm guessing we're back on. Hey guys, so yeah, I was just talking to Vishen about what he thinks RCB will be getting now. So yeah, what do you think?
So the score I said earlier was roughly in the 210 to 200, 210 range. With Kohli gone and that little phase of play we were discussing earlier, with the ball going away from the right-hand batsman, Bishnoi as well as Krunal, that did slow them down because like the stats showed earlier, Virat scored the most runs in the power play, but eventually finished on 61 or 44, which is not ridiculous, right? So that phase of 4 overs has slowed them down, and the projected target now, I would say, RCB should be happy to get 200 because that's not a given anymore either. They have 100 runs to score in 8 overs, 3 of them coming from Mark Wood, 2 of them coming from, 1 of them coming from Bishnoi. That's 4. So it's not going to be an easy stretch of 8 overs, especially if they lose 1 more wicket and you leave the heavy lifting down to Lomror and Anuj Rawat. I know I've made them look bad a couple of times by saying their names in that vein, and I mean no disrespect. It's just that that's not the stage of the game when they're expected to go,
I agree with you there, and I mean, apart from Bishnoi, even Mishra's got another 3 overs in case if that's necessary. The way I'm looking at it is if Du Plessis, gets to face most of the pace overs, whatever that's going to come at him now, which is Mark Wood and Avesh Khan and even maybe Jaydev Unadkat, I really feel we have a good chance of scoring 200 plus. Again, but it all comes down to how they rotate the strike, wherein Du Plessis faces most of the pace and Maxwell faces most of the spin. I really hope that happens and that clicks. And even now, I was actually expecting Lomror to come in instead of Maxwell. But yeah, let's see how Maxwell goes. What do you think, Nix? Where do you stand with respect to RCB right now?
Yeah, we discussed this just a while back, and again, great question from Pranav as well, that if they decided they're going to attack Mishra, they should have sent Lomror Willie now. See, the simple point is again, it's a way of usage. The team model will not agree sitting next to you there because it's already said that he was happy with Maxwell. I feel what Maxwell can do now, he will do in the endovers as well. But the only way to use Lomror and everybody else to follow is to use them to hit specific matchups. Take the case of how Shivam Dube was used by Chennai. You can I think that's wides and 4.
Yeah, 5 wides.
Yeah, so good bonus for Bangalore there. 1 for 9.5. That was quick. So yeah, coming back to Lomror, that's the best way to use them.
Yeah.
Go how Shivam Dube was used. Take your 5, 6, 4, 5 balls, but then just go for 6 every ball, because only then you are able to capitalize and be part of the system and justify your place. Now, if Lomror comes out to face just 10, 15 balls, how much are you going to expect him to do? But the same 10, 15 balls, when faced by Maxwell, could get you a 35, 40 because he is an international and you expect him to do the tougher role. So I think it eventually comes down to the same thing. most franchises give the toughest roles to young Indians and then they expect them to come off. I don't think it will come off. Sorry.
I completely agree with you on that, and I stand corrected. It's not 5 eyes; it's 4 leg buys. And also on the Maxwell part, what I'm also scared of is the fact that I don't think Lomror and the likes of Rawat can handle Mark Wood at his 145, 150 pace. So even if they like, I don't understand why would they back someone like that over. I mean, to get over the likes of Wood. So yeah,
See, I think I feel it's even more important to send Lomror and them now because you have Faf to handle Wood. But how are Amit Mishra could get both Faf and Maxwell in 1 over, and that could just kill the game for you. So instead, if you lose a Willie trying to do that, even if you lose a Mahipal Lomror or anybody else trying to do that, it's fine. As here, if RCB lose Maxwell and Faf, they are not looking beyond 170, 180 unless Rinku Singh comes on and bats for them. So I feel that's why, again, what I feel is teams are preparing for the ideal scenario, but it doesn't always work out that way.
True. And it again boils down to, utilizing your resources. We've spoken about this like way too many times. There's no point of RCB having, like people talk about how RCB has great depth. They have like 9 batters, 10 batters. If you don't use them properly, you can have, there's no point of it. So yeah, like I just
ask the team owner. Sonny, he's not going to agree. Ask the team owner.
Oh man. And Rohan Patil says, can one make a living by playing fantasy sports alone? Question to Nix.
So thank you so much. Very pertinent question asked by many. As of now, sole source of income, I don't think so. Unless you are extremely skilled and you have brains of the geniuses that are there, because it will have its ups and downs. So relying on it alone will not be enough. So you will need multiple sources to cater and to add to that, because the thing is fantasy sports, see, let's say the last few games only, Krunal Pandya took 3 wickets, took none today. Ajinkya Rahane scored, Tushar Deshpande took 2. And you had a game where Harry Brook opened the batting yesterday. Those are not the scenarios that you can imagine that they will happen every day. Oh, I just sorry, just the ball went just about Amit Mishra there. So these scenarios you will lose on those days. If this is the only way of your source of income, it will not make you feel good about yourself. So if you have multiple sources, this is just part of it. You will get better at it with time. But as of now, I don't think it's an advisable full-time career option. You should have multiple backups so that, just like we say about teams, you need to use your resources better.
Agree there with you. And Maxwell hoiks it wildly. Oh wow, wild hoik, and that gets him a boundary. And also going back to RCB's team combination, might be a slight digression, but what do you make of Parnell's inclusion today? Like, I don't know if you guys have had the chance to talk about it.
Yeah, we did. I want to hear what the team owners think. Sorry. Because I am not able to comprehend some changes that sides are making. Even in the last game, again, of course, they batted Anuj. Oh, I hope that's a 6. Yeah, it's a 6. Good shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bishan, please.
No. This is just to comment on Maxwell's 6s and the couple of boundaries is hit. Now, this is what the team was hoping for, right?
Yeah.
You are hoping that Maxwell gets going and is able to drag that into the last 5 overs. And as I say this, he may get out next ball, right? But the point is, as a team, you want to try to hope to get into an aggressive situation. And if you cannot do that when you are 1 wicket down, when will you do it?
Exactly.
Right? This is a situation when you, right? And sure, we unfortunately are sitting here and saying that the lineup is not good enough. But RCB cannot sit there and think that.
Yeah.
RCB have to think that their guys will be able to pull it off. And you can't make the most of Maxwell and give them balls to face when you're 1 wicket down. When will you do it? Right? When he comes in when the score is 80 for 3 in 9 overs, there is a bit of pressure. Right? When he comes in to play in the last 5 overs, there is pressure to get quick immediately. This is one situation when he doesn't feel the pressure right off, and maybe he can make the most of that and score 60 for you. Now, may or may not happen, but I don't see that as a wrong way of thinking.
Right? No. So just to add, I don't think it's a wrong way.
5 and 6. You may have said it's a good thing to do. Unfortunately, it's not. Sorry, Nick.
No. See, I'm not saying it's a wrong way to think. it is the ideal way to go about it. But had there been one more all-rounder to follow to Maxwell, then I think it would have been a fair call. My only point is to use the other options better so that you can use, like you said, if I can't back Lomror when the team is one down, where else will I back him? So I'm saying the same logic can apply to a Mahipal Lomror or the others as well, because that way you are going to give them game time and experience as well, that go out there and do it. And then if they are able to pull it off, the team will be in a much better space in the upcoming games.
But today, possibly RCB is hoping that Lomror won't have to bat, right?
That is the ideal place.
The way of thinking here that Maxi will do what he has to do, Faf will do what he has to do, DK will do what he has to do, and maybe if it comes down to the last couple of overs, the guy to come in there, maybe even Willie to come and hit a couple of big ones, right? You don't have to use your 8 batsmen in a T20 game. If the game is going the way you want it to, 5 guys can do the job for you. You don't have to maximize them. So, yeah, I can see 2 schools of thought here.
Yeah,
But
definitely. And I completely agree with you on one of the things that you said, which is, all of us are armchair critics. Like at the end of the day, we are sitting here, we're not sitting there, we're not the ones taking the decisions as much as Nick would. So
No, we are taking decisions when we are picking Lomror in our fantasy sites.
I have it.
And another thing I have to say is I'm a huge Lomror fan, boy. I've been waiting for him to actually, play for RCB. I mean, been given enough chances for RCB, because even in the last season he was injured for the initial half, and when he got opportunities, he even won them a couple of games with the bat.
Yeah.
He's shown that he has the goods to deliver here. So I just hope he okay, that's another hoik, and that's a single right now. So yeah, there's a stat right now that tells us about Maxwell's prowess, especially his spin hitting prowess in the middle overs. So no doubts regarding that. Of course, Maxwell is probably one of the best. If not the best, is one of the best spin hitters out there right now in the market. In that sense, I agree with you. But I also have to think of, okay, let's say if this plan does not work out, then what next? Because LSG have still got another 3 overs of spin if required. Even if Bishnoi bowls out now, Mishra's got 2 overs if not 3. Then DK comes in. Who else would you send? Because DK has a known weakness against leg spin in particular. So then again begs the question, so how would you go about that in case Maxwell doesn't play out? Of course, the team, the think tank would have definitely gone through all of these permutations and combinations and definitely given it a thought. So yeah, let's hope it comes good for them. And I would be the happiest if it actually comes good for them. Oh, that's a shot. Oh, wow. That's a 6. That's some 6.
Talking about the last 5 overs and how LSG will deal with it. Let's park Maxwell's batting position for a bit.
Yeah,
and I think so. LSG in the last 5 overs is actually quite interesting, because while Mishi is the one who's taken a wicket here and seemed like he's kept the runs down, I would be very surprised to see him bowl another over in the last 5. On a small ground, when the batsmen are going for it, I don't think Mishi will bowl another one.
That's a shot and a half. Wow.
And this over against Bishnoi will dissuade them even further from bowling Mishi. So my prediction here is the last 5 overs will be all pace, with Mark Wood and Avesh
and
Unadkat.
Yeah. Agree with you on that, because even if you look at RCB's lineup, they've got quite a few people who can hit pace. They've got Lomror, they've got even Rawat if required, Willie of course. So yeah, I don't think they'll be continuing with spin after this over. But again, even the pace, the paces that they have right now, they're not really a designated death overs bowlers. Avesh Khan has really been off color this season, so it's going to be interesting to see how he goes about his business. Mark Wood is more of your hard length bowler, something du Plessis would relish, to say the least. It's actually been a bit surprising that du Plessis did not take off the way we expected him to in this game's power play. But I really have a feeling that if du Plessis gets to face Wood, then definitely the matchup would be in du Plessis' favor. What do you think about it, Nick? In terms of the last 5 overs, where do you see that going?
Yeah, I think as Bishan rightly said, it definitely looks like more pace. I think the holding back of Lomror and all will also not make them bowl spin, because the rest Lomror can come in and tonk Mishra as well. So as good as Amit Mishra may be. So that will increase the risk. So I think, as he said, it will be 2 overs from both uh, Mark Wood and Avesh. And there I feel that's where RCB need to keep going. Because even if they get 60, it still doesn't get to 200. So they have to really go in the last 10 overs, last 5 overs, and that's another handsome six from Maxwell. So yeah, they need to keep going because they will need all the runs because this does look like a batting beauty.
Agree with you. And Chuchant has said again, Faf has started hitting Bishnoi in his last over. Should have taken risk earlier. That would have unsettled Bola and LSG plans. I mean, he could have, but then if I'm not wrong, when Bishnoi last bowled, Kohli was still away. Kohli was still on the pitch, and maybe they expected Kohli to sort of take over. But again, I don't know if Faf could have gone earlier, because even in their in the previous encounter, which was last season, I remember Faf going after Bishnoi in the last over. This is one of those innings where he scored 90 odd. So yeah, it's not surprising that he's waited for Bishnoi's last over to take off, and especially with the last overs most probably going to be bowled by pace. It sort of sets the tone for them. Have they gone for a timeout right now?
Yeah, it's a strategic timeout. But see, you can't say Faf should have gone for him in the 9th over. Remember how Faf was batting in the 9th over. Faf wasn't able to, middle a ball.
Correct.
He hit 2 boundaries in the first 10 overs, right? So it wasn't a time when he could have been hitting Bishnoi. It was not possible. It looks like it now because he's played a few balls, but it wasn't possible in the 9th over. And if you see our expectation of Faf has to also be realistic. The entire 2022 season in the power play, Faf had a strike rate of something like 110. Okay. And he's made a conscious decision this year to bat differently, and he's batting at 160 in the power play.
Yeah.
And today, because Kohli got off to a good start, he didn't need to score those runs. So he reverted into the role that he's comfortable in and batted at a slightly lower pace, which in T20 cricket means that if you don't have momentum, you can't carry it either. You have to now build it. And he had to build it. Now he's built it. And because of how RCB's batting lineup is structured, you can't fault him either. Right? If RCB had a really strong batting lineup where 5, 6, and 7 were explosive, you would have said Faf had to go for it and throw his wicket if he had to. But that's not the situation they're in. So I am very happy with the way Faf has played, and I am happy with the momentum he's built, and he's scoring runs now. The Pacers will come on now. It will suit him, and maybe he will kick on to score more runs. So overall, I'm pretty happy with how Faf has played.
I agree with you on that, and in fact, it's one of those hot takes on social media where every batter has to sort of go from the get-go and just keep attacking, and no one, like, that's not how cricket works. At the end of the day, you need someone to ensure that at least one end is being held up, and you don't need to worry about that.
Small point of disagreement: if your team is built up of 8 solid batters, which is often the team in T20 internationals,
Okay.
and who can go hard, like how West Indies built their team and won a couple of World Cups. If you are that kind of team, you don't need to hold one end up. That's not required in today's T20 cricket anymore. But for RCB is the point I was making, that the team is not built like that. And therefore, Faf played his role perfectly.
That's interesting. But even now, I mean, in the recent sort of in the last 2-3 years, especially post-COVID, Punjab was probably the one team you can think of when you say, they had a lot of hitters in their batting lineup, and that didn't really work out for them. So that's where I feel having at least one anchor. I completely am with you on that. You need hitters. You can't fill your team with anchors. It's like what the Indian team has done in their T20s, having Rahul, Rohit, and Kohli. That really sort of sucks the momentum out of your innings. But yeah, in this case, Faf has definitely played to his strengths. But again, so that then begs the question: how do they go about the middle overs? In today's case, they had a fantastic power play. Kohli has all the momentum he needs. Faf doesn't. So understandably, Faf just rotates his strike and expects Kohli to go after the spinners, which
White.
That's a spicy bouncer.
White.
Yeah. Just coming back to that question. So then, what do you think Kohli should do? Because clearly Kohli wasn't comfortable going after spin, at least for the first 2-3 overs after the power play ended. So what else do you think should change there?
Yeah, I think they should definitely, one of them has to keep going. Let's take the example of Shikhar Dhawan. He was 30 of 30 in that game against RR. And then he accelerated. The problem with anchoring is if you get out on the 32nd or the 34th ball, you've done your team more harm than good. You can hold your end up, but you cannot be at that strike rate. And that is, I think, the same issue that people are having with Faf right now. That because, and again, there are two things here. One is the way RCB set up, which is why he has to bat that way. But then if he has to bat that way, Kohli had to get out at 81 and not 61. So what is causing a problem is Faf is batting slow because he's the anchor and Kohli is doing the damage. But suddenly come the middle overs. Oh, is that a good shot? Is that a six? I hope yes, it is. Sorry. So yeah, that's the problem. If Kohli also slow down and Faf takes time, then in that phase you're allowing the team to come back into the game and giving them that leeway, which is where the problem of discussion is that okay, this is where you want that 20 extra runs to come in, and you still need it. They could go on and make 210, 220, but the problem is you have to think the worst case first. That if Faf gets out without those two sixes of Bishnoi, it suddenly looks a match losing innings. So that context has to be there that he was not hitting it well, but because his partner was doing well, he didn't take the risk, but his partner also slowed down. So that is where I hope they'll match it better, and that is something that will trouble this team a lot because they have the two players who are not excellent at overpowering that kind of matchup. They are both somebody who take their time versus that kind of matchup, be it leg spin or slow left arm. So yeah, let's see how one of them will have to bat at a better pace so that 10-15 run shot is not a problem.
Fair, that's fair. So where do you stand on the entire, taking your time and setting in and then sort of accelerating? Because like you mentioned, if the player gets out at that 25 ball, 30 ball mark, it looks like a pathetic innings that's actually done more harm than good for your team.
But I feel in that sense, in most of the cases, I feel one batter who does this very well is Josh Butler. That he takes his time versus the most threatening option that there is in the opposition. He doesn't give his wicket to him, but the moment there is a weaker bowler, he goes after him, even if he gets out in that over. So what that does is it's keeping him and his side ahead of the game. So I feel that is probably the ideal tempo. And see, cricket is not a very black and white game that you can exactly say that okay, this is the tempo to bat on this day, because half of the battle is won or lost on conditions. And today, two teams have had the conditions very differently. One has backed a lot of spin, and the other has backed a lot of pace. One of them is going to look incredibly like masterstroke, and the other will look, what have you done to this pitch? So again, it's not going to be black and white. You have to adapt as per what you feel is par for the course.
Well, yeah, like they say, to each their own. But again,
yes, I think that's Faf's very impressive.
yeah, so actually going back to the question about panel selection, then since you mentioned how RCB have gone pace heavy while LSG have gone spin heavy, so where do you stand on that? Like, do you think that was not the right call? Of course, we'll never know if it's right or wrong. But what do you make of it? Do you think that like Panel has it in him to sort of help RCB win this game today?
See, it also matters what is the makeup of your team, right? Now, if RCB want to play a spin-heavy side also, they don't have the quality really to do it. Whereas LSG have the quality in Bishnoi, Mishi, and Krunal, right? So those are their strengths. So when you find a pitch which is slightly dry, and this from the pitch report right up front did look like it was slightly dry. So there was potential for spin here, and the spinners have played their part, right? Yep. While Bishnoi has got hit for a couple of sixes, it is the bowling spell between Bishnoi and Mishi that brought them back into this game, that 4-5 period. So they've done their job, but I don't think just because LSG looks like they somewhat got it right, that is also the right strategy for RCB. I don't think it is, right? They've never been that team that can rely on spin to win games, and they don't have it on this ground, which is a small ground for them to be able to do it. So I don't think, like Nick said, one will look silly and the other won't. Yeah. Both may look okay, and on another day, both could look bad as well.
Yeah.
So
that's interesting. And also in terms of quality spinners, RCB will really hoping for Hasranka to, like they can't wait for him to start soon. I'm guessing he's available from the next game. He's just flown in today. Yeah. So yeah, it would have been hard for him to make it for the game today. Wow. Again, this over as well has just seen 1-6. The first ball went for a brilliant, Faf took on Wood on the first ball, and yep. That's actually a good over from Mark Wood. Apart from the 6, he's only gone for 3 runs outside that. So 4 dot balls. So yeah, where do you stand now? Do you think RCB still has the potential, or has like can they go to 200 from here?
Yes, because they've managed to reach the 17th over now, 16th over now, with two batsmen who are set and two batsmen who are good against pace. And in all likelihood, you will have the remaining overs to be bowled by pace, right? So it's definitely possible that they could get to the 200, but the 4-5 overs spell earlier in the match has reduced that likelihood and pulled LSG back into the game. But they've definitely still got a pretty good chance. And even if you don't get 200, even if you get 190, 195, that's still a total that LSG will not be comfortable chasing, right? So I don't think RCB need to obsess over that 200 mark. Even a couple more overs from here, you can afford to bat normally. When I say normally in T20 cricket, it still means at a fairly high rate. It has to be at least 10. So I wouldn't be too upset if RCB reach the 18th over at 165 to 170, right? Because it means from there, the last 2 overs, you can still maximize. It's probably still better than getting a new batsman in at that stage. But the point is, all of this discussion that we are having tells you about RCB's flaws, right? When a team is 146 for 1, there should not be a discussion here about them possibly being conservative to the end.
Yeah.
It has to be a discussion about them pushing it and going all out right from here, which Maxwell seems to be doing, right? Which is what you would expect teams here to do. But RCB's situation is not ideal.
Well, let's hope they make the most out of this not so ideal situation. And as we speak, LSG have brought in their impact player and sort of made it clear to RCB that they won't be bowling any more spin. Amit Mishra has already been subbed out, and Ayush Badoni has bought in. And this is actually a pet peeve of mine. I've not understood why on earth is LSG subbing their player out in the first innings, game after game. Like what? Okay, maybe today 4 overs still to go. Maybe Badoni can add some value in the field. But in the previous 3 games, they've subbed the player out in the 19th over. Do they really think Badoni as a fielder will add so much value in just 1 over? Is that what the thinking is? Like, what do you think about that?
I'm actually okay with it because T20 cricket is a game of only 120 balls, right? And you have to think of even 6 balls as a significant portion of that game. So, and the time when you will need your players to throw themselves on the field the most is probably towards the end, when the batsmen are also pushing for that extra 1 run when it's not there, right? Which is when you want the fielder to make the most of it and get a quick throw in, right? Which Mishi cannot do for you, which Badoni can. But why would they do it with 2 or 3 balls left? I don't know. But I can see the sense of it being done in the last few 2 or 3 overs.
Correct. I'm completely with you on that. But every run they do it only in the 19th over. So why were they waiting till the 19th over? That's my question. Yeah. I completely agree with you that death overs is when you want your fielders. They'll more often than not be pushed to throw themselves around and all of that. So why not sub him out earlier? So today at least it makes sense. 16th over, still 4 overs to go. So potentially a dive here or a slide there, it can come good for them. But let's see how Avish Khan goes now. Is that
down his throat?
I guess. Yeah. Oh wow! He's mistimed it so badly that it did not even reach long gone. That's interesting. Okay.
Good start to the 17th over. You've got off to 9 runs in the first 3 balls, and I would be happy if you only scored 3 more of the next 3 as well, because I'm trying to find RCB a way to get to the 200-run mark. Because if you go too hard now and lose a wicket, even now, after having scored 9-10 runs of this over, there is still a chance you won't get to that mark, right? I think your best chance is to try and score 8, 9, 10 runs an over for 2 overs and then push the last 2.
That's interesting because I feel RCB would relatively be, how do I put this? Would relatively be more happy with losing a wicket now in case if it goes. Like if they were given a choice between losing a wicket in the 12th over vis-a-vis now, they would be happy losing a wicket now simply because DK does not have to face any more spin, neither does Shahbaz, and that actually does more good to them.
Yeah.
So Chachan says they need to hit Avesh at least 20 runs per over. Okay, that's being really optimistic. As off color as Avesh has been, hitting 20 runs of an over is not an easy feat.
Avesh has come crashing down from his days of that fantastic season, followed by 13 crores or something that he went for. Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, this is a peeve that most people have had with Indian bowlers in the domestic circuit who seem to lose pace.
That's a shot, man. Wow.
Quite close to chance to the 20 that you wanted.
Yeah, actually.
We've got up to 13 and a 6 here, and that is all the way up to 19.
Yep. So you were talking about domestic bowlers.
Yeah, no, the way they lose pace, and I don't think there's an answer to this. People have raised the question multiple times, but I don't think anyone's found an answer to why it's the case. Fact is, it is happening. And I mean, a part of it, I guess, is bowlers getting found out, the second season issue, right? Bowlers getting found out, and when you get found out, then you want to adapt and you want to bring in your variations and things like that, which messes with your rhythm a little bit, which sometimes makes you cut down on your pace for better accuracy, etc. So it's possible that's happening. You can see it happening with RCB as well. Harshal is, he of course had that fantastic season earlier, but he's not been able to replicate that form. Even when he was playing for India after his initial stint, he did struggle to replicate that form. So I guess that's where you see the difference between a high quality great bowler and someone who's not at that level. I'm not saying that Avesh or Harshal is not a good bowler, but maybe not at the mark that you thought they would be after seeing them in those seasons 3 or about 3 years ago. Yeah,
consistency is the hallmark of a quality bowler in that sense. Yeah. And also going back to Avesh, where I feel the comparison between Harshal and Avesh wouldn't be right is that in Harshal's case, you at least know what's gone wrong. He's clearly, his slower balls have lost the potency that it had in 2021. And on top of that, he sort of stopped going to his Yorkers. For some reason, he stopped even attempting Yorkers. Even in the last game, you could clearly see Shardul was feasting on those short and wide deliveries. Despite that, they kept continuing bowling hard lengths. So in some sense, you can say what's gone wrong with Harshal. But in Avesh's case, there's no explicit reason in terms of why it's going so badly for him. Even when he played for India, I don't think he had a great time in the T20Is. Nick had actually made a valid reason because he had a thumb injury in terms of gripping the ball, holding it. That sort of, like you also mentioned, it sort of tampers with their rhythm. So yeah, that could have played a role. Pranav Anand says last over sub are mostly psychological, just like they do when they announce 11 a day before the game. Agree they should wait because suppose batter gets injured later, at least they'll have option to sub. But how does it play with the batting team psychology though? Like, do you think there's any merit to that argument? Do you think the batting team would?
I don't know. I would actually think that the batting team will be messed with more if you don't bring in the player, because then they don't know who's going to come in.
True.
So I'm not sure I follow that logic. But yeah, like we discussed, I can see the logic in them coming in with 2 overs left, but few balls left. I don't see the point, except the only reason I can possibly see is to get the player into the feel of the match. That give him a little bit of time on the field before he has to go out there and do his business.
True.
So just to soak in the crowd, just be on the field and soak it in. Yeah. So that could be one reason why it makes sense to have players come in for even 2-3 balls. But apart from that, I don't see really a good one.
Yeah, but that's an interesting point, getting the adrenaline pumping so that you're ready. On that note, so where do you stand with respect to a lot of people talking about how just like baseball, we need to have bullpens here so that hitters can start going after the ball, just get some hitting practice and just before they enter the pitch. What do you think about that?
I'm fully on board with that. I don't see why it hasn't happened already. One reason is that there isn't enough space usually on a cricket field, right? But for example, in women's cricket is a good place to try it out. In women's cricket is a good opportunity to try it out because there is actually space available in women's cricket outside of the boundaries to set up, like a hitting zone where it can be tried. So that may be one way to experiment with it without building infrastructure. Because in men's cricket currently, in order to implement that, you need to build infrastructure, or you need to have the player doing it slightly outside the ground, right, in the nets, which takes away from the adrenaline. You don't want the player to lose adrenaline by himself hitting. So it means that hitting zone has to be on the field, and infrastructure doesn't allow it. But like I said, in women's cricket, you can try it. It could happen.
That's actually interesting. Let's hope that happens soon. Oh, that's out, I guess. Oh, wow. That's okay. Krunal Pandya has dropped what seemed like a fairly simple catch. right now the score is 166 for 1, and Pranav Anand says, I expect Mayers to struggle as the season goes on, as he's horrible against all spin. QDK is weak against off spin. A trouble is Rahul doesn't attack off spin, of course, yeah. Do you think KL QDK is ideal pair, or Huda could open?
See, I mean, for all of QDK's struggles against off spin, I don't think it's significantly more than any left-hand batsman to an off spinner, right? That's always a favorable matchup to the spinner. And QDK is played for South Africa so much as an opener, and teams these days do often play a spinner in the power play. So it's not something that is not
man, that's a shot. Sorry,
used to. Stunning. No,
that's
not at
a
all.
shot. Yeah, sorry, you can continue.
Yeah, no, so I would say that QDK knows how to manage the situation. So even if he may not be the most attacking player against off spin, he will give you enough runs. He will manage the situation over there. So I don't think you need to. I'm already not a big fan of the thought process currently of having Kyle Mayers and KL open and possibly if QDK has one down, because that messes with the psyche of an opening batsman.
Okay.
He's used to just padding up and going out there and getting into the field right away. If you come in even when there is 1 wicket down early, then that doesn't give you the freedom that you had as an opening batsman. So your mindset is different. You may say that what's the difference between going out to bat the first ball as opposed to third ball? It is different. It is different because the pressure is different.
Oh,
Right?
shot. That's another 6.
That's a terrible ball learning from
That-
Yash Dayal. Didn't Yash Dayal give
Oh,
this 5-6?
yeah. Sorry, just going back to that. So, do you think there's any merit in not playing the QDK at all? Just continue with KL Rahul and Kyle Mayers.
See, what they're going to do is continue with KL, with Mayers till he fails.
Correct.
Because you cannot drop a guy who's just scored 250s and looks like he's in form of his life, right?
Yeah.
But so they have to, I suppose, wait till he fails. I don't know if they have the ability in the team to, have Kyle Mayers and QDK both batting in the top 3. It is a line of thought.
Yeah.
And for which you would have to, I suppose, drop Stoinis. And dropping Stoinis isn't the worst thing because Stoinis hasn't been in the greatest of form this tournament yet. It's, of course, only been a couple of games.
Correct.
But he gives you the ability to score big runs at the low middle order, which is not a place where QDK is used to batting. And if you make this switch, you could have LSG also in a situation a little bit like what RCB is in, where you have players batting in 5, 6, 7 who you don't really want to be batting in the last 5, right? As good as QDK is, that's not where you want him to be batting. So I mean, if should he be batting lower down the innings? So yeah, I would like to see QDK in the team because he is arguably their best batsman in this format, right? Without mincing words, that's probably true. But Kyle Mayers' form is currently keeping him out of the team. And because you can have only 4 foreigners, because of the makeup of the team, there isn't an obvious place for him.
True. I don't agree with having QDK at number 3. But what I also feel about the KL QDK opening combo is it sort of structures itself very similarly to how Kohli and Faf is structured. Both take their time in the power play and then go berserk. I don't think a combination where an opening pair where both batters do that is ideal, which is why I like Kyle Mayers over QDK, simply because it at least means that one of them is maximizing the power play and the other one is taking his time. Nothing wrong with that, so that he can sort of accelerate later on. And that's where I really like. This is something I was actually talking about outside the studio as well, wherein if Kyle Mayers goes on to have a very good season, something like a 500-run season or 400-run season, even for that, that's a brilliant shot. That's a brilliant shot. He's managed to slice it over point, and that's a fantastic over for RCB. 23 runs coming off it, and 18 overs, 183. So the 200 mark is near.
Yeah, and Maxi has done exactly what they wanted Maxi to do. It's come off, right?
True.
And therefore it looks like the strategy was a good one coming on number 3. And I mean, but like I said earlier, you have to think that it will come off and play, especially when you're only 1 wicket down. So I mean, well done to RCB for being brave about it.
True.
It could have easily backfired. They could have looked bad, but it didn't. So today, let's celebrate it, I suppose.
That's all we can do. Anirudh Suresh, okay, he's in the chat. He's saying surely Maxi must be tired of cleaning up Kohli's mess year after year, inning after inning. What do you think of that?
That's very, very harsh, Anirudh. I don't think that's fair. Even today, Kohli scored 61 of 44. I don't think that counts as creating a mess.
Yeah.
He did slow down a little bit when the spinners came on, but that's not his best matchup, so I can understand that a little bit. So, I mean, the number of runs Kohli scored for RCB and the fact that RCB doesn't have a whole lot of reliable batters low down the innings, I completely appreciate what Kohli is doing for RCB, honestly. So that's very harsh, Anirudh. That's what I have to say to you.
Nothing more, just the same. Oh, that's another shot. That's a 6. Wow, that's incredible hitting from RCB right now. They've scored what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, they've scored 8 boundaries in the last 18 balls. In the last 13 balls, beg your pardon. That's some hitting right now. Yeah, they seem to have well and truly pressed the feet on the accelerator pedal. Let's hope they get much more than 200 right now, which seems very likely. And again, going back to that Mayers question, so let's assume Mayers goes on to have a 400, 500 run season, also does something with the ball, 5 odd wickets, 10 odd wickets, moves the ball around, gives you a good over, a couple of good overs at the top.
Yeah.
So do you think there's any merit in LSG letting go of de Kock and having Mayers as their designated opener come 2024?
See, I think it's very early to come to that conclusion.
Correct.
Though I don't think it's a completely wacky proposition either, because if I'm not wrong, Mayers.
Shot, man. Is that out though? Wow,
Oh,
that's some
over.
shot. That's some shot. Wow. And he's gotten to his 50 as well.
Beauty.
He's got into his 50 as well. Wow, that's his first 50 of the season. A lot of people, in fact, were doubting Maxwell's ability to play the season, given that he was coming in from a freak injury.
Yeah.
And he himself, had confessed that he's not fully fit. It'll take him at least 6 to 8 months. He seemed to have answered all his critics well and truly with the bat.
52 of 24 is just excellent.
Yep. Exactly what RCB wanted. Exactly what the doctor ordered, as the cliche goes. So you were saying about Mayers.
Yeah, no, so Mayers and de Kock, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think they play for the same team in the SA T20, and Mayers opens there and de Kock does not, right? So at least not, maybe not all the games, but it's happened.
Yeah.
It's happened in a few games,
Yeah.
right? So it's not a situation that the two of them are unfamiliar with.
Correct.
So they understand the merit in doing that. So eventually, it is possible that they do play if Mayers' form keeps going. You cannot keep de Kock out of the team for too long, because he's literally your best T20 batter, right? So he's going to come and he's going to play at number 3 most likely, which then means you have to figure out how to deal with the bottom of your innings. And the suggestion that one of I think it was Anirudh made or Suresh made, I think, was on Huda possibly opening the batting, right? Huda opening the batting. Huda is the kind of guy you want opening actually in a T20 game, because he fearlessly goes for his shots. And when you have someone like KL at the other end, he could complement KL reasonably well in the way that Kyle Mayers is doing, really, right? It's a similar kind of role. And you would need it to happen only if you are struggling with playing all 4, foreign players, and you need to find another one instead of Kyle Mayers. You can't accommodate them all. Then there will be merit in Huda doing it. But otherwise, great shot.
Wow, they've already scored 17, and now we've reached the 200 with 8 balls to go. Okay, so 220 is also not out of reach right now.
Yeah,
so that's a good sign. And also, Shauna, could you just go back to that graphic of Glenn Maxwell's? We'll just talk about what he's done today. 3 fours, 5 sixes. That's what. Oh wow, 8 boundaries in 24 balls. That's incredible, to say the least. And what's actually been really good about Maxwell is how he started off the blocks, straight off the blocks. He was if I'm not wrong, he was 13 of 6, and from then on he's just continued. So that's great to see, and great signs for RCB as well. What RCB would also be hoping for is DK coming good for them in the future as well, because there's been a lot of talking around DK as well as to how he will fail to replicate his previous season's performances, which is understandable because that was a freak show, to say the least.
Yeah.
But let's see how that goes. And also, just to conclude the Huda point, but from what I vaguely remember seeing of him in the India Island series, which was like a couple of years ago, he did seem a bit circumspect against the new ball, against the moving ball. So that could be an issue that might go against him. And when it comes to where I stand about this is, if Mayers goes on to have a very good season, and that's a big if, then I don't see why LSG shouldn't let go of de Kock, because Stoinis makes a lot more sense, will add a lot more value in that playing 11 with Mayers over de Kock. They've already got Puran, they've already got Rahul, two keeping options in case that's required. So Stoinis, lower down the order, he can give them, he can accelerate at the end, and he can also give them a couple of overs if necessary. So yeah, let's
It's
see
a pretty brave call though, because of all the names we named, Kyle Mayers, De Kock, Stoinis, Puran. If you told me to pick one batsman who you'd want to bat in most situations in the T20 game, I'm picking De Kock.
Yeah.
Out of that four.
True.
And to reach a situation where we think that he's the one who should be, dumped is a tough call, big call.
Agree. And it is a very brave call because, but it again also sort of talks about how proactive LSG has been, because even last season, Punjab had a similar conundrum. Rajapaksa started. He sort of was really good in the first 3 games he played. Then Johnny Bairstow came in and he replaced him in the 11. Bairstow did not really have the greatest of seasons. Eventually, when Rajapaksa was brought back, he was brought back into the 11. He didn't really have the kind of impact he had in the beginning. So it's a very sort of slippery slope, so to say, wherein it's very easy to get it wrong. You could have gotten Peacock and all of that. But yeah, it's a very proactive call. So Vidit Damble says, Avesh under pressure has never delivered. Okay, that's
Yeah, no, if we are brutally honest, that's probably true. It's a situation that he struggled in, right? When you want him to keep the runs, when you want to keep the runs down, Avesh is not the guy that you will go to. And so his name is not the greatest death bowler around. But that's the thing about IPL, that you don't have you don't have access to your best resources, best resources, right? When it's international cricket, when India is playing, you know that your best 4, best 5 bowlers are available for you to bowl at the death. In Australia knows that they have their best. You can play your top order new ball bowlers and you can play your death bowlers as well. But in IPL, you have to make do with what you have at some level. And especially with the 2 new teams coming in, that's all the more accentuated that situation, where you have to make do with the best you have. Because with the talent spread out so thinly, you just have to rely on Avesh to bowl overs that he doesn't like to bowl. And that's just a fact of the matter. But I agree with him. I agree that he leaks too many runs and under pressure does go for a few.
That's actually a very good point. And it also goes to show how important recruitment is and getting your strategies right at the auction is. And in fact, to LSG's credit, they have a very good backup option in Yash Thakur. Someone I really hope I get to see a lot more of over the course of the season. I was very surprised when Anwar was bottom for Thakur. He's had a fantastic domestic season across formats. So let's see how he goes. Chand can hardly be 230. So that's what, 5 sixes in the next 5 balls. Maybe
it happened yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. So you want Maxwell to do a Rinko right now? Okay, I don't see that happening now. All right, that's one in that's just one run in the first 2 balls. So yeah, where do you see 220? Is that a possibility now?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility. But I think RCB shouldn't care now about the numbers. They've got to a total that they should believe they can defend now. If they get another 10 runs, great. 15 runs, great. But if they get only 5, so be it. 210 is a score that they should really feel that they should be able to defend. So, yeah.
And this innings also sort of tells us why we shouldn't, look at an anchor's role just by his numbers. Because it's not about what Kohli is doing. It's about what Kohli has allowed the person at the other end to do. Because he's been, so to say, anchoring, which wasn't anchoring, to be honest. He was the one who actually took care of the power play. But
he had his best power play in IPL history, guys.
Exactly.
So let's go easy on him.
Yeah, let's cut him some slack there. And okay. So Tanmay Agarwal says, for me, Avesh was a lucky wicket taker by some of the performances. When he ran out of those lucky wickets, he got hammered when he played for India. Never considered him as a good T20 player ever. Again, that's being a bit harsh on him. He had a fantastic 2021 season, where he was good across phases, was Delhi's go-to bowler every time they needed a wicket. But yeah, it's been a struggle for him season and even in fact the last season.
I don't disagree with Tanmay though. I mean, I'm not a big Avesh fan, as you can clearly see from what I'm saying. But I also felt that a lot of the wickets he got were lucky wickets. But what lucky wickets do was lucky wickets give you confidence. And lucky wickets today mean that you may get wickets on merit tomorrow, which was happening with Avesh. That he was able to feed off the confidence that he was getting with, you can't really take too much credit as a bowler who gets death over wickets, right?
True.
because some of it is down to batsmen just playing shots. But those can give you an immense amount of confidence, which was happening with Avesh. And you need a couple of those matches to happen for him now, and maybe you will see a better version of Avesh. It's not happening for him, and that's the thing with quality, right? If there is quality, you know that you will come good. Like how KL has had a couple of bad games, but he's my fantasy captain today, knowing that it's possible that he'll come good today, right? But I would not pick Avesh as my fantasy captain because I don't think the quality is there for him to come good. But if he has a couple of games like that where he gets wickets at the death, you could see him to be a changed bowler.
Interesting. And also in Avesh's case, he's still not back to full tilt, bowling full tilt, that is. Because he was touching 140, 142 easily a couple of years ago. Right now, his average speed's gone down by 10 clicks. Like he's bowling at 132, 133. That's not really, that's not really the pace at which you can trouble batters. And definitely not at this stage, not at this level. So yeah, let's see. Fingers crossed. Let's hope that he comes good for LSG and has a terrific season. Moving on.
The only way it can work is if he keeps bowling right after Mark Wood, who's bowling at 150, and then the batsman can't deal with a change of pace.
Interesting. But LSG would really have, the one sort of area where I feel LSG, where I sort of pity for LSG is Mohsin Khan's unavailability. Because what he did last season was, like, I haven't seen anything like it from an Indian bowler. Like, that was just something out of this world. Oh, wow! That's some pull shot. Wow, that's a six. That's a six for sure.
That was badly bowled, honestly, because you could see Maxwell getting into a position very early, at which point you had to bowl full and wide outside off or something like that. You just put it into the one place where he really wanted it.
Yeah, and in all fairness, though, like, that's Wood's strength. He bowled the exact same at the exact same spot the previous 3 deliveries. But yeah, Maxwell was ready. He was expecting the same, and I guess that's another sort of problem with Wood. He doesn't have, like, outside hard lengths. He doesn't have too many other options he can go to. He doesn't really bowl move the new ball. He doesn't have Yorkers or slower balls. So that's going to be something that he will have to work on. Of course, he is a fantastic bowler, no doubt. He can hit 150 consistently. That's very rare. But yeah, if he sort of develops a couple of those skills, that will really make him even more potent. Oh, and just as I speak, he's bowled sort of similar lines, and he's got in Maxwell.
A little bit like Siraj, if you ask me. Yeah. In that earlier in his career, I used to hate watching Siraj bowl in the IPL because you knew that how many ever times he got hit, he was going to come back and bowl the same ball again. You know it, the batsman knows it, he knows it, and is going to go for runs. But he's been able to adjust over the years, and now bowl a fair bit of variety even in T20 cricket, even though that's not his best format. He was considered a bowler who's not very smart and all that because he couldn't adapt. Because in Test cricket, you could afford to come in and keep hitting those lengths, and that's what his strength was. And that's what he would come and replicate T20 cricket as well and get hit. But he's managed to change and get better as a bowler in this format. So, you can hope the same for Mark Wood. I don't know if Mark Wood will like me saying that he should aspire to become a Siraj. But in terms of growth is what I mean.
That's true. And I really feel in that sense RCB have done a good job of pairing Siraj with Hazelwood, because Hazelwood also was a similar bowler wherein he was sort of metronomically accurate when it came to bowling bowling at the same spot in Test cricket. But he's done a fantastic job of adapting himself across formats. And Siraj, if he can take a leaf out of Hazelwood's book as well. Like he was the number 1 T20 bowler, if I'm not wrong.
Correct, he was. Yeah. I think after that great season he had with CSK, of course, the rankings, they weren't impacted by that. But it's around that time that he became the world number 1 bowler.
So yeah, you can always hope. And yeah, DK is coming. I'm assuming to loud chants of PK at Chinnaswamy. So yeah, what do you think of the total? Of course, the score in and of itself seems good enough to be defended. But given RCB's bowling attack and how they've shaped themselves, and given LSG's batting lineup, they've got 7 proper batters. So yeah.
So let's put it like this: if LSG would want to chase 200 against any team, it's probably RCB. After Mumbai, I think Mumbai's bowling attack is just the shambles. But apart from Mumbai, I think RCB is the next team that you would want to chase 200 plus against. So, and they almost did chase 200 plus against somebody, against CSK, a few days ago, right? So they will be coming in with that confidence against a weak bowling attack. So they definitely back themselves. and we should see a good game. And hopefully KL score 100 and my captain.
KL scored 100, but RCB wins.
That's fine.
how I
That's
would put
fine.
it, yeah. Greg says EK's aerodynamic helmet to face one Markwood ball. I mean, it is what it is when you're facing someone who's bowling at 150 clicks. No helmet works. So yeah, But it'll be interesting to see though, with Mayers also, in the form of his life, like you put it. It'll be interesting to see how he goes after Siraj and Willie, because he's also outside spin. Another weakness of his has been against left-arm pacers. But of course, you can't really call Willie a pacer. He bowls at sort of WWE 120s.
True.
But even then, that'll be interesting to see how Willie goes about going after Mayers. And yeah, as we speak, we've got Someshan. We'll do a quick sub. Yep.
Bye guys. See you in a bit.
See ya. Best of luck with RCB.
Please, for the love of God, I said this, Saurabh. I'm a huge RCB fan, so please. How's Mumbai going? How's Mumbai? Can you look outside the window? Are they burning buses? I'm sick and tired of this whole promotion. All these stadium fans are clapping.
Oof, what a ball.
And they dropped it. No, they've taken it over.
Siraj is like, तेरे पास keeping gloves है, मेरे पास मेरा खुद का हाथ है. Oh, Chira. Oh, this is literally peak Siraj.
Oh, God.
Strategic drop.
God, this.
Yep, and we're back. We've got Somesh. Let's hear what Somesh
खुश तो बहुत हो गए तुम आज.
एकदम इससे ज्यादा खुश तो मैं शायद हुआ नहीं इस सीजन में. So let's see how that goes. आप बोलिए पहले.
Yeah, I mean, so of course, Faf, he was 33 of 30. He scored his next 40 odd runs in 15-16 balls. So he was 33 of 30. That means next 16 balls he scored 46 runs. Maxwell also played a blinder.
Yeah.
So there were few good things in which Faf and Maxwell sort of they maximized Unadkat.
Correct.
Maxwell hit 26 of 8 balls against Unadkat. Faf hit 18 of 6.
Oh wow. Oh, that's amazing. I feel that cut.
Yeah, so Unadkat really had an off day, and I mean, let's be very fair. Unadkat has been having very off IPLs now, not just off days.
But sorry to cut you in between, but I feel that was a poor decision in terms of bringing in Unadkat over Yash Thakur, because clearly Unadkat did not have. I mean, like you mentioned, he's been having off games and off seasons, for that matter, for the last few years. So that's a lot of hope that LSG had on Unadkat. So sorry, you were saying.
No, I think just their bowling attack was such that they had to use Unadkat a lot today.
Yeah.
And it basically injury to Mohsin Khan. They don't have a lot of options, so that hurt them. Apart from I mean, some sexy hitting by Maxwell. So Maxwell was 1 of 8 balls to Markwood at one point of time, and then he hit a 6 of him. So Wood, after being, after Virat Kohli, he took 14 runs of that over from him. And then Wood really made a good comeback later on. But yeah, I mean, Nikhil has a question. How good was KL Rahul's captaincy to now not use Amit before and then bowl Jaydev? Okay, is this a question from a while back?
And what I'm trying to think is if there's any sarcasm in that. Because I was actually going to ask you, do you think there was any merit in probably bringing in Mishi over Jaydev Unadkat instead of subbing him out quickly? Because Faf clearly had struggled to get going against spinners. Of course, maybe he could have easily rotated the strike, and the risk was that Maxwell then gets into Mishra, and that becomes a different issue for them. But how good was KL to not use Amit? I'm not sure of that. Because Unadkat clearly was going to struggle, irrespective of what he did, because until and unless he got his Yorker bang on ball after ball, there was no other line, no other length that he could have bowled to save himself.
Yeah, true.
Because at that pace, at early 120s, early to mid 120s, you're not really going to trouble batters at a ground like Chinnaswamy. 65 meter, 60 meter boundary, there's nothing that's going to help you there.
But yeah, I mean, the man who really had an off day for Lucknow was Avesh Khan. So Maxwell took him apart for 26 in 8 overs.
8 balls, you mean? Sorry.
8 balls, 26.
Yeah. But that's actually unfortunate for Avesh. In fact, me and Bishan were having a chat about that. How his stocks have sort of plummeted after that great 2021 season. It's really hard to see him. Let's hope he continues to be backed by LSG and that comes good for him.
Yeah.
Stat is just
Yeah,
popped
I'm
up.
just looking at the scorecard. What he could have done, maybe what Nikhil is suggesting is they could have bowled Mishra a little bit more, but I don't think so. On this ground, it wouldn't have worked, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's tricky.
True. Especially when you knew that the batters were going to go
Yeah.
after you, and Faf was set, and so Maxwell does not really need to be set against spinners. He loves going after them from ball one. So I don't know if Mishra would have had a lot of, if there was a lot of merit in that decision. But then
Yeah.
also begs the question, so Mishra was bottoming this for a couple of overs.
Yeah.
So was that the right use of having someone in your playing 11 just for the 2 overs?
Yeah.
Maybe they could have, instead of Mishra, they could have probably bought in a Yash Thakur.
Yeah.
Had him. I know I sound like a broken record and I'm bringing back Yash Thakur's name again and again. But I mean, they don't have a lot of other options in their backup. I mean, in their squad. So they could have probably had a Yash Thakur or someone so that they could have bowled more overs. Of course, the counter argument is then who would have gotten Kohli out? Mishra did get Kohli's wicket. And Kohli didn't seem like he was going to get out to Bishma because he was bowling a bit short to him.
Yeah, but actually, Bishnoi was the one who kept Kohli quiet. I think it just tells me that this is a very, very good wicket, and this is a chaseable target.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we can talk about what KL could have done, but I don't think after taking only 1 wicket, there's not a lot a captain can do on a wicket like this, right?
Yeah.
And Markwood did his job, but apart from that, LSG's bowling has holes, and Markwood and Ravi Bishnoi are their 2 main bowlers.
True. And those holes sort of, become even more glaring at the death.
Yeah.
Because Markwood is great with hitting hard lengths. Not exactly the kind of bowling you want to see at the death. It becomes easier for the batters to line up. But of course, today he's been fantastic, even at the death.
Yeah.
Simply, but a lot of it, I also felt had to do with the fact that du Plessis did not get to face a single ball. That was my only that's the only place where I disagreed with Maxwell, in that he just kept going after him ball after ball, despite knowing that du Plessis was the better matchup. Du Plessis did not face a single ball in the last over. Maxwell played 5 and then DK came in and took a single. I have a feeling that du Plessis was in a much better position to sort of, go after Markwood and maybe steal another 10-15 runs off that over. So yeah, let's see if I just hope that doesn't prove to be costly. 211 might seem daunting, but like Somesh put, the wicket is great, and with Dew and all of that, it's only going to get better. So it'll be interesting to see how RCB's bowlers fare here. Willie has been in good form. Siraj was excellent the last time they played at Chinnaswamy.
Yeah,
so
they have Parnell as well.
Yeah, they have Parnell to cover the death overs. So yeah, let's see how that goes. And yeah, what do you think about both teams reading this differently? Like RCB's gone pace heavy while LSG got in an extra spinner.
See, I was a little skeptical about Mishra's selection from the get-go.
Okay.
Because playing him in that wicket at Lucknow is different, but playing him at Chinnaswamy is a little different. So maybe just idea would have been that this RCB batting lineup struggles against spin.
Yeah.
So, and they also kept Mishra waiting till he did not bowl the first 11 overs for sure.
Yeah, very good.
The idea was maybe if they can get a few wickets, then if DK and Shahbaz unki batting aati hai, so there they could have used Mishra.
Yeah.
So I think that was the ploy, because we've seen that teams want to keep their spinners
correct.
for DK. So with that in mind, probably LSG would not have had a lot of options had DK come in at around 14-15 overs, because Krunal would have bowled up front. Bishnoi was needed immediately.
True, makes sense.
Yeah, but I just think that it wouldn't have mattered. I mean, Bangalore should have gotten to this score anyway, if not for that lean patch after the power play.
Correct.
Those 3-4 overs made us think that maybe they won't reach here.
Yep.
But ultimately, I think for me this is a par total.
Yeah, last 4 overs went for 65 runs.
Yeah.
So that was some hammering there. And also talking about Parnell, a lot of people rate his dead bowling highly. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. So that's the scary part for me, because if things don't go RCB's way in the power play, which has been their best phase so far in the last 2 matches, I don't know. I'm just scared. We'll see another innings where RCB's bowling does well for the first 10-11 overs, and then it just tapers off. It just goes downhill, and we give 70-80 runs or whatever it is, and that's the only thing I'm scared of, especially because LSG's batting lineup is strong. They've got Rahul, they've got Mayers in great form, they've got Hutta, they've got Pooran, they've got Stoinis. So that's a scary lineup.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Chinnaswamy is Chinnaswamy, so you don't
So
have to talk
who
about
will
that.
be RCB's impact sub?
Karan Sharma for sure. Like I don't see. I'm pretty sure that's how they sort of structure their 11 to bring in Karan Sharma, or else they don't have any other spinners.
Yeah, Karan Sharma has to play.
Outside Maxwell and Shahbaz, they've got Lomror as well, but even then, Karan Sharma is required.
So who are the bowling options? Let me.
They've got 8 bowling options.
Can we go to the playing 11?
Yeah. Off the top of my head, they've got Billy, Panil, Siraj, and Harshal for pacers. And then they've got Lomrod, they've got Shahbaz, they've got Maxwell, and Karan Sharma coming in. So 8 bowling options. DK, Faf, and Kohli.
I'm excited to look forward to the distribution of the pacers. Yeah. How will they do it? Who would be the dead bowlers? Yeah.
And I hope Karan bowls his entire quota, which didn't happen the last game. He's taken crucial wickets in both the games. He's taken the likes of Russell, he's taken the likes of Nehal Vadera, and also Tim David. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how he fares today as well. He's been bowling decently. It'll be unfortunate that once Hasranka comes in, he'll be the casualty. He'll have to face the axe and go out. But yeah, good to see him play amongst the wickets again.
And have Lucknow announced their...
Yeah, they bought him in the 16th over. They bought in Ayush Badoni. They subbed out Amit Mishra. Sort of, signaling it to RCB that was spinners ka khatam hai.
But I mean, I don't know why will anyone do it?
Exactly.
There is no logic to it. Just to have one more better fielder, but they can actually have a fielder there anyway.
I was telling Bhushan the exact same thing. It's a very big pet peeve of mine. Boss, just why would you announce it to the opposition that this is going to be a player? Yeah. Just bring in a substitute fielder if it's that necessary. If you really think the player that's in is going to be a huge liability, bring in a substitute fielder. Baki ka baad mein dekho na. Like having that mystery holding on to who's going to come in sort of makes it like even it can have that psychological element wherein the opposition now doesn't know who's going to come in.
Yeah.
So it'll become even more harder for them. They'll have to prep for a lot more things. But yeah, LSG maybe is hell-bent on making it things easier for their opponents. So yeah, good for them. Will Chinnaswamy be RCB's fortress this year? That's actually been a recurring question. It's been a while. Actually, I don't really think RCB ever could call Chinnaswamy as a fortress.
Point is, I think Chinnaswamy is not a stadium for any team to have that as a fortress because it just not. The only unique quality is that it's a high-scoring venue, and you would want to chase that.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can't control tosses.
That's interesting, but surprisingly enough, despite Chinnaswamy being known for being a very high-scoring venue, spinners have taken the most wickets here across all venues.
I think because since the drop-in pitch happened.
But even then, it's not like the scores have gone down. It's not that the scores have dipped. Spinners have the lowest balls per dismissal. Pacers have the second lowest balls per dismissal. So both of them take wickets here. So it's one of those venues where you see a 200 for 7, 200 for 8 very frequently. So you see a lot of wickets also going, but at the same time, everyone who comes in can start hitting straight away. They don't have to take their time to settle in and all of that. Which is why I'm hoping Rahul decides to, sort of just go 30 ball 30 and aram se. I'm hoping that happens. He has a fantastic record against RCB.
Yeah, I mean, KL doesn't have any option.
Yeah.
They have to go for it. They need 70 in the power play.
That in fact might go against RCB. The fact that KL Rahul does not have an option, any other option but to go after players. There's no point, anchoring here. That might go against RCB because make no mistake, KL Rahul is a talent.
Yeah.
It's the only reason why all of them are upset with him is the fact that he doesn't make use of it. Yeah. It's not, no one ever would comment on his skill or his talent. And we'll be the first ones to admit that.
Let's see which KL Rahul turns up. I mean,
Chinnaswamy, it does not, I don't know. I don't want to jinx it.
Looking forward to Kyle Mayers as well because although he's been given a long rope and which we have discussed that not many teams would have done,
true.
I still feel he won't have a rope long enough. He needs to chip in like every game.
I was actually asking Vishan the same thing. What do you think? Like hypothetically, let's say Kyle Mayers goes on to have a 400, 500 run season. He also does decently well with the ball at the top, takes 5 odd wickets, gives them a couple of good overs at the top with the new ball. Do you see, is there any merit in KL letting go of Quinton de Kock and having Kyle Mayers as their designated opener come 2024?
Yeah, but they don't really need to release Quinton de Kock because you never know. With these days, injuries are very common.
Wow, Quinton de Kock as a backup. That's something.
Yeah, if you have one player, then just keep it.
That's being very rich on LSG's part if they decide to do that. Wow, that's interesting.
And KKR would be like, "Hame de do bhai."
Exactly. I was actually thinking of the same. Quinton de Kock would be a show-in at KKR's lineup.
Because they need a
Exactly.
overseas keeper.
And a pace hitter. This guy is probably the best pace hitter out there. It would have made things a lot more easier for them. Okay, and ball number 1. Oh, that's a good ball. And another thing, what I saw of Mayers was how he's not exactly comfortable handling hard lengths. Even in the last game, which was against CSK, he got out to a left-hander. I'm trying to think who the left-hander was. I can't remember. Who was the left-hander? Wait, LSG played CSK, they played DC. Sorry, he got out to Khalil then. He got out to a left-hander in his last game. And that's when I got to know of his numbers against left-handers, of how he struggles against left-handers as well, left-hand pacers. Which is why I feel Willie could have a say in ensuring Mayers doesn't have. Oh, that's wide. Gone almost a far to Plessis at first slip. So Pranav Anand has to say 2 things Kale could have done differently. Use Bish in the power play. Could have saved Woods 1 more over for RCB's middle overs. Secondly, bowl Wood at 18th, 19th over.
Yeah, I disagree with the first. I agree with the second. Disagree with the first is because I feel there is a lot of hindsight to this.
Yeah. True.
Because you, other way around, you would say that, use your best bowler in the power play, get some early wickets.
Correct.
So I think, from that perspective, using Wood upfront ball made sense. And
that's going down the leg.
But yeah, he could have he should have bowled the 18, because if Maxwell would have gotten out then, it would have been an opening.
I agree with
I don't see any reason for Wood to be held till the 20th over. There's not a lot of logic to it.
I mean, maybe they had sort of decided that today he is going to be the death overs too. Didn't he bowl 2 overs at the death over? If I'm not wrong, he bowled the 17th and the 20th over. Because I'm pretty sure he bowled 2 overs at the death. He bowled 1 over up top.
So then maybe he could have bowled the 19th as well.
That's true. Okay, pitching outside leg, impact outside leg, missing leg. But Siraj appealed as though that's probably the most plumb.
17th was bowler.
Oh, yes! Whoa! That's fantastic.
I missed it. I was checking the score.
Yeah, that was a Jaffa. Very good ball. Wow, man. That's the kind of start RCB would have hoped for. And Mayers is going out for a 3-ball duck, and I don't think RCB could have asked for more. He had been the recurring chief for LSG in the power play, and they'll be more than happy to see him going back to the pavilion.
This is sort of a nothing shot.
Yeah, beaten Mayers for pace. Clearly beaten Mayers for pace. And it's happy to see Siraj back amongst the wickets. So that's a good sign.
Siraj has been picking wickets in the power play. Again, Mumbai as well. I think
at Chinnaswamy, but last game he got thrashed. So that's why I'm happy to see him.
Last game he gave 5 wides itself, I remember.
Last game, please. That was... Yeah, I still have PTSD of the last game. Just seeing Shardul go the way he did, oh man. But yeah, that was some ball. That was actually, You think Mayers could have done anything differently? Because again, this was something we were just talking about, how he struggles against pace and how he struggles against those hard lengths. Anything that's full, and he is onto you like a rash.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case this time. Siraj was smart enough to not bowl.
He hurried him with pace and
exactly. Yeah. And it also helps that one of Siraj's strengths is to bowl those hard lengths, back of a length delivery. Yep. So who do you see coming in next? Huda, of course.
Huda.
Yeah. Or would this... Oh no, Ayush Baduni. I was thinking of Gautam or someone like an impact sub. They've already announced Baduni as their impact sub, so they can't really do much with that.
Oh, he's shuffling so much across.
You think is it to cover this swing? Because he is getting...
It can backfire.
Definitely.
Because Siraj has that wobble seam which comes in.
True. And one more interesting point to note is that David Willey was their designated first over bowler in the last 2 games. They've actually gone with Siraj today. I feel a lot of it had to do with the fact that Mayers was going to take strike.
Yeah.
Doesn't handle a lot of pace. Willie bowls 120.
Siraj is excellent left-handed.
Yep. That's also true. And Willie with 120s, I don't think even if he got a lot of movement, he wouldn't have been able to trouble Mayers the way he would have wanted to. Interesting. It's been a great first over. Let's hope he finishes it well. So yeah, Huda and then who else? Okay, it's
Stoinis, Puran.
I'm guessing they would send in Krunal Pandya first. What do you make of that? They've repeatedly sent Krunal Pandya game after.
But he's done well in the last game, and they just want to lengthen their batting lineup and use both Stoinis and Puran in as finishers.
I agree with this sort of with this strategy when we're batting first. You know, wherein you want to have your finishers, you want to have designated finishers who can handle the death overs. But by chasing, that's a foul.
He attempted that
Yeah.
in dipper.
Yeah, but when it comes to chasing the total, especially when you're chasing a high total like this, even in the CSK game, they sent in Krunal first. He had a 12 ball 9, if I'm not wrong. If anything, it adds more pressure to Pooran, who will be coming in later. The scoreboard pressure is already there with a high target. If you send someone like a Pandya who struggles to get going, then you just add to the scoreboard pressure, and it becomes even more difficult for the likes of Stoinis and Pooran to do their job.
But I think this is essentially their job because this is. I mean, if they need 12 and over in the last 8, they want Pooran to be there and not Krunal.
Interesting.
And I think with Pooran, what I've realized is people want him to bat higher up the order, but he sees himself as a 6-hitter. So much rather suited lower down the order than little up front, because at times I've seen him get out to which might look very silly shots.
Yeah. Fair. Maybe LSG might also be going the RR way. They sort of gave Hetmyer the designated finishers role, and he's just thrived.
Yeah, and this is also true. They just want to be very clear with role definition that why doesn't matter if you're batting first and bowling first, you are a number 4, because anyway you're going to play all games. You are an important player for us.
Correct. But what doesn't go in Krunal Pandya's favor is his numbers against spin. Of course, he had a decent last game, which was at Lucknow, right? Yeah, that was the Lucknow Hyderabad Snooze Fest. But outside the last game, his numbers against spin in the last 2 are very, very, very below par. He averages around 13. His strike rate was 90 odd. So that's why I feel there's not a lot of value in that choice. But yeah, let's hope. I mean, rather let's not hope. As an RCB fan, I can't hope for him to come good today.
Let's see now.
Pranav Anand says the ball that Bolt dismissed Prithvi Shaw with, was that a wobble ball? I'm trying to recollect what was the ball.
It just angled away. I don't think it's a wobbled ball.
Oh, okay. The edge that Samson took up blinded off. Yeah. I don't think that was a wobble ball. You could, I mean, again, but it's very hard to remember. All those.
It just angled away.
Yeah.
It wasn't an in swinger, so probably Bolt.
Okay,
tricked him.
Yeah, maybe.
Thinking that
of course
he'll bowl an in swinger. But he did bowl an in swinger to
win. That was actually a great setup. Come to think of it, I remember. We just In fact, if you remember, he had a.
He would have been gone. He would have been gone.
Shit, dude.
That would have been curtains.
Not curtains, but that would have definitely gone a long way in boosting RCB's chances. Let's hope we get.
There would have been 3 strings into the curtain.
Oh man. But yeah, just going back to that bowled setup, if you remember, he had his leg gully of sorts to Prithvi Shaw. He bowled a short ball first up that almost went to leg gully. And then, he sort of bluffed him with that outswinger and took the outside. That was actually a brilliant setup. I remember, come to think of it, that was actually good. And Bowl's been fantastic with the new ball for RR.
Already 2 double wicket winnings to start.
Yeah, he's got like 20 odd wickets in the first over in the last 3 seasons, where the second best is like 5. So that's great for RR.
Harsha Bhole put out this tweet. Who is the best new ball left arm pacer?
What were his options? Shaheen?
Stark.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel it's Shaheen.
Okay.
Because he's more complete.
Shaheen is the complete bowler, no doubts about that. But in terms of just the new ball, if you want to just look at the new ball, then where do you see between Shaheen, Stark, and Bolt?
My pick would be Shaheen. Yeah.
Interesting. So, Jaikishan Sharma, are you the stand-up comedian Sumit? No, yeah. I would love to be Sumit Saurav's brother. If you ever get to meet him, tell him. I've watched his stand-up special as well. So, love to be. Basar, could you go back to the previous comment? That was actually an interesting question about Stoinis. So, why is Stoinis not opening like he did for Stars? What do you think of that?
I think LSG bought him in the draft before the auction.
Correct.
And they did him because he's done a successful job in the middle order for Delhi. And credit goes to Ponting for sort of forcing him to do it, because Ponting for Delhi they just force every top order player to become a middle order player. But Stoinis has become that, and even for Australia, he's playing in the middle order.
Correct.
See, I think every batter wants to open in T20, but there are only so many players who can open.
And also in LSG's case, they're spoiled for choices. They've got Quinton de Kock, they've got Rahul. That's a shot.
Good shot.
Is that a 6? Tell me that's.
Boundary भी नहीं हुआ भाई इतनी मेहनत के लिए.
फाप है भाई वहाँ पे इसीलिए. But yeah, just going back to that, LSG is spoiled for choices. They've got Dekop, they've got Mayers, they've got Rahul. So it's really hard to fit someone like Stoinis, on top of the order, at the top of the order, sorry. And also, Stoinis can add more value to this lineup.
Yeah. See, the point is, what Stoinis is doing is a tougher job.
Yep.
And this is where you won't trust a Badoni to do that job.
True.
Also, they'll have Badoni batting at 7, but that's more of a filler.
Yeah. I mean, that's more out of necessity and nothing else. It's not like he's...
Yeah, but actually, a lot of teams are carrying a very weird number 7.
Okay.
It's just, they're just carrying a batter for the sake of carrying a batter at number 7. RCB are doing this with Anuj Rawat.
Yeah.
They have Badoni. These are not natural number 7s.
Correct.
And I think even Delhi, who's the number 7? Akshar is usually their number 7.
Yeah, Akshar, Lalit Yadav maybe sometimes.
Yeah. Kolkata don't have a number 7. They have Shardul at 6. That's it. Though.
But don't you think a lot of it has to do with this, with the fact that, that's the only way these youngsters get a chance.
Yeah.
Because if Badoni does not play at number 7, then that's it. Usko aisa nahi ki number 3 pe khila deenge.
Yeah.
So,
and this is where the teams are a little unbalanced. No team has a proper number 7.
So what would your sort of...
who's the best number 7 in the league?
I was actually about to ask you, who's your best number 7, or what's your ideal number 7 going to look like?
I think someone like Sam Curran.
Okay, interesting.
Or even Ravindra Jadeja for that matter.
But in T20s, he hasn't,
But he can hit pace, and your number
Definitely.
7 is gonna usually come in the 18th to 20th over mark.
A slightly iffy choice, but I wouldn't mind someone like a Daniel Sams or Ramaju Shepherd. They can hit pace.
Shepherd, yes, maybe Sam's at 8.
Sams at
Even
7
7.
for Thunder. He's done a phenomenal job. He's had these,
So this is what happens, right? This just shows us, and maybe we should do some good deep analysis about it, that T20 teams tend to struggle with the number 7 spot because they want 5 proper bowlers instead of 4.
Good effort, but yeah, it seemed like a 4 he might have hit the cushions.
Yeah, and I think on an average, it would be also interesting that how many balls does the number 7 get to bat? Because if he on an average is getting 5 balls or 6 balls, then better choose a number 7 who is a better bowler. And this is where some of the choices, I know this is impact player and all, so it just doesn't matter. But over the years, some of the choices don't make sense, because like for Delhi to make kya hi bole, they're using Aman. They were using Aman Khan as an impact sub. He was a number 8 who wasn't bowling. So ये कैसा number 8 है भाई?
मतलब उनको ये पता था कि उनको अमन खान को खिलाना है. बस they knew that they had to play him.
कैसे भी?
हाँ वही. So it was just force fitting a player because they feel the player is good enough. But what about Shahbaz at number 7? He's good against pace. His problem is against spin.
But is he a hitter?
I don't have to go way too back. If you not just Ranji last season.
I remember, but was he a proper hitter? He was more solid than being a hitter.
You should, the way he handled Navdeep Saini, Trent Bolt, Prasidh Krishna, he definitely can handle pace. He can handle high pace as well. My earliest recollection of Shahbaz Ahmed is the 6 that he hit of Mohammad Shami in 2021. There was this game in Sharjah, RCB versus Punjab. He came in first ball. It was a back of it was actually a short ball. He pulled him and he creamed the ball for a 6. And that's when I realized he can handle pace.
Yeah.
But spin is his biggest problem. I hope he works on it, because he can actually be a very good utility cricketer across teams, even for the Indian team. So let's see how that goes. What about Tim David, Tristan Stubbs?
These are more number 6s. I was thinking about Kyron Pollard, but then I thought he was number 6. Because in that Mumbai lineup, they used to use, I think, at times, basically number 7 was not fixed.
Yeah.
It was either one of Kunal, Hardik or Pollard.
The engine room of Mumbai, as they put it.
Oh, what a ball.
That was a good ball, man. That was a very good ball. Siraj actually seaming the ball, and that's good to see. Yeah.
This seaming in ball is what I'm talking about. If Huda is shuffling,
correct,
then this might trouble him.
Yep. And Siraj also got the 3/4 ball. Of course, there's not a lot of movement right now, so I don't know if he'll get it. It'll be interesting to see. Oh yeah, and going back to the number 7. So what would be the what parameters or what points would you want your number 7 to tick? Like you said, they need to be able to handle pace well.
Yeah.
Outside that, do you think they should also be able to bowl?
100%.
So
100%.
what about someone like a Jason Holder then?
So Holder is a good shout. My number 7 should average 18 balls a match in terms of when he's bowling.
Okay, makes
Yeah.
sense. I was thinking, okay, 18 balls as a match.
So basically, number 7 should be able to bowl at least 3 overs.
Got it.
So your sixth bowling option is a matchup bowler or the first over bowler or the 7th over bowler.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
So yeah, from that perspective, I mean, I know having a pace bowling all rounder at number 7 is a luxury.
True. Luxury. Very few.
Jason
teams-
Holder is, I mean, right up there at number 7.
Interesting.
He's as good as it gets. I mean, I know Aksar is struggling with the ball these days, but he's also.
He'll get there. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like, I mean, he's already proven.
I think in an ideal world, your number 7 should look like a spot too low than a spot too high. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying with the bat and
Yeah.
Yep, that's true. That's actually interesting. But also another reason why I feel teams don't really focus a lot on their number 7 is the fact that more often than not, you don't really have to wait for your number 7 to do things. It's usually your top 5, top 4 batters who get the things done in T20s especially.
See, what teams actually can do is have someone at number 7 who can be a floater too.
Yep.
So
Agreed.
can be sent to arrest a collapse or to target a particular matchup.
Yeah.
And in that regard, I think I really feel that Aksar has been underutilized.
Yeah,
Although,
true.
to be honest, at times when Aksar has been promoted, either he's been run out or he has not worked well for the team.
I actually can see why that happens a lot.
Yeah.
It's sad. Talking of runouts, I have run out of time, and we've got Avnish back in.
Please, for the love of God, I said this, Saurabh. I'm a huge RCB fan, so please. How's Mumbai going? How's Mumbai? Can you look outside the window? Are they burning buses? I'm sick and tired of this whole promotion. All these stadium fans are clapping. Oof, what a ball. And they dropped it. No, they take it and hold it down.
Siraj is like, तेरे पास keeping gloves है, मेरे पास मेरा खुद का हाथ है. Oh, Chira, oh, this is literally peak Siraj.
Oh, God.
Strategic drop.
God, this. We'll be back soon, it says, but we'll be back right now. Is it 16 for 1 and LSG are trying to chase 213. I'm back, refreshed, rejuvenated, uploading and of course checking on our app and the hygiene. It's re-updated and right now you can see some smashing content. There's one which premieres tomorrow. It's a chat that I've had with the doctor in Manipal Hospitals in Bangalore, and he's told us all about Jasprit Bumrah and Shreyas Iyer. He's explained the nitty-gritties of that injury, and that is a fascinating watch. Speaking of fascinating watches, Somesh Agarwal, to the right of me, has done another great data-oriented video. If you guys are interested in that kind of stuff in terms of Criclytics, impact ratings, that was a fascinating watch. I was just watching that while having my dinner. But also slyly looking at the match because I was happy with the final flourish. So Wayne Parnell's, of course, making his debut right now for RCB. He always gave me an impression for a second that he played for RCB with all the South Africans we had. Riley Rousseau, Vander Merv,
I remember Parnell playing for Pune, and I think he played for Delhi as well, if I'm not wrong. Delhi Daredevils.
I mean, we can all remember him in Pune Warriors India, right?
Scored, yeah.
I think that was when he became famous, or shall I say infamous, with Rahul Sharma puffing a certain, you know what, puffing the magic dragon. But yeah.
उसने भी शर्मा जी के लड़के को देख लिया था.
Oh, maybe. Right, so 18 for 1, 3.2, please, it's in the air. And you'll get 4, Deepak Koda. Remember, this is still the power play, so let's not get carried away.
ये तो time pass चल रहा है यहाँ पे.
Go on, Parnell.
This chase is yet to gather some steam.
Correct, yet to catch fire, but that's also because KL Rahul is a Bangalore boy, so maybe today he's actually being the Bangalore boy, saying, you know what, I'll slyly play for RCB today. I can't remember.
He said at the top that this is my home.
By the way, what do you make of Kohli's piercing? It's not a stud. It's just like one of those bindis, gold one, yeah, like.
Yeah.
Oh, was there a little feather? No, it's a white.
When are you getting a piercing?
I don't think tattoos or piercings suit me. I think there was another video put out by, I think, some guys, Alien Tattoos, who did Virat Kohli's recent tattoo on the right arm. Pranav will take your comment right now, my friend. As the tournament goes on, he says so, we will see teams going back to a balanced level at the toss and then using bowlers or batters in a very niche way, like using Yash today or Unadkat/Avesh at the death. 1-2 overs can make a difference.
Yeah, I know, but I think that is overcomplicating the rule.
It is. Oh, there's a feather. There's a feather. Dinesh Karthik's like, how you know, given it. The soft signal is not out. I think they're going to check for two things.
I think he has nicked it. Umpire is not convinced whether it has carried, and the DK is like, "Bhai, pakda hai maine." Kaha.
Insane. And
Kyun chinta kar rahe ho?
Kohli and Panel hugging gives me vibes of 2008, the Under-19 World Cup. If you guys know, you know, in the final in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Panel and Kohli were getting each other on. Not each other on, that sounds really wrong, but facing off against each other.
कैसी बातें करता है यार.
Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. So another, 5-6 overs time, I'll be probably making my way out to the Chinnaswamy, which is about a kilometer and a half from here.
That's an edge.
There is
Clear
no
edge.
daylight. There is no daylight. Akshay Kumar Swami, his fist to the palms indicate there is an edge. There is an edge here. Deepak Hooda. Well,
Let's see
you
if
go
it
back
carries.
to the
Let's
hood.
see if it carries.
Go back to the hood.
Oh. Easy. That's
Daddy,
gone.
daddy.
That's gone. Out you go, Huda.
He's gone. He's gone.
Good night, baby. And
Come on, that's a big win.
Lucknow at Huda.
One sec. So Akshay Kumar Swami was telling me, like, no matter what, we'll finish 7th tonight. But look, if LHG just implode 78 all out, then it'll be egg on Gambhir's face. I shouldn't say that. By the way, I don't know if you guys follow Gautam Gambhir on Instagram, right? So I follow him because, like, one of my close friends, given the fact that we worked with him before, he had one of those. I want Somesh's reaction live on national television. Woo! For a second, I was just playing something else. Now, just tell me about this Gautam Gambhir post on Instagram. I mean, it just captivated me the other day, rather yesterday or today. Just look at that.
Oh, boy, such a big smile.
Just look at
ये कैसे
that.
हो गया भाई?
Just look at that, lads.
I think that's a fake smile.
I don't know if you guys can see that. I mean, Gautam Gambhir smiling, oops, toppling, everything's going off here. Feel like a bull in the China shop in this studio at times, you know, with the books and then the TV and all of that stuff.
So, Avni, do you believe डर के आगे जीत है?
Yeah. Are you kind of making KL Rahul references right now? Because more the wickets he's losing around him, more I'm getting scared with this particular chase. Because then he's just going to release the shackles, and we know when KL Rahul releases shackles. And here's another guy who I don't like in terms of the bat in hand against Bangalore. Krunal Pandya has always been a thorn in Bangalore's flesh with the bat in hand. If you guys know, you know, good old RCB MI rivalry days. But 23 for 2, LSG chasing a mountain 213, who some still feel, by the way, is just about par. And I can't disagree with them because this is a graveyard for bowlers. But look, Parnell's stuck on debut. He's got his tail up. And let's see if he can cause more havoc. So Parnell to Krunal. Remove another one. Oh! Krunal's gone fishing right now. Interesting.
The ball is swinging. भाई क्या हो गया? एकदम conditions, हालात, जज्बात सब बदल चुके हैं यहाँ.
Sub. Parnell, the PC captain, should have been in DC. Can't let the Capitals universe disintegrate, saying Kishan Sharma. The only reason they go for Parnell is because Pretoria Capitals, of course, have Freddie Wild with them. And Freddie Wild works with RCB. So that's the connection. That's why the Parnell influence.
That's a good insight.
Yeah, it is. Because at the end of the day, they're going down that data route, right? With Freddie Wild and Mike Tyson. Oh, Heads is gone!
He's gone!
Get in there! And Krunal Pandya, sorry, it's not your night tonight. KP, well. Goodbye.
Savnish, Isala Cup namde vibes already.
Isala, mate. Isala actually Cup Namde, not the ESCN anymore, ESACN. Actually Cup Namde. I mean, he's having a waff. And I made this joke about Riley Rousseau the other day when he was having a poke outside Rostam saying he's gone fishing, even though it's not a coastal city. Bangalore's not a coastal city, and Krunal Pandya has gone fishing. It's a joke. But look, it's good. I mean, I can't complain. Faf can't complain. And that's the question right here. Right here that we're asking, will the Chinnaswamy be the RCB spot list this year? I think it will. What's up with those cheerleaders? They look like Manipal Hospital. No offense to Manipal Hospital and the lovely nurses out there, but that was just quite shocking to see. Speaking of shocking, what are these Virat ads? Just get some shocking about.
Every ad is Virat Kohli.
He's Scottish in that ad.
Yeah.
He's wearing a kilt. Kohli in a kilt.
I'm done with my gin.
He's done with his gin. Needs a little top up on the tonic over there. But look, getting back into the scheme of things, 23 for 3. Surely they can't be a comeback right now. Otherwise, it'll just be ridiculous. Now, I don't know if you guys saw this, right? I'm a big fan of Great Cricketer. We'll put it out there. We all are. Yesterday, when Rinku was going mad, Sam says, look, I'm going to ink a certain part of my body.
Yeah.
And it just, I don't know. It'll be fascinating to see if that actually happens. I don't want to make those slanderous bets on our watch along because sometimes I've actually risked my hair and I just got away with it. So I don't want to, especially given the fact that my hair is my saving grace. 4 overs in, 23 for 3.
I'll shave my head. In Lucknow
I forgot about that.
Oh.
David Billy. Can David Billy channelize his inner Shaheen Afridi, inner Trent Bolt on to KL?
To care? Yeah.
He got Mandeep out of Peach, which left him last time around. But
I think that Jason, we can take that comment from Jai Kishan Sharma.
come on, get in there. Get in there, Jai Kishan, wherever you are. And also for the rest of you guys, please, of course, infiltrate our comments box. We will focus on your particular insights as well, not just ours. Just because I have a mic, it doesn't mean you guys can't have your say. Please feel free to have your say in the comments below. Like Jai Kishan is right now, so as you requested our producer, he goes on to say, Victoria Capitals have Ben Jones with the team, not Freddie, I guess. But yeah, I guess in a sense, you know what I mean. I did want to mention the company because they're, of course,
Freddie has moved on now. He's the England analyst.
Yeah. Good on
This is
Freddie.
his last season for us, CB.
Dude, just being Freddie Wild in the last 1 year is just nuts. Oh, 1 second. This is what, day 1, session 2. Good bounce and offer. What's happening here?
So Sanjay Bangalore made a point. I mean, I don't want to put an adjective behind it, but he said that the reason that we have been trusting Indian batters to the job is because we want our bowling to be really strong. And I mean, we're seeing the example of it today. They've essentially dropped a batter to add one more bowler, and we know that once Hasaranga is fit, not fit, whenever he's available, he's already flown into the.
He's landed in the Luru. We've spotted him. Varindu, I know you might be watching this from the hotel room because I know you like the CDC watchalongs. Ooh.
So he'll be one bowler, or maybe, I mean, let's see if Karan Sharma continues to bowl well.
Correct.
He might as well just keep playing 2 pacers.
Yeah. I mean, I like the PS game Ashes cricket. Already 2 times this evening, we've seen Ashes cricket. First, Mark Wood to Maxwell, who simply couldn't get a run out of Mark Wood. And now, Willie to Stoinis.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think is a bigger positive for Bangalore in this season? Virat Kohli coming back to form, or Siraj being so good with the new ball again?
I want the second thing to be more consistent, and then if it is, then I will definitely side with Siraj. Because Kohli, even if he has a couple of low scores, Bangalore's bowlers solely rely on Siraj in 4 overs. You know what I mean? Siraj's 4 overs is gold dust. That's where I think he can never go in a game without being bowled because we don't have the plethora of options like in LSG who have 8-9 bowlers. And Siraj is critical for RCB success. As much as people might slander, catch that for the love of God. I know it's a power play, but someone will have to do something magical. And nearly did. Mohammad Siraj, I know he dropped the other one the other day, but look, this one, he had to do what N. Jagdishan did the other day, if you guys remember, similar positions as well, running back to mid-wicket. It could have been 4 down, but thankfully for Marcus Stoinis and LSG fans out there.
So also, although this was a tough chance, I mean, Siraj is a one-dimensional player, right?
He is.
He can't catch, he can't bat.
Yeah, he can't be non-strike, honestly. Can't even be a non-strike. How bad do you have to be non-strike? But yeah,
you need 3 Sirajes to make one Vijay Shankar.
You know, Mohammad Siraj and other bowlers right now should actually look at Umesh Yadav as a fielder and just take a page out of him because they pretty much do the same things. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That is just glorious. You don't associate just touch and finesse from Stoinis, but that is a 4, and that ends the 5th over nicely. 30 for 3. Need a column mic on KL now, and someone asking him if strike rates are overrated. I mean, look, I don't want to say anything about KL because maybe in 25 minutes' time, he might just be going berserk and I'll be like, please stop, he's dead already types. But yeah, it makes me think about that question that you just asked me. Virat Kohli is great to see in form, so don't get me wrong. But I just feel, even when watching that game out there, right, today, after what they went through in the Eden Gardens, that capitulation, they've just decided, dude, Faf, Virat, bat 8-9 overs. The rest 11 overs will muster without batting.
True, but I don't think that tactic can be applied universally.
I know, but look at, not universally for sure, but given just RCB in this year, they have to go with that tactic.
I don't agree.
After
the power play, those 3 overs for just 18 runs, that was a basket.
I know, but then...
I know, see, not every team will have an Avesh and an Unatkat, right?
Correct.
And if KL would have played his cards better, and if Wood bowled the 18th over and Maxwell would have gotten out then, RCB would have had probably 20 runs fewer.
Agreed.
Never know.
Agreed.
So, I don't think T20 can be played that way because they just lost 2 wickets.
True, I see where you're coming from completely, but just because RCB have that susceptibility of losing wickets very quickly, I think our batting is really brittle, like you mentioned over and over again. That's why Faf and Virat, maybe Bangalore and Hesef just told him, look, dude, even if it's 70 for none after 8 overs, it's fine. It just gives us a platform. And even if they lose a wicket, then I'll agree with you. I
See,
sending
70 for no
someone
loss after
completely
8
out.
overs is a damn
shocking.
good start. It's not an easy thing to do.
I know,
Game
but,
after game.
but people sometimes will be like, dude, 8 overs, if you got the momentum, go for 80s, 90s. Even 65 or 8 overs will take, provided none of them get out. But if they do get out, then I want to see RCB completely like be a CSK, where they send randomly Shivam Dubey, where they send randomly Abdi, depending on the situation. We can maximize the batting of Hasaranga, which we've never done. Get that lad in there as number 3 at times. Why not?
Yeah.
Why can't we just take a punt at Harsha Patel? I know we did last time around. Couple of swings, dude, like what RR have done with Ashwin.
This is one point that even Ashok mentioned in his article where he wrote about the trends of the week. That we've seen this being done this season.
Yeah, exactly.
When Mumbai sent in Nehal Vadera and then even Arshad in the last game.
Correct.
It didn't work out. I mean, with Nehal it did to an extent, but not with.
And there'll be some
Arshad.
days where maybe Kohli and Faf are nicked off. And what I will do then personally is probably send Shahbaz Ahmed. I know it's a swinging ball, but he can play pace better than spin. Given the power play, at least, counter attack sort of thing. I don't want to go predictable. Okay, Faf, Virat, get out. Mahipal, Amrod, who again will have 4-5 sighters. Fuck that. Honestly, that's just been that. Like, there's no point. Anyway, I mean, LSG having any intentions of chasing this
Yeah,
down
I'm
to
just
13
thinking
down?
when will the chase begin?
Yeah, it's quite crazy. 33 for 3. And like Som said just a while ago, the chase is not really caught fire.
Catch.
It's the other Matra.
Yeah.
I thought it was the Chuta catch. But yeah. Anyway, we're just trying to read Hindi. If you guys are wondering why we're watching it on the Hindi stream, always because there's something fishy with only the English channel on this particular set-top box. I wouldn't name which is which. But anyway, it's a great start from both the left armers, Parnell and Billy.
I think they're just gonna see through the new ball.
Yeah.
I think strike rates are overrated anyway. Yeah.
Strike rates are overrated anyway. It also depends who's going to be finishing out for us, right? We can be kind of writing really good things about RCB right now, but only time will tell. I know they made that impact sub already with regards to Karan Sharma, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so Karan Sharma will definitely bowl. We saw how well Amit Mishra bowled, and I'm not just saying that because he got Virat out, but just being so it's cruel.
So it's almost ऐसा लग रहा है कि मार दिया भाई मेरे पास ऑप्शन नहीं था. I had to hit it for 4.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like I did not want to. मेरे को बाउंड्री मारना ही नहीं था, but वो क्या करूं इस बॉल पे मैं कुछ और कर नहीं सकता.
Seriously. Anyway, so 37 for 3, 6 overs gone. LSG way behind the 8 ball. And let's, of course, add to this lovely watch along by introducing to you, and I'll leave the suspense, actually. Please, for the love of God, I said this, Saurabh. I'm a huge RCB fan, so please. How's Mumbai going? How's Mumbai? Can you look outside the window? Are they burning buses? I'm sick and tired of this whole promotion. All these stadium fans are clapping. Oof, what a ball. And they dropped it. No, they've taken it over and over.
Siraj is like, तेरे पास keeping gloves है, मेरे पास मेरा खुद का हाथ है. Oh, Chira, oh, this is literally peak Siraj.
Oh, God.
Strategic drop.
God, I think we'll shorten that in due course. That's just a way too long a sting for people to come in and out. But look, we're still learning as RCB are right now with the ball in hand. Nix, how have you been since the last time I saw you? And I'm pretty happy right now. I'm sitting confident, but should I not count my chickens before they hatch, my friend?
Yeah, I think that there was one bit in that sting that said there was classic Siraj. And we saw that just a while back as well. But again, I think great start. Maybe Faf read it better, that there will be help for seam. And there has been help for seam. So again, there is something that they banked on, and they've got the guy who doesn't believe in strike rates. So he's the game. You take him, and then you can count chickens, eggs, whatever you want to.
Yeah, you could probably have a whole breakfast spread by the looks of things the next morning. And remember, Bangalore win tonight. Unfortunately, they don't do themselves that good a service, apart from the 2 points, of course, because their net run rate was so badly impacted against KKR that they'll still have to look onwards and upwards. Our strike rate's overrated even today, saying Akshay Dadich. Obviously, he's giving those emojis which paint a clear picture. That was sarcasm. Stoinis slashes and smashes it to Shabazz, who's sweeper on the offside. Stoinis essentially incoming. You saw it here first, saying Jai Kishan Sharma. Do not. I mean, think about the script within the script then, right? Because you have two ex-RCB lads going about their business against RCB. And you never know. And both these two players, it's not a coincidence, both of them were hard done by the management. Both of them. So they have a lot to prove. I mean, KL loves anyway hitting runs against Bangalore. We showed you that stat earlier on where he averages 144 and he strikes at 142. That's ridiculous. So look, let's see how this innings unfolds. Keep your comments coming through. RCB can't get complacent here, saying to Chad, LSG bat deep and KL always goes big against RCB. That's why I'm not celebrating as much as I would normally would. And we're going to make another substitution right now in terms of Bishan coming through in just a bit, is what Pastor Parida tells me.
He doesn't have Bishan's number.
I think Bish was just about here. I think he was trying to fetch himself something from the vending machine. I think are they pinging me? They are
Pinging going on. क्या चल रहा है भाई? क्या चल रहा है? कौन सा मैच चल रहा है?
They are pinging me.
Are they already?
ये वो वाला मैच है जहाँ पे दो प्लेयर जो एक ही टीम के लिए खेले थे हमेशा एक दूसरे के लिए खेल रहे हैं. So yeah. Again, slightly surprising, but not sad or disgusted to not see Puran bat at 4. Why do you keep hiding your best players down the order?
The vegetarian and he's back home, I think. I don't think he's there in Kashmir anymore.
Yeah, back home, I was hospital. There was a great venue which had a great hospitality, and I really loved the veg food there. But yeah, maybe I'll pass the message on to the folks who do try it out next time that they're there.
Yeah, good. That's for Gurkhirat, Jaikish, and all the chicken talks go to Gurkhirat for sure. Ronaldo fans, Parnell, peace of mind, and Siddharth Hughes, yeah, absolutely. Both of them are CR7 fans, and both of them do different variations of the celebrations. One goes like this, which is Parnell, and Siddharth goes the whole Sue, which is there. Is it just me, or you also used to love KL before? Now he just irritates the shit out of fans. No hating to him, but understand, right? I mean, I still don't hate him. I know, like, some people despise him, maybe.
So for me, it was never love, never hate. I started liking him, but then it just stopped there, and now I don't know. I mean, I just feel.
You started liking him peak 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah, peak 2018, peak KL in 2018.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Look, 43 for 3, 7 overs gone. Let's make a quick substitution right now. Somesh is going to go fetch his dinner, or going to right now. And we'll get Bishan Jaswant back on. And for the love of God, I said this, Saurabh. I'm a huge RCB fan, so great. How's Mumbai going? How's Mumbai? Can you look outside the window? Are they burning buses? I'm sick and tired of this whole promotion. All these stadium fans are clapping. Oof, what a ball. And they dropped it. So they've taken it over and over.
Siraj is like, तेरे पास keeping gloves है, मेरे पास मेरा खुद का हाथ है. Oh, Chira, oh, this is literally peak Siraj.
Oh, God. God. Yes, we're back. We're back. We're right here. Do not be bothered by that stupid sling. At times you can mute it if you want. We'll make it shorter, promise. Now, Stoinis has just welcomed Harsha Patel into the attack with an absolute swing across the leg side for 6. And welcome back, Bishan Jaswant. How are we? And 49 for 3, 7.1. If you're an RCB fan, are you happy? Are you nervous?
If you're nervous at 49 for 3 in 7 overs, chasing 220, when will you not be nervous? Relax, Avnish. This is your game.
I mean, it's just in my DNA as an RCB supporter to worry. We've seen over the years Ashok Dinda, Mithun, Srinath Arvind, I don't know, even the best of league runs, Dale Steyn at his form was league runs. So at times as an RCB fan, you never breathe easy. If you guys know, you know. Catch that for the love of God. No, there isn't. And this is what I mean, because just a couple of big overs at the Chinnaswamy, you get something called vitamin M. What M? Momentum. And that is where Bangalore fans get scared, Nix. He's having a laugh, but it's true. You know how you said this earlier as well, Nix. The fact that Bangalore sometimes, once the runs start, you just can't stop it.
And after Rinku Singh, you can never say never.
You can never say never.
Yeah, and rightly too. I think the pitch has been very good for batting. We saw that in the way how charitable, despite the charity from Lucknow with the bowling. Oh, I think that's a 4. Yes, there it is.
He's
Yeah. So Stoinis is warming up, and you could see that the team owner being a bit
Siraj.
more.
Talking about Siraj, but like Harshal Patel, how critical is he if Bangalore has to say, "Oh, Isala Cup namde"?
Yeah, I think definitely you need Herschel to be at his best. What is I'm going to look at very keenly is what are the lengths that he's targeting. I feel whenever he was doing very well, he always used to hit the deck well and get extra bounce or uneven bounce from it, and then get people out on the short ball and also the dipper that he bowled on the stumps that he has a very good slower one. But now that the bounce is very even and the ball is coming onto the bat better, he's not going to the slower ball earlier and it's not coming off well. So when that happens, you need more defensive options, which in Bangalore it's very hard to do that. Again, you see that's a great ball. Just went wide
Yeah.
of the crease, bowled into the deck and got to beat the bat. So I think that's what you need, and that's what we'll see from Harshal. But yeah, Harshal is very, 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 very key for
And
RCB
that
to do well.
and that ball vindicates what you were just talking about, Nick. But it makes me think deeper about Harshal Patel, right? When he got the purple, obviously it wasn't in conditions like Chinnaswamy, smaller grounds. It was in bigger grounds where he was bowling the critical overs and he was invariably getting wickets, cheap wickets, if I may add, in the deep, being caught out just in the boundary. Is that another subplot? The fact that this time he is going to be bowling at the Chinnaswamy, where sometimes the margin of error here is tough on bowlers.
Yeah, it's not only the size of the ground, but also the pitch,
Yeah.
which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
very flat, right? So both come into play here, and unless you show form, he also won't get to bowl at the death a whole lot,
Correct.
right? Which means he won't get those cheap wickets, and we discussed with Avesh as well earlier. You don't get the cheap wickets, you don't get the confidence to bowl well in the next game,
Yeah.
right? So all of that is coming together to give Harshal, the form that he has now, and this over's done him no favors. 6-4-4, and now the captain's already hesitating about where he's going to complete Harshal's quota from, who will come in for him, as opposed to thinking Harshal's your main man. So things have changed for Harshal, but it's a matter of 2 games in this format,
Yeah.
and he could be back.
He could be back, and I hope he is, because look, he has one of the best dipping Yorkers the league has ever seen after, say, a Malinga or a Bravo, but he's really taken to that delivery. But I haven't seen that much used of it or executed well since he's had his injuries, woes. He's been in and out of the Indian side as well. So look, Harshal Patel, fingers crossed you can do well, mate. I know your first over hasn't gone well, but look, even Mark Wood went for an expensive first over and finished up well. Now, what is the modus operandi for an LSG right now? I know they have Ayush Badoni. I know they have, who else do they have yet to come?
Puran. But Karan Sharma is taking a wicket now. Don't worry.
Okay, fine. Do you reckon? Because like if they have to actually make a meal of this chase, in the sense chase it down, Knicks, is it almost KL and Stoinis batting another 4 overs?
Yeah, I think from what it seems to me, Stoinis is the one who's going to take the attack, while KL looks to bat 14, 15 overs. So, and that will continue from every end. So KL, till the time KL is there, he, of course, anchors because he can. That's all that he can do, or he feels so. So that is what he'll do, and everybody will attack from the other end.
Yeah. I mean, let's see how they go about their innings here, because it's going to be make or break this next 6 or 7 overs. I say that because I don't know how much are they fancying to chase in the last 5 overs. That's what I look at it, especially in a ground like Chinnaswamy, even Eden Gardens to some extent. How much do you back yourselves as a team to chase in the last 5 overs? 65, 70, sometimes even on this surface, you can get away with it.
Yeah, 65-70 in the last 5 is realistic.
Yeah.
And
Oh, good
there
grief.
you go.
With bowling like that, they might need lesser than 65, 70. And Karan Sharma is also going to start the attack not on the best foot, Bish. I don't like this.
yeah,
I
no,
don't
and
like this.
KL Rahul, well, we can, take the mickey out of him to say that the rate at which he bats at and whatnot. We know the talent that the guy has.
Yeah.
He can play shots all across the ground, right? And we saw how Faf started, which is really how KL has started as well. And if he gets set towards the end of the innings, KL is a guy, fantastic shot
my
again.
good grief, Bishan. Oh my good grief, Bishan. I do not want this to be a nightmare. The next 11.4 overs, the next 70 balls. If you guys, wherever you guys are, tune into the CDC Watchalong, because there'll be lots going off. Trust me. I mean, the way that Stoinis is just kind of showing himself right now, I think he means business tonight. I really think he means business.
You're trying to jinx him, aren't you? It's not working out.
I'm just like, he's such a good batsman, such a nice person also.
You could make out Avnish is lying when he's serious.
Yeah, man. I don't know why all these players decide to choose to come back in a form against Bangalore. I mean,
It's not luck. If you drop the catch, you deserve it. That's
that
all.
that is true. And it was a tough chance, to be fair to Siraj. But look, if you grab those, we would have been having a different conversation altogether. But Stoinis intimidates me. He's already zoomed off to 42 of just 21. KL Rahul, meanwhile, just playing for stumps on day one, you reckon? Woo! Good bowling. Run out, surely! Run him out! Oh! Again, he survives KL Rahul. He's a lucky boy, this lad. I know he stays somewhere in Koramangala, but come on, the luck that this man has is quite ridiculous. It's a joke.
Yeah, but I think it was close. May not have been out.
Traffic there. Duh. Duh. What do you
It
mean?
was just in.
Oh, he was. It
Maybe.
would have been, I'll tell you what, Nix, it could have been touch and go that. And KL knows
Yeah.
it as well. The other one really should have hit the stumps, bro. That could have been curtains early on for KL. And unfortunately, Bishan's captain in the fantasy scheme of things as well.
I'm very happy the guy is 15 of 16. Just stick it out, score 50 of 50. Works for me.
God. Yeah, it's runs, which is the ultimate currency in fantasy. Jai Kishan Sharma throwing a dagger at my heart, saying our real RCB bowlers have turned up now and how. I mean, I'll tell you what, more you take the piss out of them, more they'll bite you in the backside. So come on, Karan Sharma. Hush up, Jai Kishan in the comments. Catch that. Ooh, no.
That's 2 back-to-back overs almost of 15.
Oh my
or so.
God.
Oh.
Diabolical fielding.
I think he's not got
Has he done well, Shehbaz Ahmed? Because I think his foot might have touched the boundary, but I could be wrong. Nonetheless, very, very good over yet again, FairSG. They've got some 2 big ones. And all of a sudden, this partnership looking threatening, 49 of 29. I know that Maxwell and Faf were well set, and that's my fear with these 2. That's 4 Bish.
No,
Or
I
no?
don't think so.
Maybe touch and go here. Because Shahbaz, I think he's done well there. He's done well there.
And even earlier, I think he made contact with the ball and released it early enough.
Okay.
And then made contact with the rope. Let's watch that. It's touching him right now. Oh, he may have.
I think he might not get the benefit of the doubt, you know. And it might come down to fine margins like this. And that's where, yeah, it's for 74, becomes 76 for 3 after 9, and they'll take a strategic timeout. What I will do at this moment in time, will also ask you guys to check out our lovely content, especially on the app, which is kind of being rejigged right now and updated. There is a fascinating piece with the Manipal doctor explaining Jasprit Bumrah's injury and Shreyas Iyer's injury, and not to forget other great articles and features, as you can see. We'll put some stats out as well, just to kind of digest it all in this timeout. In the IPL since 2022, boys, Marcus Stoinis has scored at a strike rate of 207.7 against leg spinners in particular. And among batters with 20-plus balls against the bowling type, only Rajat Patidar strikes better.
What's shocking is that Rajat Patidar is better.
Yeah.
227. Wow.
I mean, yeah.
But it's a small sample size. Maybe he's faced 25 balls. I don't know. But still a pretty impressive stat there.
Correct. I mean, for sure. I have no idea why people are calling me when they know I'm in the watch-along. Have no idea why. Do they not watch the show? I think they didn't get the memo. But clearly, you guys can get all the memos that you need by pressing that bell icon in terms of staying tuned to the YouTube channel of ours. Cricket.com/TV. I know there's a little bit of a SEO scene there, but cricket.com/TV is where we're on YouTube. Right. So what's happening in the next 5 overs, boys? Because how do RCB break this partnership? They don't have a world-class spinner. I say that with all respect. Do they go back to Siraj for just 1 over? Do they go back to Parnell, Bishan, and then Nix?
Tough one, really tough one, because I don't know if they have one bowler in the team to whom the captain can turn right now and say, you're my go-to man, right? But I would think that the person who thinks of himself as the go-to man here is Siraj, right? As possibly the senior most bowler in the team with the most international experience, you would expect Siraj to be the guy who would have to stand up here. But I don't know if the middle overs is the place for him to bowl. It's not usual for him to be bowling over there. So that's one thing to consider. But I don't know who the other options are there. I don't know if Willie is an option here. No, I would
Parnell?
Parnell, based on his confidence, possibly. Nix.
Shahbaz Ahmed. Getting on.
Shahbaz Ahmed is a guy who I feel kind of bad for in this RCB team because he doesn't know if he'll get to bowl, he doesn't know if he'll
Yeah.
get to bat, and he's just playing the team hoping that he gets a chance to do something. It's like one of those guys in the club teams, you can't make up 11 people, so you add one or two at the end, and then, it's I mean, no disrespect to Shahbaz because he's won RCB a few games with the bat as well as with the ball.
Well called, Nix. Nix is a soothsayer, honestly. Brilliant stuff. So Shahbaz is in. And a lot of chat in that timeout. You can see Kohli there, Bracewell behind him, Faf giving instructions, Shriram as well as a spin expert in the image over there, and not to forget Suyash and all the other blokes that you could recognize with Bangalore. But Shahbaz into the attack now, and whether KL goes after him, only time will tell. But right now, I think he's more than happy to play second fiddle to Stoinis.
We know the answer to that question. KL's not going after anybody.
I understand that, but you look at that little bottom figure on the channel, which says 12.6 in terms of required rate.
Stoinis is doing 15 by himself. So as long as Stoinis is out there, you will see KL taking singles and giving it to Stoinis.
Okay.
When he gets out, then we'll see.
Okay, fair enough. Remember, they still have Puran and Badoni, like the boys said. Nandal Sepat, good evening to you. Good to see you. At least the first comment that I'm taking of the day from you. He goes in to say, for the next match, drop Harshal, play anyone instead of Harshal. He will do better than him. I mean, the thing is, Harshal, again, his usage comes down to that. And also, it's not familiar territory, this Harshal Patel bowling in Chinnaswamy. He's enjoyed most of his success in the UAE. And of course, when the IPL was played across venues in India, but not at home. Catch that, for the love of God. Catch that in the crowd. Literally. I mean, that's top tier nearly. And it's so effortless from start to Stoinis. I think it's a 50 and in quick time too, Bish. 25 balls and it's his fifth 50. And I'll tell you what, I mean, I don't remember him scoring that many runs generally in an IPL game, but every time against Bangalore, he seems to turn up. He just seems to turn up.
And when Stoinis wins.
Yeah, exactly.
He just makes it look effortless. He really does.
Yeah.
So he doesn't need to hit the ball hard, and simply timed balls go for huge sixes into the second tier. So it's almost scary to watch him bat. It reminds me of Gale a little bit.
Yeah, how do you suss him out? Because right now they still need 130 from potentially less than exactly 10 after this over. That's doable in this ground, It really is doable, and that's what's scary right now. The fact that we even reckon 65 can be chased in the last 5. So obviously 130 can be chased in the last 10, provided KL Rahul, Stoinis and Puran are there and thereabouts. Because apart from that, LSG's batting lineup looks bleak. Remember, they don't have people like Holder and all of those guys because they've lost them. But still, they pack a punch this lot. And with Gambhir there, kind of pushing the fire in the belly of every batter to come out, you kind of know what's coming. Right, so neck and neck in terms of after 9.5 overs, 85 for 3 and 86 for no loss, RCB were. They finished with a good finish, but I still would have liked more. I think 10 runs short personally, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
I really can't ask for more when a team has scored 210, 215.
Yeah, catch that. Is that going to carry? Is that going to carry? Is that going to carry? It's in the crowd. I mean, literally, sometimes you can close your eyes and tell a person whether the ball's going to go for 6 or not in Bangalore. And that's exactly what Bish did. 91 for 3 after 10 overs gone. And they've enjoyed a lot of runs in this middle overs. Talk about a lot of runs. We'll show you this particular depiction in terms of Marcus Stoinis, because he's gone on to get another 50, his 5th in the IPL. 52 of 25. He's now 58 of 27. But look at that strike rate. I mean, that's what would the Gujarat Lucknow read right now. So, look, LSG, just to give you a depiction, when me and Bish came on, in fact, when Bishan came back on to the Watchalongs, it was 37 for 3 after 6 overs. And now, these guys are 95 for 3, 91 for 3. So, it's madness. It's 54 runs, which has come in the last 4 overs. And it just gives you an indication of what's to come, maybe. The fact that Bangalore's bowlers really need to hit their lines and lengths to make a match of this. Otherwise, they can really choose which overs to go for. And sometimes the beauty of chasing in Bangalore is that even if you get a 22, 23 run over, you know that there's always that possibility in the locker. You can tend to kind of,
knock it around, play out the good bowlers, tougher bowlers, yeah.
Yeah.
And, we keep saying RCB's bowling attack isn't good, but why are we saying that, right? Because if you look at the players on paper, Siraj, Willie, Harshal, Karan Sharma, they're not individually bad bowlers, right? So why are they still a bad bowling attack? And I think the answer to that is, in today's T20 game, to have a quality bowling attack, you need to have someone who's really quick, and or someone who's a quality leg spinner / mystery spinner, right? RCB have neither.
Yeah, but they have two waiting in the wings. Oh, he's gone 6 balls, Stoinis. Is it his night tonight? Is he going to make me cry and weep like a little 4-year-old baby? Honestly, I think that's on the cards. You can't rule that possibility out. Subscribe and like if you guys would like to see me cry, which is really mean, because if you guys have a heart, you'd hope that the home team wins tonight, or you'd hope for a good game of cricket like Nick does. So,
or that the home boy wins tonight.
Or the home boy, yeah. I told you about that fascinating subplot, right? Marcus Stoinis and KL Rahul, they weren't managed really well by RCB. They were kind of not even given good closure on their way out, and now they really want to make their presence felt at the Chinnaswamy in front of the RCB faithful. Karan Sharma was the impact sub, but he's not doing anything but impact this game in a negative way. Bish, it's not a bowling attack. Look at the surface and the ground. The average score of Chinnaswamy is around 200, saying Chant.
What do you mean it's not a bowling attack?
What is it then?
I'm saying that what RCB lack in terms of a bowling attack to make it a quality bowling attack is a pacer.
Catch that. Surely a wicket. Yes!
Oh,
come on! That's the wicket I wanted, baby. Get in there. Sorry for my emotions coming up. But look, at the end of the day, well played, Marcus Stoinis. We love you. We honestly love you. It was just my little initial burst of anger. And Nix, you called it. There was a wicket coming, and you're spot on again, mate.
Yeah, I mean, though I was very surprised to see him flight the ball, but there was a miss hit. But I think Bangalore will take it. Just take it and go. I think now, sorry?
He nearly dropped it also. Did you see that?
Yes. I think now they can get Maxwell in from the other end and get Maxwell to bowl to Puran early. Just get Puran out now.
I agree with you.
Else you'll have to be animated right through.
I like that idea actually, because look, at the end of the day, RCB have no other off-spinning option, and only Maxwell is it. Maybe just 1 over. I know he's not 100% fit and all of that. Surely 1 over.
It's worth a try for sure.
Akshay Kumaraswamy saying hell no from behind the camera, saying no chance. But why, Akshay? Yeah. Yeah, but early on is what Nix is saying. 1 over. He's saying no. I don't know. Look, an RCB fan behind the camera is animated. Nix is more mindful. He says with the head over the heart. I mean, it could be wrong. Akshay could be right as well. But I'm just kind of facilitating this chat for no rhyme or reason. But look, 4 down more importantly. Puran's joined KL Rahul out there. And Karan Sharma's had the last laugh. Just when I was jinxing it, it's finally can come to fruition of some sort. Are we waiting for someone of some sort? No, we're not.
But this is the kind of situation where RCB can take a chance, because the batting team still needs 12 runs and over or something like that, and you have a new batsman at the crease, and you could have a potentially favorable matchup with Maxwell bowling to Puran. It's worth the risk, because Puran could get set even if Maxwell doesn't bowl. You may as well give yourself a chance.
Yeah, that's true. Catch that, please. Oh, is it going to carry? Oh, it's going to carry. The Chinnaswamy just gives you hope as a cricket fan at times, especially when you're an RCB fan watching them defend the chase. Oh my God. Anyway, 105 for 4, 11 overs gone. I'm getting animated for no rhyme or reason, but I know the next 9 overs, I need to just keep calm and support RCB, as one IPL once famously said. Aman saying, the fuck is KL doing here? You can't expect opposite batters to slog every ball. He will eventually perish. Stoinis perished.
Yeah, Stoinis perished, but I think that had nothing to do with KL. Stoinis was in the form of his life. If the other end, someone batting was going hard, Stoinis would have still gone hard.
Yeah.
It's not like Stoinis would have played more conservatively because there was somebody attacking at the other end, right? So Stoinis played the way Stoinis plays and got out. I think it has nothing to do with KL Rahul. You will see KL now having played 20 odd balls. And my prediction as my IPL captain, fantasy league captain as well, I am hopeful that he's got set now. And when we need him to score runs quickly, he will score them quickly. Not enough to win. Manish, RCB will still win the game, but he'll score good runs for me.
Fair enough. I mean, it's just so weird to see a scorecard which says 105 for 4, 11 overs gone, and KL Rahul's not even faced 20 balls yet as an opener, right? So you can see how much of the strike is being enjoyed by his partners tonight. And to be fair, he's been playing a different role. Now he's flicked that away. There is a man there. Take it. Yes, it's Virat Kohli who gets rid of KL Rahul. Come on. That is the wicket. And that is the game, baby. 2 points in the back. Surely, Knicks. Surely they can't lose the game from here.
Yeah, they should not. They'll have to do an RCB to lose from here.
Jinxing him. I love Prashant for jinxing him. It's insane. See you later, KL. I love you. I hope you score 100 after 100 after this game, but tonight was not your night, my friend. Tonight was not your night. Yes.
Yeah, and I think just to address this very pertinent question that Jay is asking, see, I don't think this is how teams and players play with each other. One player playing his role is not putting pressure on the other player. We are assuming that it's putting the pressure. There are definite rules for each player. That's what Faf did in the first inning. It's what KL Rahul did. You see him play now. It's a positive matchup versus Siraj. He takes him on. He gets out. It's okay. The point is you need not take risk unless necessary if there is no risk being taken at the other end. If it's going at the other end, there is no need to take risk for the sake of it. And that's what Faf did. That's what KL is doing. You would still want 10 more runs.
It just makes a very important takeaway time right now because I'm sure he's going to be lambasted very quickly on Twitter, KL Rahul. 20 balls for his 18. Talk to me, boys, and address all the questions. Put all the KL comments below, and we'll feature them one by one. Is he to be blamed? Because Aman just put it up earlier in his comments saying, what is he doing? Everyone's putting up in their comments right now, as you can see, Mukul as well. It's a joke.
No, there's nothing wrong with what he's doing. I mean,
I
would rather he scored 20 of 14 instead of 18 of 20. Sure, slightly better strike rate. But the job here was for Stoinis to go big guns, and he was going big guns. At that time, you don't want KL to go big guns because if KL does that and gets out, that puts pressure on Stoinis, who is the guy who's scoring the runs for you. You want him to keep playing freely, which will not happen if KL takes a chance and gets out.
I agree with you, but at times, KL has not even bothered to take responsibility, man. Whether he bats with Stoinis, whether he opened the other day with Kyle Mayers, whether he's done it for India in T20 cricket, I mean, it just makes you think KL Rahul and T20 cricket, surely there's a better approach because we've seen it in the past. He scored 14 ball 50s. This is a man that we all love.
I'm not propagating the way KL generally plays. I'm just saying in today's specific situation, I don't think it was entirely, improper the way he played because of the way Stoinis was going at the other end.
I agree. So I'm just taking tonight's example and saying one thing. The fact that this has always been plaguing Rahul, right? Essentially, where he just takes a lot of balls to get in. And sometimes he catches up, sometimes he doesn't. It looks uglier when he doesn't catch up. But how often will he get away with it?
There are times when he deserves the brick bats, right? But today wasn't one of them because the team was 40 for 3 or whatever it was. It's not like he had the liberty to play shots either. They lost 3 early wickets. And then they had one batsman come in who looked like he could do something for the team. And KL's job there was to let him do it. That was his job.
Okay, but right now, was it a brain fade? Because essentially, if he's anyway taken that approach of batting 20 balls, surely he's thinking he's not going to pull it in the 11th over, right?
No, but he can't use that approach the entire innings. That approach was while Stoinis was there. And we said this earlier as well. While Stoinis is there, don't expect KL to change what he's doing. And he didn't. But once Stoinis gets out, you would expect KL to step up so that the other batsman can get himself in. And the ball was there to be hit, to be fair. It was, angling onto the leg stump. It was there to be hit. He didn't execute it well. I wish he executed better for my fantasy team. But I wouldn't criticize him too much for the shot he played.
Okay, do you echo those thoughts, Nick? Because look, lots of people in the comments are just throwing pelters. I'm not going to throw pelters, but he needs to be questioned at the end of the day.
See, Bishan rightly explained everything that's happening with KL. He's playing to a role that is set for him for the side. You would always want 10 more runs from any batter when they get out. And that's my only problem with KL as of now. As Bishan said, just get 10 more runs than what you have right now. 18 of 20, 20 of 20, it doesn't make too much of a difference because you are playing to a role. Stoinis was going well. Why is the need to take... See, the thing is, it's a very England, West Indies thing to do that, keep going from both ends. But you need to have a team for that. Who do they have after this to keep going from both ends? They don't. So KL Rahul takes off now. He hits Siraj for 20 runs in the over. Suddenly everything feels fine. So in hindsight, when he gets out, it looks like okay, he wasted balls, like we discussed with Shikhar Dhawan. He was 30 of 30. Had he got out on the 31st ball, everybody would have thrown daggers at him. But he went on to score 85. Today, Faf for 33 of 34. He gets out on 36 ball. We'll again say the same thing. Faf did not bat at the right tempo. But the thing is, it's easier to say on the outside that you need to go from both ends, but it rarely happens. The teams that do it are built so strong, so deep that they can afford to do that. And most of them, they don't even do it in the chase. It mostly happens also while batting first because you want to get that extra cushion, and that too you do only when you have the setup. So I think with KL, as long as he's doing the role that he set for himself and the team, it should be fine. We'll always want better results, but I don't think. See, strike rate is not overrated, but you have to just play to the situation, and he did that well today.
The issue with KL, I'll tell you when it comes. When he bats, when India's batting first or whatever, LSG is batting first, sometimes he does it then also, which is harder to understand, right? When you're batting first, you want to maximize your 20 over target, right? I mean, some of the issues are still there, the deficiencies of your team, you know what the issues are. But when you're batting first and you're top of the order, then then 20 of 20 is not pardonable, right? In this situation, it is. Because when you do 20 of 20, you've eaten 20 balls, you'll never get back, which others in your team could have scored runs off for you. And those are more valuable then. Those balls are less valuable today. So I think today was okay, but when he bats first and does the same thing, that's a problem.
Yeah, I think that is a big problem. Right, so 116 for 5, 12 overs gone. They still need 97 to 48, and there's Puran and Badoni out there. But in here, Bishan will remain, Nix will remain. I will make a small substitution with myself going out for, of course, Akshay Swami, who's going to be joining us right now. Please, for the love of God, I haven't said this, Saurabh. I'm a huge RCB fan, so please. How's Mumbai going? How's Mumbai? Can you look outside the window? Are they burning buses? I'm sick and tired of this whole routine. All these stadium fans are flapping. Oof, what a ball. Have they dropped it? No, they've taken it over.
Siraj is like, तेरे पास keeping gloves है, मेरे पास मेरा खुद का हाथ है. Oh, Chira, oh, this is literally peak Siraj.
Oh, God!
Strategic drop.
God,
What the hell just happened right now?
Faf wants to know the same thing. He's got the same expression on his face.
Man, actually, what just happened right now? That was just a gentle push. Come on, man. You can't. You really can't be doing this.
I think the fielder didn't spot the ball early enough and started running late, which is what happened.
Please.
The guy didn't get to bat.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
I've been waiting for you to get a game. Please don't do this on the one game you get. Oh man. So yeah, where do you think the game's headed right now?
Tough call, because it really depends on this partnership. If they can get, let's say, 30 runs more in the next 3 overs and get themselves to a situation where they're 150 odd in 15 odd overs,
Okay.
then there's a chance here to push. But even then, because there isn't enough batting left and they're 5 wickets down, even if they get themselves into the situation that I'm saying, all that they have is a chance.
You can't bowl that, man. I mean, you've got the best of analysts sitting there. Why? What makes you think flighting the ball right up
He also
runs?
got the length and the line wrong over there.
Jeez,
It was
man.
on leg stump, yeah. That's got nothing to do with analysts, just it came out of the hand wrong.
But why? No, you don't send a spinner to this guy, man. I mean, I know. Like right now, it's just me. It's Akshay Kumar Swami, the typical RCB fan talking. I'm not here to talk about the game or anything right now. This is you have Siraj, you've got Willie, you've got Panel, you've got Harshal. You can finish the next 7 overs just with pace. This is exactly what he's going to do, ball after ball. Why would you get? Yeah, Nix, aap hi bolo. Like, don't you? Everyone knows he's a proven spin hitter. Why would you? Why?
This is like Harshal bowling length balls with the field up in the last game from 89 for 5 and getting them to than whatever it was. It's as illogical.
There are
I-
some things only RCB can do, and that's a prime exhibit A. But yeah, that is just part of life, and so I'm sure you're used to it now.
You never learn.
No, RCB never unlearn. Sorry.
Geez,
Oh.
man, 77-7 is any day the batter's game, especially at a venue like Chinnaswamy. To be honest, I still feel it is LSG's game to lose, especially with Puran still there.
No, the only reason it's not is because they're 5 down.
I understand, and
Yeah.
especially that they've got a long tail.
Yeah.
But having been an ardent RCB fan for the last 15 years,
You
I
know the
see-
script,
yeah,
how this will pan out.
which is what's scaring me, man. I'm not. I genuinely am not ready for a heartbreak today. So please, Crickbuzz saying big wicket of. I mean, Soliloquy says Crickbuzz saying big wicket of KL. Lol, as the hitting is going on right now, RCB shouldn't have got him out. I mean, again, it's easier to say that. We've also seen KL, go on and accelerate and score a century, score 90, score 80s against
Yeah.
us. So trust me, it's not as simple as it seems.
So I'm reminded of the song for you right now. What is it which goes, I've seen this film before, I don't like the ending. Right?
let's not go
You
down
have
that
seen
road
this
right
film
now.
before many times.
Finally better sense prevails and dude Harshal, bhai, ये क्या है ये?
What a fun start. We needed this to make this match exciting. It was getting a bit boring.
And
We needed 2 fun overs.
Vision has got the run rate from 6 to 12 like fun. No. Arey, kya tuk, come here, let's have sixes.
you know what's even more annoying is how confident Harshal seems even after getting hit. I remember in the previous over he got hit for like 3 boundaries on the first 3 balls. You could still see him pacifying Faf. Ki boss, like I know this. But no, you don't. You've been getting hit left, right, and center, boss. Please.
He needs to execute. That's well executed. He needs a couple of the slow balls to come out of his hand because that's the ball that made him who he is, right? He needs a couple of those balls to come out nicely. Couple of those to beat the batsman because he used to beat batsmen with slow balls. He used to go through to the keeper. It's just
Agreed.
not happening these days. They need a couple of them to happen and you'll see him back.
But the conditions aren't really going to help him do that. And
Yeah.
what I don't understand is why has he like literally stopped attempting Yorkers? That was his go-to option in 2021 that got him so many wickets. I don't remember. Has he even attempted a Yorker today? I don't remember even one Yorker being attempted. Not even a full ball for that matter.
Yeah,
Finally something. Finally. Just do that.
But the Yorker is a tough ball to bowl when your confidence is low. It's a tough ball to bowl at the best of times because one, it's hard to land it, and two, it takes a lot out of you,
Correct.
especially at the fag end of a game. But when your confidence is down, executing that leaves even less margin for error. So I mean, I get it, but also you want your players to be brave. You want them to trust their skills. So I guess you can expect it of him, but
Pakad bhai.
Harshal's not feeling it.
RCB scored 113 runs in their last overs. No reason why LSG can't repeat that.
RCB had 9 wickets in hand. LSG have 5.
Again, Puran's already 30 of 10. Like again,
And Lucknow bowled Jaidev in the end. RCB may bowl somebody like him, if at all. But still,
we've got those 120s wale bowlers who we have. Like we've got a buffet of hit me bowlers coming in. Again, I know I sound really pessimistic. Whatever I say, please take it with a pinch of salt. Parnell supposedly is
Oh, what a shot! Love it.
Come on, man. You've got to be kidding me.
Vision is taking the mickey out of you right now. I almost feel Harshal Patel and Nicholas Puran are the ones that I'm talking to right now.
Oh, God.
We are 2 sixes away from Anirudh going Maro, mujhe Maro.
This is great. Just fantastic.
Man.
What is Soliloquy saying?
Harshal Patel is uncut gone lucky after 2017 season. No difference in bowlers. Harshal is just lucky.
Woo! Second flattest 6 of the tournament. There was one earlier in the tournament that was a skimmer. This is
This is
a 12-footer. Nice.
like can bowling get any more poor? I know. I don't play.
It
cricket.
was.
Any
It was.
professional
It was in the game that Rinku Singh finished. Those first 3 balls were terrible.
Mhm.
Talking about bowling for an extended period getting poor. Rinku Singh was 1 over that was poor, outrageously poor. This is what they were 30 for 30. Sorry, yeah, 30 for 3 after 6. Since then,
See, Rinku's over also didn't need a pitch, right? If you bowl 3 full tosses, anybody who knows to hold a bat will hit them. I mean, credit to Rinku and all that, sure, but he made it really easy for him.
but how do you bowl 8 bad overs back to back? That's my question. You
Ask
bowl one
hashtag
over.
RCB since 2008.
There was a question from Suchant asking me why I'm criticizing the bowlers. I think there was something on those lines.
Vish, why are you blaming bowlers? The pitch is true and the ground is short. How are you expecting the bowlers to perform on such grounds? Even LSG bowlers didn't manage to do well.
Yeah, but we don't have bowling machines for a reason, right? The bowlers are coming into bowl. They're the best they have, international quality bowlers. So we have to expect them to execute their skills in the conditions. The the worst of this actually is usually when you see the ball wet as well. The ball could have also been wet by this time in the night usually.
Yeah.
It's thankfully not. So they have a little bit actually going for them in their favor over here, which they need to make the most of. I mean, players practice for the worst situation. You practice with a wet ball under lights when you're training, right? So you know what's coming at you, and that's why that's how people like Harshal became what they did, because in tough conditions they were able to execute slower balls and yorkers and get the ball to either keep low or jump from a length, etc., which you earned your reputation in easy conditions to bat.
Agreed. And also, just to interject, I mean, Chinnaswamy is a high scoring venue, but don't forget spinners have the lowest balls per dismissal here, and pacers have the second lowest. So getting wickets is, wow, man, this is some hitting, this is some outrageously poor bowling. Like, can someone please tell me how many boundaries has he scored in these 13 balls? I feel he scored like 10 boundaries in the 13 balls he's faced, and I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah, he's averaging 3 point something per ball. So
eight boundaries, 5 over the fence, 3 into you and to the fence.
Wow, man.
See, he may miss it and get out. Don't worry.
Enough with emotions going on.
Greg,
what more emotions do you want?
I mean, do you really want people to cry on?
That is stage 2. Both Avnish and you are on the verge of.
Oh man, this is bad bowling. Wow.
Even that aside, I don't think it's easier to bowl here. I mean, let's be very honest and practical. It's not a safer place to bowl for anyone. There have been hardly any bowling attack who's defended well here.
Yeah.
So I think that also has to be taken into account that it's a very good batting team.
I completely agree with you, but you've also got to admit that the bowling's been really poor, really poor.
But the bowling has been such for years.
But after the way we started off, we had 6 good overs to begin.
That is how most teams are operating in this year. If you see this year, everybody has great power play bowlers. Every team. They're getting people out early, but then every middle overs we see a partnership because that's all teams are stacking up. They're not realizing that you need bowling for the end as well.
It's not just
man. Please feed him length balls. Please just keep feeding him length balls because that's clearly his weakness. This has been a fantastic innings. Probably the fastest 15 IPL history. Joint fastest.
Yeah. It is 14-1, na?
Oh, yeah. How did I miss that? Sorry. I was thinking of Sunil Narayan 15 ball because everything is against RCB for me. So, yeah.
Yeah, but you have another record against RCB. Don't worry.
Yeah, I agree. Anything
SRH defended. Sorry, SRH defended score, but then SRH they had the best bowling unit in that season.
SRH were defending 140 also, 130 also they defended.
Yeah, so again, see, it depends on the game, and again, we are not a side to compare a World Cup final to an IPL league match. But yeah, let's not go there.
No, I was saying that it's not just about bad bowling; it's about bad tactics as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
You had the wrong people bowling to the wrong batsman, and that just makes things even worse.
But anyone who bowls in the slot, It deserves to be it, especially in a place like this. And Shaunak, you could just go back to Chuchan's question where he talks about, like how I was happy when Maxwell was hitting. A, I'm an RCB fan. Of course, I'll be happy when Maxwell's hitting. B, poor bowling's poor bowling. Like, I agree the conditions are extremely batter friendly, but you can't be bowling short and wide. You can't be bowling in the slot again and again. Like, you've got to at least do something. Like, what's in your hand is to try and bowl at the right areas to ensure that the batter finds it hard to hit. Right now, I don't think the batters have found it hard to hit. We've literally been feeding them balls to hit right now.
No doubt, there has been a lot of bad bowling, and bad bowling is not like just a generic term. It is bowling on the legs, bowling too full, bowling too short, bowling too wide. It's all been happening except the ball that you want them to bowl. They have been bowling. So, I mean, criticism where due, I think it's due.
Yep. And just talking about Nicholas Puran's blitzkrieg. What else you want to kamikaze, whatever adjectives, terms, whatever you want to describe it. 51 or 15. It's been amazing to watch. Even as an RCB fan, you just can't not appreciate what he's done, because the conditions might be easy, but scoring 51 or 15 is not a joke. 9 boundaries and 50 balls.
It's very big-hearted of you.
Big-hearted. I mean, like I said, been supporting them for 15 years. So no other option but to sort of, this is the only way I can lead a longer life. There's no other option for me. But, talking about RCB, what do you think is more important for them? Virat Kohli coming back to form or Siraj coming back to form? Like, who do you think? Like, in terms of takeaways, what is more important for them? Because
it's not one over the other. If you don't have Kohli scoring the runs, you would not have had Maxwell scoring the runs today, right? So, it's very important to get off to a good start, because the top order there, that is Faf and Virat, make that team. Without them, there is no team.
Correct.
So that's a non-negotiable. Yep. So, I mean, you also need the bowlers to perform. So it can't be a choice between one or the other. The bowling's been in shambles. It's a replay.
I know, but this really boils my blood. How bad was this, man? How bad? Like,
now though, LSG are really in the driver's
seat. Oh wow, man.
38 of 28 right now. Now you need 2 quick wickets is the only way to come back into this game. Cummins has KL has a 14.
Oh yeah, Cummins had against Mumbai. Yep. The one where he just tonked Bumrah for fun. But not just this game, across the season, like between the two, of course, like it can't be one over the other, agree. But between the two, what do you think is more important for RCB? Is it like over the season with Siraj coming back to form or Kohli coming back to form? Like in terms of
Kohli.
Okay.
Kohli, because without the runs on the board, even a good bowling attack cannot defend 150, 160, whereas a bad bowling attack could defend 220, right? So, I mean,
RCB makes to differ. Oh man.
Yeah, this is quite sad to watch, honestly.
This is really bad. And to think that Avnish is right now near the stadium. Oh man, that's really. Next, what do you think? Like Kohli, Siraj, who coming back to form actually augurs well for RCB?
See, as Bishan said, I think it's very tough to choose because it's like the Harry Potter quote. Neither
can live please, for the love of God!
No. They love the God, but they have to wait a bit more.
Playing in the crowd. Crowd is going.
That's been me for the last 10 years in the stadium, boss.
Yeah. But kudos to you for having that much, even after what you've got. So coming back to the question, Kohli and Siraj. See, if the lineup is such that you will have to have Kohli scoring runs, and the bowling lineup is such you will have to have Siraj doing well. I don't think what could actually help them if they use their batting better is Hasaranga coming in and taking wickets. That could solve a lot of problem because then it could mean that Harshal is bowling with batters under pressure, not him under pressure, and that could also give Siraj a lot of because Siraj has been okay in whatever he's done so far. And Kohli has really started the tournament well. So I don't think they can pick one. They'll have to take both of them and they'll need wickets from Hasaranga to make this bowling unit look far more potent than what it is.
Yep. I really hope Hasranga comes good. And I mean, if not exactly like last year, at least 15-20 wicket season would go a long way in helping RCB win more games. But
And
Harshal,
no, Hasranga back. I was saying earlier that what RCB needs is someone who's really quick or someone with a bit of mystery or a quality leg spinner. And Hasranga brings that. That he adds that to the team, and even being able to bowl an over in between to break things up will help a huge deal. There currently there's just no X factor in the bowling attack to force the batsman into a mistake, and Hasranga does that. Hasranga, mind you, goes for his own stints of 4 for 40 often enough, but he's the kind of bowler that you need to pick wickets.
yeah, he has a knack for picking wickets. But
Yeah.
oh man,
Oh, that should be
Oh,
a 6,
oh,
and he's
oh.
setting this game up entirely on his own. 62
No,
of 18.
that got hit for 6 though.
Yeah. I think you should just doff your hat off to Puran. He's at a blinder. I don't think you can blame the bowling much. That's very hard. Well, they've tried everything to him. They've tried the
They've
short
tried
ball, they've tried the full.
different bowlers, but they
See, what I feel is probably a moral of the story for RCBs. They haven't always had better defensive bowlers. I think they've always gone for a bunch of wicket taking bowlers who bowl the wicket taking lines and lengths, but when they don't come off, they don't have a secondary set of defensive skills to save themselves. Which is why Hasaranga does well because he doesn't leave the stumps. So his defensive, you miss, he hits. How many other bowlers that we can remember that RCB have had over the years? Stark did well, he hit the stumps, he could get you wickets. But I think they've gone for a bunch of too many such bowlers without anyone being very accurate to keep the runs down so that the others can take wickets.
I hope Hazelwood also comes in. He's another, since you mentioned defensive bowlers, he's another one who can actually do that. I mean, at least amongst our bowling lineup, he's one of the better options we have.
Isn't he out for a long time?
No, he's coming back on the 14th. He's
Oh, is
coming to Bangalore. Yeah, they've already announced that in one of their videos. Oh man, I'm really out of words right now.
We can start talking about the next game. This is gone.
MITC. It's not like, I mean, that's the sad part. MITC isn't really a game we can talk home about. Two teams coming in, with losses, with nothing much going for them.
The positive, MI is worse than RCB. And importantly, they have a worse bowling attack.
But did you ever see this coming? Did you ever think that there would be a statement like this made that a team is worse than RCB in terms of the bowling option, and that team being Mumbai?
And that is in the last option when they picked a bowling attack which was supposed to be headed by Archer and Bumrah.
That was their plan, I guess. But what do you think about the arguments going around that, it's the auction that, it's because of the auction that Mumbai had to, sort of let go of so many players? Do you buy into that argument that it's auction is the main reason why Mumbai has sort of, become or gone to where it is? The squad,
I mean,
that is.
But the auction has benefited Mumbai hugely as well, right? In previous years, when they were able to retain so many players, when teams were letting large parts of their squads go, Mumbai was retaining 5 solid players and being able to, keep the core of the squad in play. So they know how to play the option, right? And they've done it for so many years, and that's how they've won 5 IPLs.
Yeah.
Because they've gamed the auction, really. I mean it in a good way.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't think you can blame the auction for what's happened now. I mean, auction dynamics sure play their part, and if your players like Archer last year, you picked Archer when he was injured, right? Knowing that he may not be available even the next year, right? So now you can't cry about it a whole lot.
That's not it too, man. You can see the shoulder. I'm really sorry to cut you in between. You can see the shoulders drooping. It seems like they've already conceded defeat. Like, I don't know what happened in the timeout. This was never a 2.
Well, the last time it went for 4, so it's twice better.
I think RCB will probably reflect back on that period where they slowed down a lot more now than they would
The
before.
last. Sorry, next year.
We lost you, Nick,
No?
for a bit.
No, I feel RCB will probably look back at that period of play when they slowed down after the power play as again one of the key periods of play where they missed out on those 20-30 runs of cushion, because To be very honest, they got to 212 because of some very average bowling as well at the end. Had that not happened, they would have ended with a few 10, 15 runs lesser. So I feel there is clear area for Bangalore to work out because clearly they don't have the bowling. There have been very less instances of them having the bowling to defend 200. I mean, they've lost despite scoring that much. I mean, he may have the exact number also.
Now with 211 on the board, you can only blame the batters so much. This is really when the bowlers letting them down big time. Like there's
But I
no
think
other.
they are winning in the like they could win this in the 18th over itself.
Exactly.
It's a fairly big margin to lose if it had something for the bowlers. I don't think it had anything for the bowlers. The way Stoinis was playing, had he not got out, KL Rahul took off, this could have been over even like I'm not saying 15, 16 overs, but it could have still it always fell from their instance that they were a few short. And it's because the lack of options that you have. So had there been a better bowling attack, 211 was fine. Because you have a decent bowling attack to back. But because you have a bowling attack that is as poor as this one, you need that extra 20, 30 runs. I mean, we saw in the PSL that 230 was not enough. And they have decent bowlers.
But
no, I mean, if a team scores 210, 220 and we want 20, 30 more,
yeah.
I mean, then it really talks about the quality of your bowling attack. So
yes, of course. Yes.
You just have to, at this point, put your hand up and then say that we're probably not, RCA are probably not title contenders in this year's IPL.
I guess like Danish Sheikh said, we're here to just make content. That's it. That's it.
Content is king. I agree with him completely.
And so I agree the surface, like I sound like a broken record, but I completely agree with both of you that the surface is a proper road. Like
you are broken, full stop.
I've been broken for many years now, thanks to RC, so it's fine. But how often did we see them bowl in the slot, bowl on the pads, bowl half volleys, bowl half trackers, bowl absolute garbage? And I really don't want to mince my words. I usually try to be at my diplomatic best simply because, at the end of the day, I'm not playing. I'm not a professional cricketer. I don't know what they go through. So you have to cut them some slack. But no, you just cannot. Like, where do you go from here?
You go to score 240 in the next game. That's where you go.
Yeah, and also just to add to your, I'm not saying I'll add to your point. I feel, not everybody can do what Puran has done. What you have to also remember is 62 and 18 doesn't always happen. You are invariably bound to get a miss hit.
Happens always. And to be honest, what Puran did, again, not taking away anything from him, he's played an absolute blinder. What Puran did, any left-hander would have done if he was fed just as many hit me balls, just as many buffet balls. Any left-hander. Like I know what Puran's done is phenomenal.
And mind you, it wasn't just one Puran. You had Puran and Stoinis, and both were incredible knocks today, right? Yeah. And getting one of those in a game itself is quite unlikely. Getting two in one game was just madness, right? So if you want to take the positives out of it, despite two ridiculous knocks, RCB have lasted for 17 overs.
No, I would actually look at it this way. LSG is on track to chase 213 in 18 overs despite a 20-ball 18. That's how I would look at this. Like, despite that knock, they've not been able to slow down this sort of, bulldoze. I mean, like, we've been bulldozed, we've been rampage, use whatever words you want. Oh man, it feels like it was a really long while back when I was just cheering for 3 and 6. This is our game. Oh, man.
And sometime back, I told you that
I know, I'll be honest, when it was like 77 of 7, I was like, no, boss, this is LSG's game to lose. They might have just...
Yeah, that's when I said no, definitely.
Yeah, this might be the last recognized pair, but... Man, no.
It's not over yet. Two wickets now. 2 wickets now, and they will feel the pressure. But you need them now, not like 1 over later, you need them now. So you can only get one now because there's only one ball left.
If Puran gets out, I'm happy.
He's still going to play his shots.
Yeah.
even with the 24 of 19. Oh my
Dude,
God, you cannot. do
Please,
that.
man, please. Catch! Catch! Yes! 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 Yes!
No
Please
ball.
tell me that's not a low ball. Please,
ball.
please, please, please. Please tell me that's not a low ball now. Please.
No, but
Just cut out this clip. Sorry, just cut out this clip. This is the life of every RCB fan. No, no, you cannot. You cannot. Oh, that's out. That's out. Please tell me it's not a no ball. That is the 15-second reel for every RCB fan. Define RCB fan. This is what RCB fan is.
Shaunak, you've heard it from Nix. Please, 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 please.
we need a close up on you right now.
This has happened far too often. That's the annoying part.
It would be so great if this is out. An exciting last 3 overs.
Oh man.
But you've seen Badoni score some quick runs as well, so not
Yeah.
like he can't finish it if he wants to, or if he has a good day.
Dude, show what.
I'm saying that's below the waist. Look like it's below the waist to me.
That's out. That's
That's
got
out.
to be out.
That's gone.
Nix, please tell me that's out.
It's 101% out. There's no doubt about it.
That's literally on the waistline. It's not above the waist.
Even if he wore his pants on his knees, that's out.
Yeah.
Please, please, boss. Dude, it seems to be hitting the stumps. Why aren't they sort of extrapolating it or doing whatever the shit they do?
Yeah, they should.
Yes! Yes! Gone!
Remember this emotion.
Please, please. Thank you.
Remember this emotion for 6 balls later. It could be very different.
I know. I was already thinking of it and regretting my emotion. I was like, chuck it. Kya hi kare? This is what happens when you don't get to drink a lot too often. This is what gets you going.
See, he's again proving content is king. You get content when you are with RCB. He's given them that. That's all that matters.
Shabazz, Shabazz. Did Shabazz get a wicket?
No, he caught.
No.
He almost fumbled and he caught.
Yeah,
That's
2
it.
we caught.
Yeah, that's it. Karan got Steiners out. Yeah, that's it. Siraj, barring that last ball, has actually bowled well today. He had a very good spell. Like,
Yeah.
how much did he concede though? In his 4 overs, I'm pretty sure it was below 30. Jai Kishan
22.
Sharma, RCB wins. You have to do something, bro. Go shirtless like Dada. I had the body like Dada, then sure, why not?
Dada didn't have the body.
Had something going for him. I agree. He probably did not have those 6-pack abs or anything. Had something going for him. I don't think I have that as well. It's fine. Let them win the IPL, sure. Why not?
Big call. It's
Yeah.
on. This is on.
Jai Kishan, you heard it here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everyone's heard you now. We're gonna hold you to this.
Unatkat bhai. Please.
They have to find a way to give Unatkat a single now.
Dude, Unatkat actually tongs. He can hit. And against bowlers like David and Harshal, he can actually hit sixes.
Look at RCB fans.
No, he
Calling Unatkat a big player.
No, not Venkat. He actually hits. Last season, if you don't remember, he hit a couple of sixes. Bhai, Rinku.
Oh, RCB has less runs left to defend than Rinku scored in 5 balls yesterday. So, in that,
और दे भाई full toss दे दे बस यही बाकी है full toss ही दे
but that's his wicket taking ball.
he's not taken he's taken 0 wickets
Oh, that
so
was
far
sorry,
in
that
the
was Siraj's wicket taking ball.
oh yeah that was Siraj.
Yeah, but I'm not ruling out if he bowls length, Harshal.
Unatkat
Jaydev
is-
could well pick it up. He's played some
He's-
very good pickup shots in the past.
Now they've lost a fielder also.
It's fine.
But it's
At this
better.
point-
It's better they have another fielder in the ring. He'll stop the single.
आपके मुंह में दही शक्कर घी शक्कर वो जो भी है सब कुछ. Pranav Anand says RCB bowled better balls than this but was smashed for boundaries. Ball this
Oh! How's that?
dude.
Was that
His
back?
first proper Yorker bat, yeah, that was straight off the bat. It wouldn't have raced away that way if it wasn't. Man, the first proper ball he does, and this is what happens. But do this. I don't care. I'd rather have him hit boundaries off this. This is what I was asking. Why wasn't he doing this before?
He only got the confidence to do it against Jaydev.
Just keep doing this. I don't care. Let him hit boundaries again and again. I don't care. Just keep doing this, please. More of this.
Badoni on strike. Did Unadkat play that intentionally the third man, you think?
Sort of part edge, part intentional.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to get it behind point because there was nobody there. So,
But it was meant to.
Because he
Went
wasn't
to fight.
blocked.
yeah,
He opened the.
Yeah. I feel holy, man. Like, as a fan, if this is what I'm going through, like in the field, 15 years, day in, day out, just going through this, something, man. Like,
He's used to showing his emotion on the field, though. He's
But-
happy to let it out.
that's a ball. That's a ball.
Well, very well.
Single pink. Yeah. Chuchant. Shaunak, you can just go back to Chuchant's message. Again, Unadkat is showing how to score on this pitch. PK should learn from it. Wow.
God, Chuchant.
Oh, man.
Chuchant is in a mood today. Just dissing people left, right, and center. Oh boy.
We can't wait for the next ball to come sooner. Please, just, yeah. No.
Ooh.
1-1.
This is exactly the kind of ball is Unadkat,
Yeah.
goes off.
It's actually tricky in this situation for Badoni, actually, what he should be doing. Because does he play his shots and try and finish the game, or does he knock it around? Because if you knock it around, there's a chance you lose a wicket at the other end. Whereas if you play your shots, you may lose your own and then bring two tailenders to the crease. So it's not like a straightforward situation considering it's 6 wickets down.
Yeah.
But
I think
we
he'll
have-
just keep strike.
Not if you bowl full tosses.
Man, and bowling.
Next, you're saying?
Yeah, I was saying that I actually felt that he would just keep strike for all of the next over, and that's what is done. Like even if it was a full toss, don't go for the six, go for the boundary. Just keep the strike with yourself and do the game yourself. That's all.
But in all fairness, if I were a part of the batting team, then I would have been happy with singles because Unadkat can bat, so can he. Avesh Khan is again like he can hold the bat, he can definitely take singles and stuff. I don't think he's a mug, he's a complete mug like Chahal or something.
Yeah, but it's one thing to have ability with the bat. It's two to be able to do it under pressure when there are 2 overs left and you have to score 15 runs. So that's a
True.
completely different ball game. I don't think it's straightforward. Badoni, they need to get a boundary off in the next 2-3 balls for them to feel comfortable. Otherwise, I think you'll feel the batting team showing signs of pressure.
Interesting. I mean, Parnell is supposedly in the team for his death bowling. Let's see how that goes.
Need a 5-run over here.
Play. That's not a wide. That's not a wide.
not
Review.
wide, no.
Dude, review this. Review this. Review this. Tell me we have reviews left.
You do, but they won't review.
Dude, review. Yeah.
How good he did. Good he did.
The thing is, they can't overturn it. While it was a big wide, while there was a big step outside of, I think the wide was bigger than that.
No, I felt it actually went inside the line.
No, well outside the line.
Okay, Soliloquy, is that RCB t-shirt manufactured by Mumbai Indians? Bhai, kya kare abhi? Do I mean I don't think I should be marketing someone else's shirts here, but do check out the relevant sites. You'll find all. Dude, he's taken a step out.
Yeah, but the wide was bigger than that.
But I mean, he's taken a step out, man. Like, come on, please, kuch to do. Kuch to do, yaar. Kuch to do. Please, Bolde. Please overturn it. Overturn.
Tough call. Because I think if the umpire had called that wide in the
Not
wide
called
in
it,
the
yeah.
wouldn't have got overturned either.
But what do you think is trying to do right now? Why is
Oh, come on. You could have given this to the bowler, yeah.
what exactly? I mean, okay, what do you think is the what do you think is Parnell trying to do here? Like, he is going across.
No, the Badoni is still taking a step outside off. You want to get outside of the hitting arc, right? You bowl on the stump that's straight in the hitting arc. You want to get outside that.
Yeah.
I mean, fair, and I think he executed reasonably well both balls also, if I'm honest. missed by a little bit, and at least one of those two could have gone in his favor. I mean, he will consider himself hard done for both of those to have been called wide.
Let us see right now how it goes. Wow, that's a single, right? Yeah.
Jaydev on strike.
Yep. And Jagmeet Singh Oberoi says, Shaunak, you can just go back to that comment. Mark Wood, Avesh can hit big. RCB not winning this. Yeah, I do echo those sentiments. Let's see.
You've been echoing those sentiments even when RCB were in a winning position. So now, definitely.
Yeah, agree. So, what do you guys think has been the turning point of the of this game? Because we've seen so many. We've actually seen it ebb, sort of this keep. I think in the case of LSG, but yeah, there has been some crests and troughs. So, what do you think was?
I think the turning point of the game is when Stoinis got going.
Okay.
Those first couple of overs when every shot he played, right? When they were 3 down and RCB looked like they were in a strong position, everyone thought that this game is going RCB's way, and you would have expected conventionally a team to consolidate over there, right? But LSG did not try to consolidate. I mean, KL did, but LSG did not try to consolidate. And every shot that Stoinis played seemed to just come off.
No, man.
Oh.
This is hard. Like, I really want to personally go and slap every person who said that Parnell is a good death bowler. I'm sorry.
To be fair, that was well bowled.
To be fair, Badoni saw that coming from a mile away. Like, yeah. And okay, I mean, yeah, the game.
RCB fans are wearing India flags now on their face.
Ball! Oh! It hit wicket! Yes! It hit the wicket! Tell me Bales fell off. Yes!
How did you see that? True RCB fan. I didn't see
The
it.
Bales lit up. That
Next,
was
did you
the-
see it?
Yeah, I only figured once the bail, I saw the color of the bail go up.
You missed this.
Oh man, thank you,
Big match
Badoni
point.
bhai. But that was a very good ball.
Come on, let's make a foursome.
Yeah. Yes, thanks, Badoni.
Yes.
Thanks.
How can Avnish not be here to witness?
What?
Yes! Dude, that was a 6. That's what scared me.
Now people will start calling this fix था भाई वो end में जाके बैट टकराया वहाँ पर.
Bhai.
Tough luck.
I'm just glad there was no side angle where they checked where was the ball when the ball hit the stumps.
Itna,
He will already cross the rope.
but there's no rule like that,
Yeah.
right? It's
No.
Yeah, it's just.
But I like
No,
that.
don't worry. It's out.
Why are you increasing? Why do I feel
They should actually give this a 4 and a hit wicket.
What?
Bold
Bold view take on this.
इतनी मेहनत करी उसने. But मौका मारा.
I can actually see Mark Wood hitting a 6 right now. I really can. I
don't know, for some reason this match is giving me super over vibes.
Super over. It's going to be a tough super over from here.
Abhinav Gupta saying
I'm saying wide outside off stump, slower ball, hit straight up in the air,
Slower ball,
caught at point.
It needs to be a slow ball, wide outside off or not. It needs to be a slow. Oh, he goes for a Yorker. No 2 balls.
No, two.
So just imagine what
6
Avnish
of
will be
7.
going through right now outside the stadium.
Yeah,
talking to
man,
people.
don't even start me on that. I was actually thinking, and if I were in the stadium for this, oh man, something like wow.
This is something, yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
The
script
fact
this.
is, the bat was in his entire control.
Yeah.
He just, some flamboyance, he just let the follow through go through. He could have easily controlled it.
Bhai Saab.
Oh.
Pranav Anand
Sanjeev
Singh,
Gupta is his name, no?
yeah, Goenka.
Goenka, yeah.
Yeah. Cut out a small 10-second video from this watch along where he said, next, surely RCB can't lose from here. It had the same vibe as what time I passed from MS Dhoni movie.
Oh, single.
Five of the last.
So who will bowl the last?
Harshal
Karan or
Patel
Harshal?
bowling 5. Karan is not coming back for sure. Harshal Patel is bowling 5 full tosses, one of which will go for the 4.
I think they should give it to Karan Sharma.
I wouldn't mind Willie. Karan for
Willie
sure.
के हो गए भाई.
4 हो गए उसके.
Would be a contrasting 2 days. 25 to win, 29 to win in the last 2 and it happens, and then 5 to win and it doesn't happen.
Yeah, Avnish looking blocking, beating himself in the back.
Man.
You'd have that image.
But surely it's going to be Harshal Patel. And again, last over he at least attempted a couple of Yorkers and he got them right. Credit to him there. Unadkat was sort of he got the better of him there. But yeah, that's all I'm expecting from him.
Even if RCB lose this game, if Harshal bowls a good over, I think that could be good for RCB's season because that will give him a lot of confidence coming back.
Spoken like a true RCB fan.
I'm not. I'm a CSK fan.
Oh, 2 overs behind, so they'll have one fielder inside.
Yeah.
One,
should,
two,
they
but no,
should.
there's just 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm guessing there's a mid-off as well. We can't see them.
Or they just want to stop the
Please,
single.
please. Ball, no guru. That's it. That's it. Arey, hi, Siraj.
He would have pushed.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Calm down. Just calm down.
Yeah, but single is how can you celebrate single? Single is good for Lucknow.
Single is not good. Wood is on
He
strike.
means
अरे वुड मार देगा चौका भाई वुड भी
ठीक
खेल
है
लेता है
चलेगा भाई.
अभी तो आवेश खान भी मार देता है यार we have seen आवेश खान hit sixes
मारने को तो कोई मार सकता है, but it's better than a boundary, right? That's all I'm saying.
That's the emotional RCB
Yeah.
fan.
okay you just don't want to lose when there are 5 balls to go.
I mean, all I'm saying is, yeah, whatever. Just whatever takes it till the end, and then let's see. Let's figure it out from there. A slower ball, a slower dipping Yorker, man.
But-
What I wouldn't give for something like that from Harshal.
Would you want him to be brave and bowl a bouncer here?
Nope.
Then he get a
Absolutely
wicket,
not. No bravery is required.
एक चीज अच्छी है तुम्हारा रन रेट खराब नहीं
Oh,
होगा
yes!
Oh.
Pathetic ball, but a wicket. I don't care, boss. Yeah, even this guy's not celebrating. You really messed it up, and Kohli's not celebrating a wicket. You know that.
4 of 4 with the new batsman on strike, the number 10.
भाई तू बस स्टंप पे डालते रहे
आवेश खान वुड को अपने ऑफिस में पहुंचानी थी बॉल
Why would you not be trying to just take a single? What was that flamboyant big bat swing?
He
But I
probably
guess-
he subscribes to KP. He's from the KP school of thought. You need to hit a 6. That's it. Which was the game where KP kept telling you need to hit a 6 to win it and all of that. You shouldn't take singles, and when the game eventually the batting team ended up losing the game. I'm forgetting there was some game.
must have been some Punjab game.
Some Sunil Gavaskar KP conversation where KP kept saying no, you shouldn't play around for singles. Just
यार अभी ना Lucknow would have been thinking कि मिश्रा होता
Exactly.
बिश्नोई की जगह
Yeah.
Mishra would have batted.
मैं भी वही सोच रहा था. अच्छा हुआ मिश्रा गया, नहीं तो मिश्रा भी बैट पकड़ सकता है.
मिश्रा ने यार वो सचिन तेंदुलकर के साथ पार्टनरशिप करी
Yeah.
उसका टेस्ट 50 भी है ना.
हाँ.
And I don't forget Mishra's some weird run out when he was batting for SRH, Deccan.
Yeah. SRH only versus RR. Yeah, Sanju Samson and Faulkner
Haan.
kept throwing the ball back and forth.
And Mishra still he didn't want to
Yeah.
get back in the crease at all.
He got out eventually, third attempt.
Well, I mean, Chuchan, to be fair, a team which is led by KL Rahul, one thing is for sure, you can always see a choke coming somewhere.
And Juchant, we'll say it now, the bowling has been good the last couple of balls.
Balls. A couple of balls. Balls being the operative word. Ball,
Oh.
excellent. बस यही कर.
दो
नहीं है. Pick.
दो wrong end.
He could not have, he was off
But that was
balance.
well run and well placed. I think that was very well placed. Did not. Kohli is not happy, which is fair.
यही कर. बस.
Who was the fielder?
Shahbaz. He threw it with his left hand, so long or Shahbaz.
Yeah, but I think he had to go across his arm, so it
Yeah.
always had that extra second.
Yeah, no, that was tough to execute a good throw from there.
I mean, Pranav Anand saying
So Mishra batting above Avesh. मतलब आवेश यार मैंने आवेश को छक्के मारते हुए देखा है क्या चल रहा
स्पिनर
है
को मतलब स्पिनर को ही छक्का मारा पेस शायद हैंडल नहीं कर सकता
अरे हर्षल पटेल स्पिनर है भाई
भाई
No,
प्लीज
wicket
यार
here, boys.
हर्षल
Need a wicket here to make it interesting last two balls.
विकेट अभी डॉट वॉट कुछ नहीं सीधा विकेट भाई प्लीज
I would say bowl a length slower ball. Tail ender won't connect it, would go straight up in the air.
नो Bishnoi no I don't take that whatever I just wanted to be at the stumps that's it just
See,
at
at the stumps, they will make contact and run. You have to bowl a ball which they will either miss or they will sky.
but
One of those two have to happen.
I feel now they've decided. I'm pretty sure Bishnoi knows that he's not going to be lofting the ball. He's just going to nudge it around. So-
Bishnoi
I
can
think-
think that before the ball, but once the ball is bowled, number 10 doesn't have much
yeah,
control.
I think Lucknow camp would want their batters to be Salman Khan right now. They just want them to hit and run. Oh, wow.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Oh, everyone's on the leg side. Huh?
I think they'll just want to sing like 2 singles and sort it. Don't take any risk. Ooh.
Big.
Super
Yeah,
over.
yeah. 1 run and 2 balls.
Wicket lay, bhai. Wicket.
So Somesh
please.
sir had different ideas with the super over. It does seem closer than what he did.
ओवर में एक भी रन नहीं आई कैसे हो सकता है
Mushfiqur Rahim will show you how it's done.
मैं I should be like that consoling mother कोई बात नहीं बेटा अगले साल कप नम दे
कब छोड़ो यार ढंग से मैच जीतो पहले मैं कभी नहीं कहता
despite them seeing the most negative impact knock of the match. Okay,
Yeah,
I mean,
concept
Lucknow are
It's going
doing
to
it.
go off.
Yeah.
3 seconds left.
Yeah.
No, it actually after that it becomes like 36,000 seconds left.
Oh, really? Oh, अच्छा.
मैं डर गया कि बस
गलत टाइम पे
वही
बंद होने
चलो जयदेव closing it out then. चलो let's go.
वाला.
प्लीज यार विकेट ले हर्षल प्लीज
Oh, that's my
प्लीज
field.
He's going to block it.
Yeah.
सात
6 मत
करोड़
माने जा बस. 6 मत माने जा. Okay, that's out. Yeah, that's out.
Yes.
Yes!
Wow.
Yes! Dude, he fumbled. Please, boss.
And fast never
Please.
fumbles also.
Dude, please, yaar, please, wicket le और please, please.
One ball, one
Wicket,
run,
wicket
one
was-
wicket.
यार एक विकेट ले ले प्लीज प्लीज Thanks for not cut. Thanks for going for that glory shot. Thanks.
What an idiot you are, Jagdeep.
Yeah, that poor shot यार. Poor shot.
हाँ,
और लॉन्ग वन पीछे क्यों था वैसे?
हाँ, मैं भी वही सोच रहा था. मुझे लगा इसने मार दिया. Like he did that.
But then
because-
he has a slower one, not that you can Jayadal could miss it to long one. So that was I think well placed in that sense.
No,
And he
what
did
I-
go for the lofted shot.
But that is also the ball I wanted some time back. Linked slower ball with chance
Yeah.
to hit up.
Yeah.
बस टॉयलेट का पूरन का सबका बदला लेगा भाई.
But मेरे को लगा कि Unadkat went for that shot only because Midon was up. नहीं तो shot
नहीं तो shot बनता नहीं था
भाई.
भाई.
भाई चुपचाप अगर सिंगल ले लेते.
यार हिट विकेट कैसे
Number 10 batsman. Once the ball is there, you do what your body says, not what your mind says.
What a game, what a game. One needed.
Please यार हर्षल भाई हर्षल.
Who are you giving super over to, by the way?
Huh?
If it comes to
Siraj
that.
bowled really well. Siraj definitely.
No,
I'm
if
thinking
super over, sure Harshal is coming back to bowl.
The
No,
funniest,
I was-
funniest thing would be KL Rahul walking out to face the super over.
no, it's going to be
Yeah.
Pura.
And Gambhir would be like, "Tu बैठ इधर, इधर बैठ."
Super over prediction who gave this ball?
Yeah, so much.
भाई हो गए 10 बॉल हो गई.
Yeah.
भाई please यार wicket please आवेश please.
Enough too late. That goes to Som. Oh
यार
boy.
Let's see.
dude must be some pressure there. हाँ ठीक है.
ये क्या जर्सी है भाई?
क्या पता.
This is RCB's once in a season jersey, no? They let that
That
play now.
green wala. But why is it like why are they Anand Singh struggling to score 1 run? Now
Yeah,
he's
man.
like-
KL Rahul's knock was invaluable. I mean, he made this game interesting. Otherwise, this would have finished like 3 overs ago.
भाई क्या
अभी भी लॉन्ग ऑफ पीछे है भाई.
पीछे रख के फायदा क्या बताओ अगर मारेगा तो सिंगल तो जा ही रहा है
फिर
ना.
से कैच होगा
Go
भाई.
in the
फिर से
air,
catch
no?
होगा.
Oh, is it?
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
क्या हुआ?
But that is not allowed, na, because he crossed.
तुम वो कर सकते हो रिटर्न
ओह
में.
अच्छा
नहीं कर
वैसे.
Yeah.
वाह यार उसने टच नहीं किया तब यार.
Yeah, he missed the stump.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
really-
he was out. He was well out.
मतलब यार ये तो हाथ का मिस कर दिया.
भाई.
How could he miss the stump from there, yeah?
I see no handshakes here happening.
I don't care.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, dude, how do you miss that? Oh my God, RCB, what have you done?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, RCB.
Come back, Akshay, come back. Oh.
I mean, they ran a bye to DK, straight ball. The ball just kept to DK.
Dude,
Nice
DK.
knee height collection. Nothing to it.
Oh.
Oh my God.
A game.
Oh, this is RCB's loss. This is like this. Oh man, how did Harshal miss the stumps? How did he not catch that? Like, no man, this is just not done. This is ridiculous.
Amazing.
Wow,
What a
wow.
game. RCB
Incredible.
entertainers.
Content creators, you mean?
Yeah,
See,
exactly.
Mr. Nags was right. Content is king. That's what
Yeah.
this team is about. Cricket is side profession. It's okay.
Oh boy.
ये
क्या है? हाँ ये अच्छा
Full
ओवर
over.
दिखा
फुल ओवर दिखा चाहिए ओवर दिखाने का टाइम
भाई चुपचाप दिखाओ एंड लास्ट बॉल देखना है यार ये दो नहीं था
No, ads matter, bro. Invoice.
अगर एंड कोई कैसे मिस कर सकता है यार मतलब दिस इज टॉप
बॉस हाउ कैन डीके इट वाज
ये
स्ट्रेट
देखो,
यार
अगर डीके पकड़ भी लेता तो ही हैड
नहीं यार।
मतलब उसके बाद एक और भी बैट वो है मतलब देयर वाज
फिर
देयर
भी-
वाज अ सेकंड एक्शन
फिर
दैट वाज
भी
नीडेड आफ्टर दैट
Yeah.
फिर भी
Oh, Jaydev was the man who made the match.
या मैन द मैन हु मेड द मैच स्टिल नाउ ये मिस कैसे कर सकते हो यार हाउ कैन यू मिस दिस
Unbelievable. That was unbelievable.
अरे
Dude,
यार
the thing is-
Incredible.
यार स्ट्रेट था यार स्ट्रेट
DK.
आई कांट आई रियली
हाँ, वो करने
आई गंभीर हो in all fairness I have also done the exact same thing
कम ऑन
लेकिन किस पे गुस्सा कर रहा है मुझे लगता है आज खेल राहुल की मतलब मैच तो गया
क्या क्या एक्सप्रेशन है भाई
okay Pranav Anand says Dhoni and that Bangladesh game will trend today on Twitter अरे यार क्या करें
Oh, bhai sahab, what a game! I mean,
Wow.
we saw so many boring games, but 2 games in 2 nights which have set
Would
up
have been-
cheeks on fire.
oh man
Oh man!
Yeah.
What a game!
यार ये सच्ची में यार ये मतलब
We need Avnish to send us a small video of himself right now.
Yeah, but how good was that ball from Harshal though? The last ball. Like he just
the ball
bounced.
was actually good. It even dipped past the batter. Like agreed, but too late. Now again, why didn't he do this before? Why didn't he even attempt the Yorkers? Again, begs the question. Why was he busy bowling?
He was
length
bowling
balls?
to a number 11 who doesn't know to hold
Yeah.
a bat.
अरे यार Yorker का उससे क्या लेना देना? I'm saying why?
That confidence has to be there. Like,
I know, man.
Yeah. So Sahil asked this question. Can you even explain what happened during that banquet and why wasn't he out? So Sahil, bowlers are allowed to take the stumps down if they have not started their bowling action,
Yeah,
but they can't just
exactly.
throw it afterwards.
Yeah.
The technicality there is the bowler should have hit the stump before the expected point of his release.
Yeah.
And by the time he threw the ball, he was well past the
Yeah,
expected point of his release.
So he had to hit in the first go itself. That's
Yeah.
bottom line. And that's why it also tells you it's hard to do.
And how? I
Yeah.
mean, I know. I
He must have missed by a
Yeah. No. No. I too wicked like this.
अरे यार, this is so
Tell
funny.
me, bro. Tell me one
because of how close your hand was the stump, that air should have blown the bails off.
Oh
Yeah.
my god!
Look,
Oh my
tell you
god!
one thing. He definitely did not do this instinctively. He must have thought it. Ki boss, I will
Yeah.
attempt.
Huh.
So he knew he's going to hit the stumps. How did you then miss it?
His
How did you
his
then
conscience
miss
was not there. He did not want to do it. He was like कि मैं करता हूँ कर दूंगा शायद बाद में गाली
नहीं,
पड़ेगी.
I think he was very clear, but again, it tells you why it's a very hard thing to do when you're in a normal run up. See, for spinner, it is slightly easier because you are that much slower and much more in control of your body to take that bails off. But for a pacer, it's that much harder. And I think, and he didn't even miss by much. It was very, very marginal.
Yeah, I think Harshal Patel should call chemo Paul after this. कि भाई कैसे करते हैं थोड़ा सिखा
Yes,
मुझे.
yes. Kimo Paul was great.
For 22, he's done. He bowled really well. बाकी भाई तुम लोग ना एक मतलब चुल्लू भी नहीं चम्मच भर पानी लेके
ऐसे सांस
बस।
लो उसमें.
क्या करूं इस टीम का
क्या करूं मार भी दो.
क्या मतलब यार
Every meme works. And कब तक तेरे इसका बर्डन सिर पे घूमता रहूंगा मैं.
I have an explanation for Harshal's miss.
Oh wow, by the way, sorry, our net run rate's actually improved. We were minus 1.26. Wow.
Positives.
Minus 0.8.
No, it's minus 0.8. I don't know if they miscalculated or something. How is
But
that
this can't
possible?
happen.
Yeah, how
This
is that
can't happen.
possible?
If you're losing, your net run rate cannot be.
Yeah, like,
There's
I
no
don't know.
chance.
And that to improve by 50%.
There is no match to this.
अलग level पे चल रहा है. It's run scored
Yeah,
by
if
it's run
right
scored
then
by
your net run rate is
overs.
0. If you lose, then
Ah.
it has to be some negative.
No,
It-
that's why it is still negative. It's 2 losses.
so it will be done at an aggregate level.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
aggregate
it
level
will
will-
come down. will come down.
No, how though? They've scored more runs than us. So how can it ever go down? Like
We'll have to do the math and show you, but
Yeah.
maybe I don't know.
Yeah, because at an aggregate level, in this game, they scored a lot more runs. So,
But even the opposition scored a lot more runs. I don't know though. Maybe it's runs scored by overs bowled. If I
minus the runs conceded by overs.
yeah. Okay, guys. I mean, we can be here for an hour discussing.
Oh wait, I was explaining why Harshal.
Harshal, yeah.
So Harshal must have been thinking that when running into bowl, if he slows down or gives it away that he will hit the stump, then the batsman won't leave the crease. If he wanted the batsman to leave the crease, he had to fake it well. Right? That is his normal bowling action.
That was actually a very good ball. Oh man. Just if
So he acted too well, basically, made the batsman believe that he's in his normal bowling action, and then he fooled himself.
acting ke chakkar mein.
Look at Gambhir's reaction.
Dude, he's missed more than just the whisker. That's a clear miss. ऐसा भी नहीं कि पास था यार. मतलब काफी दूर था. No offense. ये तो काफी दूर है.
Yeah, angle is wrong.
Yeah, LBW में umpire call भी नहीं है. ये कहाँ है? ये तो एकदम ही दूर है. कहीं अलग ही है ये.
So maybe there is finally enough sense and common sense to say that it does require skill. It's not just random thing that you can walk up and take the belts off. It requires skill.
But what a game! I mean, 2 nights in a row we have been. Finally, this IPL has started to entertain us. At least.
Completely different kinds of last overs.
Which one would you take?
This one.
Yeah, same.
Hey, come on, man.
Yeah,
5 6 in a row. Hey, length ball bhi mari hai, bhai. Come on.
Like I'm not saying gussa.
Well, obviously, this over was a lot. I mean, whatever happened was a lot more stupid. But
how is this most stupid? I'm going to get for 5 6s, yaar.
That is not stupid. Why also that it has never happened again.
की बात नहीं कर रहा. Bowler की not stupid on the bowler's part as well, na?
Yeah.
Anyways, discussion.
Yeah. With that, we'll end this Watchalong tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. What? MIF in DC? Okay. Yeah. So battle of the wooden spoon. Finally, one team will be off the mark. Let's see who will. Okay. With that, just good night, and I'm just praying for Avnish's heart.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
please do that. Bye bye.
Bye.